to critically acclaimed award winners. Nearly a generation has passed since the first pioneers landed on Mars, surviving the airless cold to build the bare beginnings of a living colony. Now they have begun the amazing task of changing the red planet into an Earth-like paradise, a new garden for mankind. But all are not united in this endeavor. Among the dissenters are the first to be born and raised on this new world, and they are determined to preserve the hostile and barren beauty of the only home they've ever known. And now, Green Mars.
Part 1. Aeroformation. The point is not to make another Earth. Not another Alaska or Tibet, not a Vermont nor a Venice, not even an Antarctica. The point is to make something new and strange, something Martian. In a sense, our intentions don't even matter. Even if we try to make another Siberia or Sahara, it won't work. Evolution won't allow it, and at its heart, this is an evolutionary process. An endeavor driven at a level below intention, as when life made its first miracle leap out of matter, or when it crawled out of sea onto land. Again, we struggle in the matrix of a new world, this time truly alien. Despite the great long glaciers left by the giant floods of 2061, it is a very arid world. Despite the beginnings of atmosphere creation, the air is still very thin. Despite all the applications of heat, the average temperature is still well below freezing. All these conditions make survival for living things difficult in the extreme. But life is tough and adaptable. It is the green force Viriditas pushing into the universe. In the decade following the catastrophes of 2061, people struggled in the cracked domes and torn tents, patching things up and getting by. And in our hidden refuges, the work of building a new society went on. And out on the cold surface, new plants spread over the flanks of the glaciers and down into the warm, low basins in a slow, inexorable surge. Of course, all the genetic templates for our new biota are Terran. The minds designing them are Terran. But the terrain is Martian. And terrain is a powerful genetic engineer, determining what flourishes and what doesn't, pushing along progressive differentiation, and thus the evolution of new species. And as the generations pass, all the members of a biosphere evolve together, adapting to their terrain in a complex communal response, a creative, self-designing ability. This process, no matter how much we intervene in it, is essentially out of our control. Genes mutate, creatures evolve. A new biosphere emerges, and with it a new noosphere. And eventually the designers' minds, along with everything else, have been forever changed. This is the process of aeroformation. One day the sky fell. Plates of ice crashed into the lake and then started thumping on the beach. The children scattered like frightened sandpipers. Nergal ran over the dunes to the village and burst into the greenhouse shouting, "The sky is falling! The sky is falling!" Peter sprinted out the doors and across the dunes faster than Nergal could follow. Back on the beach, great panes of ice stabbed the sand, and some chunks of dry ice fizzed in the water of the lake. When the children were all clumped around him, Peter stood with his head craned back, staring at the dome so far above. "Back to the village," he said in his no-nonsense tone. On the way there, he laughed. "The sky is falling," he squeaked, tousling Nergal's hair. Nergal blushed, and Dow and Jackie laughed, their frosted breath shooting out in quick white plumes. Peter was one of those who climbed the side of the dome to repair it. He and Cassé and Michel spidered over the village in sight of all, over the beach and then the lake, until they were smaller than children, hanging in slings from ropes attached to ice hooks. They sprayed the flaw in the dome with water until it froze into a new clear layer, coating the white dry ice. When they came down, they talked of the warming world outside. Hiroko had come out of her little bamboo stand by the lake to watch, and Nergal said to her, "Will we have to leave?" "We will always have to leave," Hiroko said. "Nothing on Mars will last." But Nergal liked it under the dome. In the morning he woke in his own round bamboo room, high in Creche Crescent, and ran down to the frosty dunes with Jackie and Rachel and Franz and the other early risers. He saw Hiroko on the far shore walking the beach like a dancer, floating over her own wet reflection. He wanted to go to her, but it was time for school. They went back to the village and crowded into the schoolhouse coat-room, hanging up their down jackets and standing with their blue hands stretched over the heating grate, waiting for the day's teacher. It could be Dr. Robot, and they would be bored senseless, counting his blinks like the seconds on the clock. It could be the good witch, old and ugly, and then they would be back outside building all day, exuberant with the joy of tools. Or it could be the bad witch, old and beautiful, and they would be stuck before their lecterns all morning trying to think in Russian, in danger of a rap on the hand if they giggled or fell asleep. The bad witch had silver hair and a fierce glare and a hooked nose, like the ospreys that lived in the pines by the lake. Nergal was afraid of her. So, like the others, he concealed his dismay as the school door opened and the bad witch walked in. But on this day she seemed tired and let them out on time, even though they had done poorly at arithmetic. Nergal followed Jackie and Dao out of the schoolhouse and around the corner, into the alley between Creche Crescent and the back of the kitchen. Dao peed against the wall, and Jackie pulled down her pants to show she could too, and just then the bad witch came around the corner. She pulled them all out of the alley by the arm, Nergal and Jackie clutched together in one of her talons, and right out in the plaza she spanked Jackie while shouting furiously at the boys. "You two stay away from her. She's your sister." Jackie, crying and twisting to pull up her pants, saw Nergal looking at her, and she tried to hit him and Maya with the same furious swing and fell over bare-bottomed and howled. It wasn't true that Jackie was their sister. There were 12 Sansei, or third-generation children in Zygote, and they knew each other like brothers and sisters, and many of them were, but not all. It was confusing and seldom discussed. Jackie and Dao were the oldest, Nergal a season younger, the rest bunched a season after that. Rachel, Emily, Rule, Steve, Simud, Nanadai, Tiu, Franz, and Wo Xing. Hiroko was mother to everyone in Zygote, but not really. Only to Nergal and Dao and 6 other of the Sansei, and several of the Nisei grown-ups as well. Children of the Mother Goddess. But Jackie was Esther's daughter. Esther had moved away after a fight with Kase, who was Jackie's father. Not many of them knew who their fathers were. Once Nergal had been crawling over a dune after a crab when Esther and Kase had loomed overhead, Esther crying and Kase shouting, "If you're going to leave me, then leave!" He had been crying too. He had a pink stone eye tooth. He, too, was a child of Hiroko's. So Jackie was Hiroko's granddaughter. That was how it worked. Jackie had long black hair and was the fastest runner in Zygote except for Peter. Nergal could run the longest and sometimes ran around the lake 3 or 4 times in a row just to do it, but Jackie was faster in the sprints. She laughed all the time. If Nergal ever argued with her, she would say, "All right, Uncle Nergy," and laugh at him. She was his niece, although a season older, but not his sister. The school door crashed open, and there was Coyote, teacher for the day. Coyote traveled all over the world and spent very little time in Zygote. It was a big day when he taught them. He led them around the village, finding odd things to do, but all the time he made one of them read aloud from books impossible to understand, written by philosophers who were dead people. Bakunin, Nietzsche, Mao, Bookchin. These people's comprehensible thoughts lay like unexpected pebbles on a long beach of gibberish. The stories Coyote had them read from the Odyssey or the Bible were easier to understand, though unsettling, as the people in them killed each other a lot, and Hiroko said it was wrong. Coyote laughed at Hiroko, and he often howled for no obvious reason as they read these gruesome tales and asked them hard questions about what they had heard, and argued with them as if they knew what they were talking about, which was disconcerting. "What would you do? Why would you do that?" All the while teaching them how the Rickover's fuel recycler worked, or making them check the plunger hydraulics on the lake's wave machine until their hands went from blue to white and their teeth chattered so much they couldn't talk clearly. "You kids sure get cold easy," he said. "All but Nergal." Nergal was good with cold. He knew intimately all its many stages, and he didn't dislike the feel of it. People who disliked cold didn't understand that one could adjust to it, that its bad effects could all be dealt with by a sufficient push from within. Nergal was very familiar with heat as well. If you pushed heat out hard enough, then cold only became a sort of vivid, shocking envelope in which you moved, and so cold's ultimate effect was as a stimulant, making you want to run. "Hey, Nergal, what's the air temperature?" 271. Coyote's laugh was scary, an animal cackle that included all the noises anything could make. Different every time, too. "Here, let's stop the wave machine and see what the lake looks like flat." The water of the lake was always liquid, while the water ice coating the underside of the dome had to stay frozen. This explained most of their mesocosmic weather, as Sachs put it, giving them their mists and sudden winds, their rain and fog and occasional snow. On this day, the weather machine was almost silent, the big hemisphere of space under the dome nearly windless. With the wave machine turned off, the lake soon settled down to a round, flat plate. The surface of the water became the same white color as the dome, but the lake bottom, covered by green algae, was still visible through the white sheen. So the lake was simultaneously pure white and dark green. On the far shore, the dunes and scrub pines were reflected upside down in this two-toned water as perfectly as in any mirror. Nergal stared at the sight, entranced, everything falling away, nothing there but this pulsing, green-white vision. He saw there were two worlds, not one. Two worlds in the same space, both visible, separate and different, but collapsed together, so that they were visible as two, only at certain angles. Push at vision's envelope, push like one pushed against the envelope of cold. Push! Such colors. "Mars to Nergal! Mars to Nergal!" They laughed at him. He was always doing that, they told him. Going off. His friends were fond of him. He saw that in their faces. Coyote broke chips of flat ice from the strand, then skipped them across the lake. All of them did the same until the intersecting white-green ripples made the upside-down world shiver and dance. "Look at that!" Coyote shouted. Between throws, he chanted in his bouncing English that was like a perpetual song. "You kids are living the best lives in history. Most people are just fluid in the great world machine, and here you're in on the birth of a world. Unbelievable! But it's pure luck, you know. No credit to you, not until you do something with it. You could have been born in a mansion, a jail, a shantytown in Port of Spain. But here you are in Zygote, the secret heart of Mars. Course, just now you're down here like moles in a hole with vultures above all ready to eat you. But the day is coming when you walk this planet free of every bond. You remember what I'm telling you. It's prophecy, my children. And meanwhile, look how fine it is, this little ice paradise." He threw a chip straight at the dome, and they all chanted, "Ice paradise! Ice paradise! Ice paradise!" until they were helpless with laughter. But that night, Coyote spoke to Hiroko when he thought no one was listening. "Roko, you gotta take those kids outside and show them the world, even if it's only under the fog hood. They're like moles in a hole down here, for Christ's sake." Then he was gone again, who knew where, off on one of his mysterious journeys into that other world folded over them. Some days Hiroko came into the village to teach them. These to Nergal were the best days of all. She always took them down to the beach, and going to the beach with Hiroko was like being touched by a god. It was her world, the green world inside the white, and she knew everything about it. And when she was there, the subtle pearly colors of sand and dome pulsed with both worlds' colors at once, pulsed as if trying to break free of what held them. They sat on the dunes, watching the shore birds skitter and peep as they charged together up and down the strand. Gulls wheeled overhead, and Hiroko asked them questions, her black eyes twinkling merrily. She lived by the lake with a small group of her intimates, Iwahu, Raya, Jean, Evgenia, all in a little bamboo stand in the dunes, and she spent a lot of time visiting other hidden sanctuaries around the South Pole, so she always needed catching up on the village news. She was a slender woman, tall for one of the Issei, as neat as the shore birds in her dress and her movement. She was old, of course, impossibly ancient, like all the Issei, but with something in her manner which made her seem younger than even Peter or Kase, just a little bit older than the kids, in fact, with everything in the world new before her, pushing to break into all its colors. "Look at the pattern this seashell makes. The dappled whorl, curving inward to infinity. That's the shape of the universe itself. There's a constant pressure pushing toward pattern, a tendency in matter to evolve into ever more complex forms. It is a kind of pattern gravity, a holy greening power we call viriditas, and it is the driving force in the cosmos. Life, you see. Like these sand fleas and limpets and krill, although these krill in particular are dead and helping the fleas. Like all of us, waving a hand like a dancer. And because we are alive, the universe must be said to be alive. We are its consciousness as well as our own. We rise out of the cosmos, and we see its mesh of patterns, and it strikes us as beautiful. And that feeling is the most important thing in all the universe. It's culmination, like the color of the flower at first bloom on a wet morning. It's a holy feeling, and our task in this world is to do everything we can to foster it. And one way to do that is to spread life everywhere, to aid it into existence where it wasn't before, as here on Mars. This to her was the supreme act of love, and when she talked about it, even if they didn't fully understand, they felt the love. Another push, another kind of warmth in the envelope of cold. She touched them as she talked, and they dug for shells as they listened. Mud clam, Antarctic limpet, glass sponge, watch out, it can cut you. It made Nergal happy just to look at her. And one morning, as they stood from their dig to do more beach combing, she returned his gaze, and he recognized her expression. It was precisely the expression on his face when he looked at her. He could feel it in his muscles. So he made her happy, too, which was intoxicating. He held her hand as they walked the beach. "It's a simple ecology, in some ways," she said as they knelt to inspect another clamshell. "Not many species, and the food chains are short, but so rich, so beautiful." She tested the temperature of the lake with her hand. "See the mist? The water must be warm today." By this time, she and Nergal were alone, the other kids running around the dunes or up and down the strand. Nergal bent down to touch a wave as it stalled out next to their feet, leaving behind a white lace of foam. "It's 275 and a little over." "You're so sure." "I can always tell." "Here," she said. "Do I have a fever?" He reached up and held her neck. "No, you're cool." "That's right. I'm always about half a degree low. Vlad and Ursula can't figure out why." "It's because you're happy." Hiroko laughed, looking just like Jackie, suffused with joy. "I love you, Nergal." Inside he warmed as if a heating grate were in there, half a degree at least. "And I love you." And they walked down the beach hand in hand, silently following the sandpipers. Coyote returned, and Hiroko said to him, "Okay, let's take them outside." And so the next morning, when they met for school, Hiroko and Coyote and Peter led them through the locks and down the long white tunnel that connected the dome to the outside world. At its far end were located the hangar and the cliff gallery above it. They had run the gallery with Peter in the past, looking out the little polarized windows at the icy sand and the pink sky, trying to see the great wall of dry ice that they stood in, the South Polar Cap, the bottom of the world which they lived in to escape the notice of people who would put them in jail. Because of that, they had always stayed inside the gallery. But on this day, they went into the hangar locks and put on tight elastic jumpers, rolling up sleeves and legs, then heavy boots and tight gloves, and last, helmets with bubble windows on their front side. Getting more excited every moment until the excitement became something very like fright, especially when Simud started crying and insisting she didn't want to go. Hiroko calmed her with a long touch. "Come on, I'll be there with you." They huddled together speechlessly as the adults herded them into the lock. There was a hissing noise, and then the outer door opened. Clutching the adults, they walked cautiously outside, bumping together as they moved. It was too bright to see. They were in a swirling white mist. The ground was dotted with intricate ice flowers, all aglint in the bath of light. Nergal was holding Hiroko and Coyote by the hand, and they propelled him forward and let go of his hands. He staggered in the onslaught of white glare. "This is the fog hood," Hiroko's voice said over an intercom in his ear. "It lasts through the winter. But now it's LS-205, springtime, when the green force pushes hardest through the world, fueled by the sun's light. See it." He could see nothing but it. A white coalescing fireball. Sudden sunlight pierced this ball, transforming it into a spray of color, turning the frosty sand to shaved magnesium, the ice flowers to incandescent jewels. The wind pushed at his side and rent the fog. Gaps in it appeared, and the land gaped off into the distance, making him reel. So big. So big. Everything was so big. He went to one knee on the sand, put his hands on his other leg to keep his balance. The rocks and ice flowers around his boots glowed as if under a microscope. The rocks were dotted with round scales of black and green lichen. Out on the horizon was a low, flat-topped hill, a crater. There in the gravel was a rover track, nearly filled with frost, as if it had been there 1,000,000 years, pattern pulsing in the chaos of light and rock, green lichen pushing into the white. Everyone was talking at once. The other children were beginning to race around giddily, shrieking with delight as the fog opened up and gave them a glimpse of the dark pink sky. Coyote was laughing hard. "They're like winter calves let out of the barn in spring. Look at them tripping. Oh, you poor dear things. Rocco, this no way to make them live," cackling as he lifted kids off the sand and set them on their feet again. Nergal stood, bounced experimentally. He felt he might float away. He was glad the boots were so heavy. There was a long mound, shoulder high, snaking away from the ice cliff. Jackie was walking its crest, and he ran to join her, staggering at the incline, at the jumbled rock on the ground. He got onto the ridge and got into his running rhythm, and it felt as if he were flying, as if he could run forever. He stood by her side. They looked back at the ice cliff and shouted with a fearful joy. It rose up forever into the fog. A shaft of morning light poured over them like molten water. They turned away, unable to face it. Blinking away floods of tears, Nergal saw his shadow cast against the fog scraping over the rocks below them. The shadow was surrounded by a bright circular band of rainbow light. He shouted loudly, and Coyote raced up to them, his voice in Nergal's ear, crying, "What's wrong? What is it?" He stopped when he saw the shadow. "Hey, it's a glory! That's called a glory! It's like the specter of the broken! Wave your arms up and down. Look at the colors! Christ almighty, aren't you the lucky ones?" On an impulse, Nergal moved to Jackie's side, and their glories merged, becoming a single nimbus of glowing rainbow colors surrounding their blue double shadow. Jackie laughed with delight and went off to try it with Peter. About a year later, Nergal and the other children began to figure out how to deal with the days when they were taught by Sax. He would start at the blackboard sounding like a particularly characterless AI, and behind his back they would roll their eyes and make faces as he droned on about partial pressures or infrared rays. Then one of them would see an opening and begin the game. He was helpless before it. He would say something like, "In non-shivering thermogenesis, the body produces heat using futile cycles." And one of them would raise a hand and say, "But why, Sax?" And everyone would stare hard at their lectern and not look at each other, while Sax would frown as if this had never happened before and say, "Well, it creates heat without using as much energy as shivering does. The muscle proteins contract, but instead of grabbing, they just slide over each other, and that creates the heat." Jackie, so sincerely the whole class nearly lost it. But how? He was blinking now, so fast they almost exploded watching him. "Well, the amino acids in the proteins have broken covalent bonds, and the breaks release what is called bond dissociation energy." "But why?" Blinking ever harder. "Well, that's just a matter of physics." He diagrammed vigorously on the blackboard. Covalent bonds are formed when two atomic orbitals merge to form a single bond orbital, occupied by electrons from both atoms. Breaking the bond releases 30 to 100 kcals of stored energy. Several of them asked in chorus, "But why?" This got him into subatomic physics, where the chain of whys and becauses could go on for a half hour without him ever once saying something they could understand. Finally, they would sense they were near the end game. "But why?" "Well," going cross-eyed as he tried to backtrack, "atoms want to get to their stable number of electrons, and they'll share electrons when they have to." "But why?" Now he was looking trapped. "That's just the way atoms bond. One of the ways." "But why?" A shrug. "That's how the atomic force works. That's how things came out." And they all would shout, "In the Big Bang!" They would howl with glee, and Sax's forehead would knot up as he realized that they had done it to him again. He would sigh and go back to where he had been when the game began. But every time they started it again, he never seemed to remember as long as the initial why was plausible enough. And even when he did recognize what was happening, he seemed helpless to stop it. His only defense was to say, with a little frown, "Why, what?" That slowed the game for a while. But then Nergal and Jackie got clever at guessing what in any statement most deserved a why, and as long as they could do that, Sax seemed to feel it was his job to continue answering, right on up the chains of because to the Big Bang, or every once in a while to a muttered, "We don't know." "We don't know," the class would exclaim in mock dismay. "Why not?" "It's not explained," he would say, frowning. "Not yet." And so the good mornings with Sax would pass, and both he and the kids seemed to agree that these were better than the bad mornings when he would drone on uninterrupted and protest, "This is really a very important matter," as he turned from the blackboard and saw a crop of heads laid out snoring on the desktops. One morning, thinking about Sax's frown, Nergal stayed behind in the school until he and Sax were the only ones left, and then he said, "Why don't you like it when you can't say why?" The frown returned. After a long silence, Sax said slowly, "I try to understand. I pay attention to things, you see, very closely as I can, concentrating on the specificity of every moment. And I want to understand why it happens the way it does. I'm curious, and I think that everything happens for a reason. Everything. So we should be able to tease these reasons out. When we can't, well, I don't like it. It vexes me. Sometimes I call it..." He glanced at Nergal shyly, and Nergal saw that he had never told this to anyone before. "I call it the great unexplainable." It was the white world, Nergal saw suddenly. The white world inside the green, the opposite of Hiroko's green world inside the white. And they had opposite feelings about them. Looking from the green side, when Hiroko confronted something mysterious, she loved it and it made her happy. It was Veriditas, a holy power. Looking from the white side, when Sax confronted something mysterious, it was the great unexplainable, dangerous and awful. He was interested in the true, while Hiroko was interested in the real. Or perhaps it was the other way around. Those words were tricky. Better to say she loved the green world, he the white. "But yes," Michel said when Nergal mentioned this observation to him. "Very good, Nergal. Your sight has such insight." In archetypal terminologies, we might call green and white the mystic and the scientist. Both extremely powerful figures, as you see. But what we need, if you ask me, is a combination of the two, which we call the alchemist. The green and the white. Afternoons, the children were free to do what they wanted, and sometimes they stayed with the day's teacher, but more often they ran on the beach or played in the village which lay nestled in its cluster of low hills halfway between the lake and the tunnel entrance. They climbed the spiraling staircases of the big bamboo tree houses and played hide-and-seek among the stacked rooms and the daughter chutes and the hanging bridges connecting them. The bamboo dorms made a crescent which held most of the rest of the village inside it. Each of the big chutes was 5 or 7 segments high, each segment a room, getting smaller as they got higher. The children each had a room of their own in the top segments of the chutes, windowed vertical cylinders that were 4 or 5 steps across, like the towers of the castles in their stories. Below them, in the middle segments, the adults had their rooms, mostly alone but sometimes in couples, and the bottom segments were living rooms. From the windows of their top rooms, they looked down on the village rooftops, clustered in the circle of hills and bamboo and greenhouses like mussels in the lake shallows. On the beach they hunted shells or played German dodgeball or shot arrows across the dunes into blocks of foam. Usually Jackie and Dow chose the games and led the teams if there were teams. Nergal and the younger ones followed them, cycling through their various friendships and hierarchies which were honed endlessly in the daily play. As little Franz once crudely explained it to Nadia, "Dow hits Nergal, Nergal hits me, I hit the girls." Often Nergal got tired of that game, which Dow always won, and for better fun he would take off running around the lake slowly and steadily, falling into a rhythm which seemed to encompass everything in the world. He could circle the lake for as long as the day lasted when he got in that rhythm, It was a joy, an exhilaration, just to run and run and run and run. Under the dome it was always cold, but the light was perpetually changing. In summer the dome glowed bluish-white all the time, and pencils of lit air stood under the skylight shafts. In winter it was dark, and the dome flared with reflected lamplight like the inside of a mussel shell. In spring and fall the light would dim in the afternoon to a gray and ghostly dusk, the colors only suggested by the many shades of gray, the bamboo leaves and pine needles all ink strokes against the faint white of the dome. In those hours the greenhouses were like big fairy lamps on the hills, and the kids would wander home crisscrossing like gulls and head for the bathhouse. There in the long building beside the kitchen they would pull off their clothes and run into the steamy clangor of the big main bath, sliding around on the bottom tiles, feeling heat buzz back into their hands and feet and faces as they splashed friskily around the soaking ancients with their turtle faces and their wrinkled hairy bodies. After that warm, wet hour they dressed and trooped into the kitchen, damp and pink-skinned, queuing up and filling their plates, sitting at the long tables scattered among the adults. There were 124 permanent residents, but usually about 200 people there at any given time. When everyone was seated, they took up the water pitchers and poured each other's water, and then they tore into the hot food with gusto, downing potatoes, tortillas, pasta, tabbouleh, bread, 100 kinds of vegetables, occasionally fish or chicken. After the meal, the adults would talk about crops or their rickover, an old integral fast reactor they were very fond of, or about Earth, while the kids cleaned up and then played music for an hour and then games, as everyone began the slow process of falling asleep. One day before dinner, a group of 22 people arrived from around the polar cap. Their little dome had lost its ecosystem to what Hiroko called spiraling complex disequilibrium, and their reserves had run out. They needed sanctuary. Hiroko put them in 3 of the newly mature tree houses. They climbed the staircases spiraling up the outsides of the fat round chutes, exclaiming at the cylindrical segments with their doors and windows cut into them. Hiroko put them to work finishing construction on new rooms and building a new greenhouse at the edge of the village. It was obvious to all that Zygote was not growing as much food as they now needed. The kids ate as modestly as they could, imitating the adults. "Should have called the place Gamete," Coyote said to Hiroko on his next time through, laughing harshly. She only waved him away, but perhaps worry accounted for Hiroko's more distant air. She spent all her days in the greenhouses at work and seldom taught the children anymore. When she did, they only followed her around and worked for her, harvesting or turning compost or weeding. "She doesn't care about us," Dowse said angrily one afternoon as they walked down the beach. He directed his complaint at Nergal. "She isn't really our mother anyway." He led them all to the labs by the Tunnel Hill greenhouse, chivying them along as he could so well. Inside he pointed to a row of fat magnesium tanks, something like refrigerators. "Those are our mothers. That's what we were grown inside. Kase told me, and I asked Hiroko, and it's true. We're ectogenes. We weren't born, we were decanted." He glared triumphantly at his frightened, fascinated little band. Then he struck Nergal full on the chest with his fist, knocking Nergal clear across the lab, and left with a curse. "We don't have parents!" Extra visitors were a burden now, but still when they came there was a lot of excitement, and many people stayed up most of the first night of a visit talking, getting all the news they could of the other sanctuaries. There was a whole network of these in the South Polar region. Nergal had a map in his lectern with red dots to show all 34. And Nadia and Hiroko guessed that there were more, in other networks to the north or in complete isolation. But as they all kept radio silence, there was no way to be sure. So news was at a premium. It was usually the most precious thing that visitors had, even if they came laden with gifts, which they usually did, giving out whatever they had managed to make or obtain that their hosts would find useful. During these visits, Nergal would listen hard to the night's long, animated conversations, sitting on the floor or wandering and refilling people's teacups. He felt acutely that he did not understand the rules of the world. It was inexplicable to him why people acted as they did. Of course, he did understand the basic fact of the situation, that there were two sides locked in a contest for control of Mars, that Zygote was the leader for the side that was right, and that eventually the Ariophany would triumph. It was a tremendous feeling to be involved in that struggle, to be a crucial part of the story, and it often left him sleepless when he dragged off to bed, his mind dancing through to dawn with visions of all he would contribute to this great drama, amazing Jackie and everyone else in Zygote. Sometimes, in his desire to learn more, he even eavesdropped. He did it by lying on a couch in the corner and staring at a lectern, doodling or pretending to read. Quite often people elsewhere in the room didn't realize he was listening, and sometimes they would even talk about the children of Zygote, mostly when he was actually skulking out in the hall. "Have you noticed most of them are left-handed? Hiroko tweaked their genes, I swear. She says not. They're already almost as tall as I am. That's just the gravity. I mean, look at Peter and the rest of the Nisei. They're natural-born, and they're mostly tall. But the left-handedness, that's got to be genetic." Once she told me there was a simple transgenic insertion that would increase the size of the corpus callosum. Maybe she fooled with that and got the left-handedness as a side effect. I thought left-handedness was caused by brain damage. No one knows. I think even Hiroko is mystified by it. I can't believe she would mess with the chromosomes for brain development. Ectogenes, remember? Better access. Their bone density is poor, I hear. That's right. They'd be in trouble on Earth. They're on supplements to help. That's the G again. It's trouble for all of us, really. Tell me about it. I broke my forearm swinging a tennis racket. Left-handed giant bird people, that's what we're growing down here. It's bizarre, if you ask me. You see them running across the dunes and expect them to just take off and fly. That night, Nergal had the usual trouble sleeping. Ectogenes, transgenic. It made him feel odd. White and green in their double helix. For hours he tossed, wondering what the uneasiness twisting through him meant, wondering what he should feel. Finally exhausted, he fell asleep. And in his sleep he had a dream. All his dreams before that night had been about Zygote, but now he dreamed that he flew in the air over the surface of Mars. Vast red canyons cut the land, and volcanoes reared nearly to his unimaginable height. But something was after him, something much bigger and faster than him, with wings that flapped loudly as the creature dropped out of the sun with huge talons that extended toward him. He pointed at this flying creature, and bolts of lightning shot out of his fingertips, causing it to bank away. It was soaring up for another attack when he struggled awake, his fingers pulsing and his heart thumping like the wave machine. Ka-thunk, ka-thunk, ka-thunk. The very next afternoon, the wave machine was waving too well, as Jackie put it. They were playing on the beach and thought they had the big breakers gauged, but then a really big one surged over the ice filigree and knocked Nergal to his knees and pulled him back down the strand with an irresistible sucking. He struggled, gasping for air as he tumbled in the shockingly icy water, but he couldn't escape and was pulled under, then rolled hard in the rush of the next incoming wave. Jackie grabbed him by the arm and hair, pulled him back up the strand with her. Dao helped them to their feet, crying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" If they got wet, the rule was to run for the village as fast as they could, so Nergal and Jackie struggled to their feet and raced over the dunes and up the village path, the rest of the children trailing far behind. The wind cut to the bone. They ran straight to the bathhouse and burst through the doors and stripped off their stiff garments with shaking hands, helped by Nadia and Sax and Michelle and Raya, who had been in there bathing. As they were being hustled into the shallows of the big communal bath, Nergal remembered his dream. He said, "Wait, wait!" The others stopped, confused. He closed his eyes, held his breath. He clutched Jackie's cold upper arm. He saw himself back into the dream, felt himself swimming through the sky, heat from the fingertips, the white world in the green. He searched for the spot in his middle that was always warm, even now when he was so cold. As long as he was alive, it would be there. He found it, and with every breath he pushed it outward through his flesh. It was hard, but he could feel it working, the warmth traveling out into his ribs like a fire, down his arms, down his legs, into his hands and feet. It was his left hand holding on to Jackie, and he glanced at her bare body with its white goose-pimpled skin and concentrated on sending the heat into her. He was shivering slightly now, but not from the cold. "You're warm!" Jackie exclaimed. "Feel it," he said to her, and for a few moments she leaned into his grip. Then, with an alarmed look, she pulled free and stepped down into the bath. Nergal stood on the edge until his shivering stopped. "Wow," Nadia said. "That's some kind of metabolic burn. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it." "Do you know how you do it?" Sachs asked him. He and Nadia and Michelle and Raya were staring at Nergal with a curious expression which he did not want to meet. Nergal shook his head. He sat down on the concrete coping of the bath, suddenly exhausted. He stuck his feet in the water, which felt like liquid flame. Fish in water, sloshing free, out in the air, the fire within, white in the green, alchemy, soaring with eagles. Thunderbolts from his fingertips. People looked at him. Even the zygotes gave him sidelong looks when he laughed or said something unusual when they thought he wouldn't see. It was easiest just to pretend he didn't notice, but that was hard with the occasional visitors who were more direct. "Oh, you're Nergal," one short red-haired woman said. "I've heard you're bright." Nergal, who was constantly crashing against the limits of his understanding, blushed and shook his head while the woman calmly surveyed him. She made her judgment and smiled and shook his hand. "I'm glad to meet you." One day when they were 5, Jackie brought an old lectern to school with her on a day when Maya was teaching. Ignoring Maya's glare, she showed it to the others. "This is my grandfather's AI. It has a lot of what he said in it. Kasse gave it to me." Kasse was leaving Zygote to move to one of the other sanctuaries, but not the one where Esther lived. Jackie turned the lectern on. "Pauline, play back something my grandfather said." "Well, here we are," said a man's voice. "No, something different. Play back something he said about the hidden colony." The man's voice said, "The hidden colony must still have contacts with surface settlements. There's too many things they can't manufacture while hiding. Nuclear fuel rods, for one, I should think. Those are controlled pretty well, and it could be that records would show where they've been disappearing." The voice stopped. Maya told Jackie to put the lectern away, and she started another history lesson. The 19th century told in Russian sentences so short and harsh that her voice shook. And then more algebra. Maya was very insistent that they learn their math well. "You're getting a horrible education," she would say, shaking her head darkly. "But if you learn your math, you can catch up later." And she would glare at them and demand the next answer. Nergal stared at her, remembering when she had been their bad witch. It would be strange to be her, so fierce sometimes and so cheerful others. With most of the people in Zygote, he could look at them and feel what it would be like to be them. He could see it in their faces, just as he could see the second color inside the first. It was that kind of gift. Something like his hyperacute sense of temperature. But he didn't understand Maya. In the winter, they made forays onto the surface, to the nearby crater where Nadia was building a shelter, and the dark, ice-spangled dunes beyond. But when the fog hood lifted, they had to stay under the dome, or at most go out to the window gallery. They weren't to be seen from above. No one was sure if the police were still watching from space or not, but it was best to be safe. Or so the Issei said. Peter was often away, and his travels had led him to believe that the hunt for hidden colonies must be over, and that the hunt was hopeless in any case. There are resistance settlements that aren't hiding at all, and there's so much noise now, thermally and visually, and even over the radio, he said, they could never check all the signals they're getting. But Sachs only said, algorithmic search programs are very effective, and Maya insisted on keeping out of sight and hardening their electronics and sending all their excess heat deep into the heart of the polar cap. Hiroko agreed with Maya on this, and so they all complied. It's different for us, Maya said to Peter, looking haunted. There was a moe-hole, Sachs told them one morning at school, about 200 kilometers to the northwest. The cloud they sometimes saw in that direction was its plume, big and still on some days, on others whipping off east in thin tatters. The next time Coyote came through, they asked him at dinner if he had visited it, and he told them that he had, and that the great shaft of the moe-hole penetrated to very near the center of Mars, and that its bottom was nothing but bubbling, molten, fiery lava. That's not true, Maya said dismissively. They only go down 10 or 15 kilometers. Their floors are hard rock. But hot rock, Hiroko said. And 20 kilometers now, I hear. And so they do our work for us, Maya complained to Hiroko. Don't you think we are parasites on the surface settlements? Your Veriditas wouldn't get far without their engineering. It will prove to be a symbiosis, Hiroko said calmly. She stared at Maya until Maya got up and walked away. Hiroko was the only one in Zygote who could stare Maya down. Hiroko, Nergal thought as he regarded his mother after this exchange, was very strange. She talked to him and to everyone else as an equal, and clearly to her everyone was an equal, but no one was special. He remembered very keenly when it had been different, when the two of them had been like two parts of a whole. But now she only took the same interest in him that she took in everyone else, her concern impersonal and distant. She would be the same no matter what happened to him, he thought. Nadia or even Maya cared for him more, and yet Hiroko was mother to them all, and Nergal, like most of the rest of the regulars in Zygote, still went down to her little stand of bamboo when he was in need of something he couldn't find from ordinary people, some solace or advice. But as often as not, when he did that, he would find her and her little inner group being silent, and if he wanted to stay, he would have to stop talking. Sometimes this lasted for days at a time until he stopped dropping by. Then again he might arrive during the Ariophany and be swept up in the ecstatic chanting of the names of Mars, becoming an integral part of that tight little band, right in the heart of the world, with Hiroko herself at his side, her arm around him, squeezing hard. That was love of a sort, and he cherished it, but it was not as it had been in the old days when they had walked the beach together. One morning he went into the school and came on Jackie and Dow in the coat room. They jumped as he entered, and by the time he had gotten his coat off and gone into the schoolroom, he knew they had been kissing. After school, he circled the lake in the blue-white glow of a summer afternoon, watching the wave machine rise and pulse down, like the clamping sensations in his chest. Pain curved through him like the swells moving over the water. He couldn't help it, even though it was ridiculous and he knew it. There was a lot of kissing going on among them these days in the bathhouse, as they splashed and tugged and pushed and tickled. The girls kissed each other and said it was practice kissing that didn't count, and sometimes they turned this practice on the boys. Nergal had been kissed by Rachel many times, and also by Emily and Tiu and Nanadi, and once the latter two had held him and kissed his ears in an attempt to embarrass him in the public bath with an erection, and once Jackie had pulled them away from him and knocked him into the deep end and bit his shoulder as they wrestled, and these were just the most memorable of the hundreds of slippery, wet, warm, naked contacts which were making the baths such a high point of the day. But outside the bathhouse, as if to try to contain such volatile forces, they had become extremely formal with each other, with the boys and girls bunched in gangs that played separately more often than not. So kissing in the coat room represented something new and serious, and the look Nergal had seen on Jackie and Dow's faces was so superior, as if they knew something he didn't, which was true. And it was that which hurt, that exclusion, that knowledge. Especially since he wasn't that ignorant. He was sure they were lying together, making each other come. They were lovers. Their look said it. His laughing, beautiful Jackie was no longer his, and in fact, never had been. He slept poorly in the following nights. Jackie's room was in the chute beside his, and Dow's was too in the opposite direction, and every creak of the hanging bridges sounded like footsteps, and sometimes her curved window glowed with flickering orange lamplight. Instead of remaining in his room to be tortured, he began to stay up late every night in the common rooms, reading and eavesdropping on the adults. So he was there when they started talking about Simon's illness. Simon was Peter's father, a quiet man who was usually away on expeditions with Peter's mother, Anne. Now it appeared that he had something they called resistant leukemia. Vlad and Ursula noticed Nergal listening, and they tried to reassure him, but Nergal could see that they weren't telling him everything. In fact, they were regarding him with a strange, speculative look. Later, he climbed to his high room and got in bed and turned on his lectern and looked up leukemia and read the abstract at the start of the entry. A potentially fatal disease, now usually amenable to treatment. Potentially fatal disease, a shocking concept. He tossed uneasily that night, plagued by dreams through the gray bird-chirp dawn. Plants died, animals died, but not people. But they were animals. The next night he stayed up with the adults again, feeling exhausted and strange. Vlad and Ursula sat down on the floor beside him. They told him that Simon would be helped by a bone marrow transplant and that he and Nergal shared a rare type of blood. Neither Anne nor Peter had it, nor any of Nergal's brothers or sisters or halves. He had gotten it through his father, but even his father didn't have it. Not exactly. Just him and Simon in all the sanctuaries. There were only 5,000 people in all of the sanctuaries together, and Simon and Nergal's blood type was 1 in 1,000,000. Would he donate some of his bone marrow, they asked. Hiroko was there in the commons, watching him. She rarely spent evenings in the village, and he didn't need to look at her to know what she was thinking. They were made to give, she had always said, and this would be the ultimate gift. An act of pure viriditas. Of course, he said, happy at the opportunity. The hospital was next to the bathhouse and the school. It was smaller than the school and had 5 beds. They laid Simon on one and Nergal on another. The old man smiled at him. He didn't look sick, only old, just like all the rest of the ancients, in fact. He had seldom said much, and now he said only, "Thanks, Nergal." Nergal nodded. Then, to his surprise, Simon went on. "I appreciate you doing this. The extraction will hurt afterward for a week or two, right down in the bone. That's quite a thing to do for someone else." "But not if they really need it," Nergal said. "Well, it's a gift that I'll try to repay, of course." Vlad and Ursula anesthetized Nergal's arm with a shot. "It isn't really necessary to do both operations now, but it's a good idea to have you two together for it. It will help the healing if you are friends." So they became friends. After school, Nergal would go by the hospital, and Simon would step slowly out the door, and they would walk the path over the dunes to the beach. There they watched the waves ripple across the white surface and rise and crumple on the strand. Simon was a lot less talkative than anyone Nergal had ever spent time with. It was like being silent with Hiroko's group, only it never ended. At first it made him uncomfortable, but after a while he found it left time to really look at things. The gulls wheeling under the dome, the sand crab bubbles in the sand, the circles in the sand surrounding each tuft of dune grass. Peter was back in Zygote a lot now, and many days he would come with them. Occasionally even Anne would interrupt her perpetual traveling and visit Zygote and join them. Peter and Nergal would race around, playing tag or hide-and-seek, while Anne and Simon strolled the beach, arm in arm. But Simon was still weak, and he got weaker. It was hard not to see this as some kind of moral failing. Nergal had never been sick, and he found the concept disgusting. It could only happen to the old ones, and even they were supposed to have been saved by their aging treatment, which everyone got when they were old, and so never died. Only plants and animals died, but people were animals. But they had invented the treatment. At night, worrying about these discrepancies, Nergal read his lectern's whole entry on leukemia, even though it was as long as a book. Cancer of the blood. White cells proliferated out of the bone marrow and flooded the system, attacking healthy systems. They were giving Simon chemicals and irradiation and pseudoviruses to kill the white blood cells and trying to replace the sick marrow in him with new marrow from Nergal. They had also given him the aging treatment 3 times now. Nergal read about this, too. It was a matter of genomic mismatch scanning which found broken chromosomes and repaired them so that cell division error didn't occur. But it was hard to penetrate bone with the array of introduced auto-repair cells, and apparently in Simon's case, little pockets of cancerous marrow had remained behind every time. Children had a better chance of recovery than adults, as the leukemia entry made clear. But with the aging treatments and the marrow transfusions, he was sure to get well. It was just a matter of time and of giving. The treatments cured everything in the end. "We need a bioreactor," Ursula said to Vlad. They were working on converting one of the ectogene tanks into one, packing it with spongy animal collagen and inoculating it with cells from Nergal's marrow, hoping to generate an array of lymphocytes, macrophages, and granulocytes. But they didn't have the circulatory system working right, or perhaps it was the matrix. They weren't sure. Nergal remained their living bioreactor. Sachs was teaching them soil chemistry during the mornings when he was teacher, and he even took them out of the schoolroom occasionally to work in the soil labs, introducing biomass to the sand and then wheelbarrowing it to the greenhouses or the beach. It was fun work, but it tended to pass through Nergal as if he were asleep. He would catch sight of Simon outside, stubbornly taking a walk, and he would forget whatever they were doing. Despite the treatment, Simon's steps were slow and stiff. He walked bow-legged, in fact, his legs swinging forward with very little bend to them. Once Nergal caught up to him and stood beside him on the last dune before the beach. Sandpipers were charging up and down the wet strand, chased by white tapestries of foaming water. Simon pointed at the herd of black sheep cropping grass between dunes. His arm rose like a bamboo crossbar. The sheep's frosted breath poured onto the grass. Simon said something that Nergal didn't catch. His lips were stiff now, and some words he was finding hard to pronounce. Perhaps it was this that was making him quieter than ever. Now he tried again, and then again. But no matter how hard he tried, Nergal couldn't guess what he was saying. Finally, Simon gave up trying and shrugged, and they were left looking at each other, mute and helpless. When Nergal played with the other kids, they both took him in and kept their distance so that he moved in a kind of circle. Sachs admonished him mildly for his absent-mindedness in class. "Concentrate on the moment," he would say, forcing Nergal to recite the loops of the nitrogen cycle, or to shove his hands deep into the wet black soil they were working on, instructing him to knead it, to break up the long strings of diatom blooms, and the fungi and lichen and algae and all the invisible microbacteria they had grown, to distribute them through the rusty clods of grit. Get it distributed as regularly as possible. Pay attention. That's it. Nothing but this. Thisness is a very important quality. Look at the structures on the microscope screen. That clear one like a rice grain is a chemolithotroph, Thiobacillus denitrificans, and there's a chunk of sulfides. Now, what will result when the former eats the latter? It oxidizes the sulfur and denitrifies, which is nitrates into nitrogen, from the ground into the air. Very good. A very useful microbe, that. So Sachs forced him to pay attention to the moment, but the price was high. He found himself exhausted at midday when school was over. It was hard to do things in the afternoon. Then they asked him to give more marrow for Simon, who lay in the hospital mute and embarrassed, his eyes apologizing to Nergal, who steeled himself to smile, to put his fingers around Simon's bamboo forearm. "It's all right," he said cheerily, and lay down. Although surely Simon was doing something wrong, was weak or lazy or somehow wanted to be sick. There was no other way to explain it. They stuck the needle in Nergal's arm, and it went numb. Stuck the IV needle in the back of his hand, and after a while it too went numb. He lay back, part of the fabric of the hospital, trying to go as numb as he could. Part of him could feel the big marrow needle pushing against his upper arm bone. No pain, no feeling in his flesh at all, just a pressure on the bone. Then it let up, and he knew the needle had penetrated to the soft inside of his bone. This time the process didn't help at all. Simon was useless. He stayed in the hospital continually. Nergal visited him there from time to time, and they played a weather game on Simon's screen, tapping buttons for dice rolls and exclaiming when the roll of 1 or 12 cast them abruptly onto another quadrant of Mars, one with a whole new climate. Simon's laugh, never more than a chuckle, had diminished now to just a little smile. Nergal's arm hurt, and he slept poorly, tossing through the nights and waking hot and sweaty and frightened for no reason. Then one night Hiroko woke him from the depths of slumber and led him down the winding staircase and over to the hospital. He leaned groggily against her, unable to wake fully. She was as impassive as ever, but had her arm around his shoulders, holding him with surprising strength. When they passed Anne sitting in the hospital's outer room, something in the slope of Anne's shoulders caused Nergal to wonder why Hiroko was here in the village at night, and he struggled to wake fully, touched by dread. The hospital's bedroom was overlit, sharp-edged, pulsing as if glories were trying to burst out of everything. Simon lay with his head on a white pillow. His skin was pale and waxy. He looked 1,000 years old. He turned his head and saw Nergal. His dark eyes searched Nergal's face with a hungry look, as if he were trying to find a way into Nergal, a way to jump across into him. Nergal shivered and held the dark, intense gaze, thinking, "Okay, come into me. Do it if you want. Do it." But there was no way across. They both saw that. They both relaxed. A little smile passed over Simon's face, and he reached over with an effort and held Nergal's hand. Now his eyes darted back and forth, searching Nergal's face with a completely different expression, as if he were trying to find words that would help Nergal in the years to come, that would pass across whatever it was that Simon had learned. But that, too, was impossible. Again, they both saw it. Simon would have to give Nergal to his fate, whatever it was. There was no way to help. "Be good," he whispered finally, and Hiroko led Nergal out of the room. She took him through the dark back up to his room, and he fell into a deep sleep. Simon died sometime during the night. It was the first funeral in Zygote, and the first for all the children, but the adults knew what to do. They met in one of the greenhouses among the workbenches, and they sat in a circle around the long box holding Simon's body. They passed around a flask of rice liquor, and everyone filled their neighbor's cup. They drank the fiery stuff down, and the old ones walked around the box holding hands, and then they sat in a knot around Anne and Peter. Maya and Nadia sat by Anne with their arms around her shoulders. Anne appeared stunned, Peter disconsolate. Jürgen and Maya told stories about Simon's legendary taciturnity. "One time," Maya said, "we were in a rover, and an oxygen canister blew out and knocked a hole in the cabin roof, and we were all running around screaming, and Simon had been outside, and he picked up a rock just the right size and jumped up and dropped it in the hole and plugged it. And afterward we were all talking like crazy people and working to make a real plug, and suddenly we realized Simon still hadn't said anything, and we all stopped working and looked at him, and he said, 'That was close.'" They laughed. Vlad said, "Or remember the time we gave out mock awards in Underhill and Simon got one for Best Video, and he went up to accept the award and said, 'Thank you,' and started to return to his seat, and then he stopped and went back up to the podium as if something had occurred to him to say, which got our attention naturally, and he cleared his throat and said, 'Thank you very much.'" Anne almost laughed at that, and stood and led them out into the frigid air. The old ones carried the box down to the beach, and everyone else followed. It was snowing through mist when they took his body out and buried it deep in the sand, just above the wave's high-water mark. They slid the board out of the top of the long box and burned Simon's name onto it with Nadia's soldering iron and stuck the board in the first dune. Now Simon would be part of the carbon cycle, food for bacteria and crabs, and then sandpipers and gulls, thus slowly melting into the biomass under the dome. This was how one was buried. And sure, part of it was comforting, to spread out into one's world, to disperse into it. But to end as a self, to go away. They all were walking under the dim dome, having buried Simon in sand, trying to behave as if reality hadn't suddenly ripped apart and snatched one of them away. Nergal couldn't believe it. They straggled back into the village, blowing on their hands, talking in subdued voices. Nergal drew near Vlad and Ursula, longing for reassurance of some kind. Ursula was sad, and Vlad was trying to cheer her up. "He lived more than 100 years. We can't go around thinking his death was premature, or it makes a mockery of all those poor people who died at 50 or 20 or 1. "But it was still premature," Ursula said stubbornly. "With the treatments, who knows, he might have lived 1,000 years. "I'm not so sure. It looks to me like the treatments aren't in fact penetrating to every part of our bodies. And with all the radiation we've taken on, we may have more troubles than we thought at first." "Maybe. But if we had been at Acheron with the whole crew and a bioreactor and all our facilities, I bet we would have saved him. And then you can't say how many more years he might have had. I call that premature." She went off to be by herself. That night, Nergal couldn't sleep at all. He kept feeling the transfusions, seeing every moment of them, and imagining that there had been some kind of backwash in the system so that he had been infected with the disease, or contaminated by touch alone. Why not? Or just by that last look in Simon's eye. So that he had caught the disease they couldn't stop and would die. Stiffen up, go mute, stop, and go away. That was death. His heart pounded, and a sweat broke through his skin, and he cried with the fear of it. There was no avoiding it, and it was horrible, horrible no matter when it happened. Horrible that the cycle itself should work the way it did, that it should go around and around and around while they lived only once and then died forever. Why live at all? It was too strange, too horrible, and so he shivered through the long night, his mind gone cyclonic with the fear of death. After that, he found it extremely hard to concentrate. He felt as if he was always at a remove from things, as if he had slipped into the white world and couldn't quite touch the green one. Hiroko noticed this problem and suggested he go with Coyote on one of his trips out. Nergal was shocked by the idea, having never been more than a walk away from Zygote. But Hiroko insisted. He was 7 years old, she said, and about to become a man. Time he saw a bit of the surface world. A few weeks later, Coyote dropped by, and when he left again, Nergal was with him, seated in the co-pilot's seat of his boulder car and goggling out the low windshield at the purple arch of evening sky. Coyote turned the car around to give him a view of the great glowing pink wall of the polar cap which arced across the horizon like an enormous rising moon. "It's hard to believe something that big could ever melt," Nergal said. "It will take a while." They drove north at a sedate pace. The boulder car was stealthed, covered by a hollowed-out rock shell that was thermally regulated to stay the same temperature as its surroundings, and it had a no-track device on the front axle to read the terrain and pass the information to the back axle, where scraper-shapers plowed their wheel tracks, returning the sand and rock to whatever shape they had had before their passing, so they could not race along. For a long time they traveled in silence, though Coyote's silence was not the same as Simon's had been. He hummed, he muttered, he talked in a low sing-song voice to his AI, in a language that sounded like English, but was not comprehensible. Nergal tried to concentrate on the limited view out the window, feeling awkward and shy. The region around the South Polar Cap was a series of broad, flat terraces, and they descended from one to the next by routes that seemed programmed into the car, down terrace after terrace, until it seemed the polar cap must be sitting on a kind of huge pedestal. Nergal stared into the dark, impressed by the size of the things, but happy, too, that it wasn't absolutely overwhelming, as his first walk out had been. That had happened a long time ago, but he could still remember the staggering astonishment of it perfectly. This was not like that. "It doesn't seem as big as I thought it would," he said. "I guess it's the curvature of the land, it being such a small planet and all." As the lectern said. "The horizon isn't any farther away than one side of Zygote to the other." "Uh-huh," Coyote said, giving him a look. "You better not let Big Man hear you say such a thing. He'd kick your ass for that." Then, "Who's your father, boy?" "I don't know. Hiroko is my mother." Coyote snorted. "Hiroko takes the matriarchy too far, if you ask me." "Have you told her that?" "You bet I have, but Hiroko only listens to me when I say things she wants to hear," he cackled. "Same as with everyone, right?" Nergal nodded, a grin splitting his attempt to be impassive. "You want to find out who your father is?" "Sure." Actually, he wasn't sure. The concept of father meant little to him, and he was afraid it would turn out to be Simon. Peter was like an older brother to him, after all. "They've got the equipment in Vishniak. We can try there if you want." Coyote shook his head. "Hiroko is so strange. When I met her, you would never have guessed it would come to this. Of course, we were young then, almost as young as you are, though you will find that hard to credit." Which was true. "When I met her, she was just a young eco-engineering student, smart as a whip and sexy as a cat. None of this mother goddess of the world stuff. But by and by, she started to read books that were not her technical manuals, and it went on, and by the time she got to Mars, she was crazy. Before, actually, which is lucky for me, as that is why I'm here. But Hiroko, oh my! She was convinced that all human history had gone wrong at the start. At the dawn of civilization, she would say to me very seriously, there was Crete and Sumeria, and Crete had a peaceful trading culture run by women and filled with art and beauty. A utopia, in fact, where the men were acrobats who jumped bulls all day and women all night, and got the women pregnant and worshipped them, and everyone was happy. It sounds good, except for the bulls. while Sumeria, on the other hand, was ruled by men who invented war and conquered everything in sight and started all the slave empires that have come since. And no one knew, Hiroko said, what might have happened if these two civilizations had had a chance to contest the rule of the world because a volcano blew Crete to Kingdom Come, and the world passed into Sumeria's hands and has never left it to this day. If only that volcano had been in Sumeria, she used to tell me, everything would be different, and maybe it's true, because history could hardly get any blacker than it has been. Nergal was surprised at this characterization. But now, he ventured, we're starting again. That's right, boy. We are the primitives of an unknown civilization, living in our own little techno-Minoan matriarchy. Ha! I like it fine, myself. Seems to me the power that our women have taken on was never that interesting to begin with. Power is one half of the yoke. Don't you remember that from the stuff I made you kids read? Master and slave wear the yoke together. Anarchy is the only true freedom. So, well, whatever women do, it seems to go against them. If they're men's cows, then they work till they drop. But if they're our queens and goddesses, then they only work the harder because they still have to do the cow work and then the paperwork, too. No way. Just be thankful you're a man and as free as the sky. It was a peculiar way to think of things, Nergal thought. But clearly it was one way to deal with the fact of Jackie's beauty, of her immense power over his mind. And so Nergal ducked low in his seat and stared out the window at the white stars in the black, thinking, free as the sky, free as the sky. It was LS4, 2 March the 22nd, M year 32, and the southern days were getting shorter. Coyote drove their car hard every night over intricate and invisible paths through terrain that got more and more rugged the farther they got from the polar cap. They stopped to rest during the daylight and drove the rest of the time. Nergal tried to stay awake, but inevitably slept through part of every drive and through part of every day's stop as well, until he became thoroughly confused in both time and space. But when he was awake, he was almost always looking out the window at the ever-changing surface of Mars. He couldn't get enough of it. In the layered terrain, there was an infinite array of patterns, the stratified stacks of sand fluted by the wind until each dune was cut like a bird's wing. When the layered terrain finally ran out onto exposed bedrock, the laminate dunes became individual sand islands scattered over a jumbled plain of outcroppings and clusters of rock. It was red rock everywhere he looked. Rock sized from gravel to immense boulders that sat like buildings on the land. The sand islands were tucked into every dip and hollow in this rockscape, and they also clustered around the feet of big knots of boulders and on the lee sides of low scarps and in the interiors of craters. And there were craters everywhere. They first appeared as two bumps rolling over the sky sill, which quickly proved to be the connected outer points of a low ridge. They passed scores of these flat-topped hills, some steep and sharp, others low and nearly buried, still others with their rims broken by smaller later impacts, so that one could see right into the sand drifts filling them. One night, just before dawn, Coyote stopped the car. "Something wrong?" "No, we've reached Ray's Lookout, and I want you to see it. Sun'll be up in an hour." So they sat in the pilot's seats and watched the dawn. "How old are you, boy?" "7. "What's that, 13 Earth years? 14? "I guess." "Wow, you're already taller than me." "Uh-huh." Nergal refrained from pointing out that this didn't imply any great height. "How old are you?" 109. Ah, ha, ha! You best shut your eyes or they'll pop out of your head. Don't you look at me like that. I was old the day I was born, and I'll be young the day I die. They drowsed as the sky on the eastern skyline turned a deep purply blue. Coyote hummed a little tune to himself, sounding as if he had eaten a tab of Omegendorf, as he often did in the evenings at Zygote. Gradually it became clear that the sky sill was very far away and also very high. Nergal had never seen lands so far away, and it seemed to curve around them as well, a black curving wall that lay an immense distance off over a black rocky plain. "Hey, Coyote!" he exclaimed. "What is this?" "Ha!" Coyote said, sounding deeply satisfied. The sky lightened, and the sun suddenly cracked the upper edge of the distant wall, blasting Nergal's vision for a while. But as the sun rose, the shadows on the huge semicircular cliff gave way in wedges of light that revealed sharp, ragged embayments, scalloping the larger curve of the wall, which was so big that Nergal simply gasped, his nose pressed right against the windshield. It was almost frightening, it was so big. "Coyote, what is it?" Coyote let out one of his alarming laughs, the animal cackle filling the car. "So you see it isn't such a small world after all, eh, boy? This is the floor of Promethei Basin. It's an impact basin, one of the biggest on Mars, almost as big as our gyre, but it hit down here near the South Pole, so about half of its rim has since been buried under the polar cap and the layered terrain. The other half is this curved escarpment here." He waved a hand expansively. "Kind of like a super big caldera, but only half there, so you can drive right into it. This little rise is the best place I know for seeing it." He called up a map of the region and pointed. "We're on the apron of this little crater here, VT, and looking northwest. The cliff is Promethei Rupees there. It's about 1 kilometer high. Of course, the Ekus Cliff is 3 kilometers high, and the Olympus Mons Cliff is 6 kilometers high. Do you hear that, Mr. Small Planet? But this baby will have to do for this morning." The sun rose higher, illuminating the great curve of the cliff from above. It was deeply cut by ravines and smaller craters. "Prometheus Sanctuary is in the side of that big indentation there," Coyote said, and pointed to the left side of the curve. "Crater WJ." As they waded through the long day, Nergal looked at the gigantic cliff almost continuously, and each time it looked different as the shadows shortened and shifted, revealing new features and obscuring others. It would have taken years of looking to see it all, and he found he couldn't overcome the feeling that the wall was unnaturally or even impossibly huge. Coyote was right. The tight horizons had fooled him. He hadn't imagined the world could be so big. That night they drove into Crater WJ, one of the biggest embayments in the giant wall, and then they reached the curving cliff of Promethei Rupees. The cliff towered over them like the vertical side of the universe itself. The polar cap was nothing compared to this rock mass, which meant that the Olympus Mons Cliff that Coyote had mentioned would have to be... He didn't know how to think it. Down at the foot of the cliff, at a spot where unbroken rock dropped almost vertically into flat sand, there was a recessed locked door. Inside was the sanctuary called Prometheus, a collection of wide chambers stacked like the rooms of a bamboo house, with in-curving filtered windows overlooking Crater WJ and the larger basin beyond. The inhabitants of the sanctuary spoke French, and so did Coyote when talking to them. They were not as old as Coyote or the other Issei, but they were pretty old and of Terran height, which meant they mostly looked up to Nergal while speaking very hospitably to him in fluent but accented English. "So you are Nergal. Enchanté. We have heard of you. We are happy to meet you." A group of them showed him around, while Coyote did other things. Their sanctuary was very unlike Zygote. It was, to put it plainly, nothing but rooms. There were several large ones stacked by the wall, with smaller ones at the back of these. 3 of the window rooms were greenhouses, and all the rooms throughout the refuge were kept very warm and filled with plants and wall hangings and statuary and fountains. To Nergal it seemed confining and much too hot and utterly fascinating. But they only stayed a day, and then they drove Coyote's car into a big elevator and sat in it for an hour. When Coyote drove out the opposite door, they were on top of the rugged plateau that lay behind Promethei Rupees, and here Nergal was once again shocked. When they had been down at Ray's lookout, the great cliff had formed a limit to what they could see, and he had been able to comprehend it. But on top of the cliff looking back down, the distances were so great that Nergal couldn't grasp what he saw. It was nothing but a blurry, vertiginous mass of blobs and patches of color. White, purple, brown, tan, rust, white. It made him queasy. "Storm coming in," Coyote said, and suddenly Nergal saw that the colors above them were a fleet of tall, solid clouds sailing through a violet sky with the sun well to the west, the clouds whitish above and infinitely lobed but dark gray on their bottoms. These cloud bottoms were closer to their heads than the ground of the basin, and they were level, as if rolling over a transparent floor. The world below was nothing so even, mottled tan and chocolate. Ah, those were the shadows of the clouds, visibly moving. And that white crescent out in the middle of things was the polar cap. They could see all the way home. Recognizing the ice gave him the final bit of perspective needed to make sense of things, and the blobs of color stabilized into a bumpy, uneven, ringed landscape modeled by moving cloud shadows. This dizzying act of cognition had only taken Nergal a few seconds, but when he finished he saw that Coyote was watching him with a big grin. "Just how far can we see, Coyote? How many kilometers?" Coyote only cackled. "Ask Big Man, boy, or figure it out for yourself. What, 300K? Something like that. A hop and a jump for the big one. 1,000 empires for the little ones." "I want to run it." "I'm sure you do. Oh, look, there! From the clouds over the ice cap, lightning, see it? Those little flickers are lightning." And there they were, bright threads of light appearing and disappearing soundlessly, one or two every few seconds, connecting black clouds with white ground. He was seeing lightning at last with his own eyes, the white world sparkling into the green, jolting it. "There's nothing like a big storm," Coyote was saying. "Nothing like it. Oh, to be out in the wind. We made that storm, boy, although I think I could make an even bigger one." But a bigger one was beyond Nergal's ability to imagine. What lay below them was cosmically vast, electric, shot with color, windy with spaciousness. He was actually a bit relieved when Coyote turned their car around and drove off, and the blurry view disappeared, the edge of the cliff becoming a new sky sill behind them. Just what is lightning again? Well, lightning... Shit. I must confess that lightning is one of the phenomena in this world that I cannot hold the explanation for in my head. People have told me, but it always slips away. Electricity, of course. Something about electrons or ions, positive and negative, charges building up in thunderheads, discharging to the ground, or both up and down at once, I seem to recall. Who knows? Kaboom! That's lightning, eh? The white world and the green, rubbing together, snapping with the friction. Of course. There were several sanctuaries on the plateau north of Promethei Rupees, some hidden in escarpment walls and crater rims, like Nadia's tunneling project outside Zygote, but others simply sitting in craters under clear tent domes, there for any sky police to see. The first time Coyote drove up to the rim of one of these and they looked down through the clear tent dome onto a village under the stars, Nergal had been once again amazed, though it was amazement of a lesser order than that engendered by the landscape. Buildings like the school and the bathhouse and the kitchen, trees, greenhouses, it was all basically familiar. But how could they get away with it, out in the open like this? It was disconcerting. And so full of people, of strangers. Nergal had known in theory that there were a lot of people in the southern sanctuaries, 5,000 as they said, all defeated rebels of the 2061 war, but it was something else again to meet so many of them so fast and see that it was really true. And staying in the unhidden settlements made him extremely nervous. "How can they do it?" he asked Coyote. "Why aren't they arrested and taken away?" "You got me, boy. It's possible they could be, but they haven't been yet, and so they don't think it's worth the trouble to hide. You know, it takes a tremendous effort to hide. You gotta do all that thermal disposal engineering and electronic hardening, and you gotta keep out of sight all the time. It's a pain in the ass. And some people down here just don't want to do it. They call themselves the demi-monde. They have plans for if they're ever investigated or invaded. Most of them have escape tunnels like ours, and some even have some weapons stashed away. But they figure that if they're out on the surface, there's no reason to be checked out in the first place. The folks in Christianopolis just told the UN straight out that they came down here to get out of the net. But I agree with Hiroko on this one, that some of us have to be a little more careful than that. The UN is out to get the first 100, if you ask me, and it's family, too, unfortunately for you kids. Anyway, now the resistance includes the underground and the demi-monde, and having the open towns is a big help to the hidden sanctuaries, so I'm glad they're here. At this point, we depend on them. Coyote was welcomed effusively in this town, as he was everywhere, whether the settlement was hidden or exposed. He settled into a corner of a big garage on the crater rim and conducted a continuous, brisk exchange of goods, including seed stocks, software, light bulbs, spare parts, and small machines. These he gave out after long consultations with their hosts in bargaining sessions that Nergal couldn't understand. And then, after a brief tour of the crater floor, where the village looked surprisingly like Zygote under a brilliant purple dome, they were off again. On the drives between sanctuaries, Coyote didn't explain his bargaining sessions very effectively. I'm saving these people from their own ridiculous notion of economics, that's what I'm doing. A gift economy is all very well, but it isn't organized enough for our situation. There are critical items that everyone has to have, so people have to give, which is a contradiction, right? So I'm trying to work out a rational system. Actually, Vlad and Marina are working it out, and I'm trying to implement it, which means I get all the grief. And this system? Well, it's a sort of two-track thing, where they can still give all they want, but the necessities are given values and distributed properly. And good God, you wouldn't believe some of the arguments I get in. People can be such fools. I try to make sure it all adds up to a stable ecology, like one of Hiroko's systems, with every sanctuary filling its niche and providing its specialty. And what do I get for it? Abuse. That's what I get. Radical abuse. I try to stop potlatching, and they call me a robber baron. I try to stop hoarding, and they call me a fascist. The fools. What are they going to do when none of them are self-sufficient and half of them are crazy paranoid? He sighed theatrically. So, anyway, we're making progress. Christianopolis makes light bulbs, and Moss Hyde grows new kinds of plants, as you saw, and Bogdanov Vishniak makes everything big and difficult, like reactor rods and stealth vehicles and most of the big robots, and your Zygote makes scientific instrumentation and so on, and I spread them around. Are you the only one doing that? Almost. They're mostly self-sufficient, actually, except for these few criticalities. They all got programs and seeds. That's the basic necessities. And besides, it's important that not too many people know where all the hidden sanctuaries are. Nergal digested the implications of this as they drove through the night. Coyote went on about the hydrogen peroxide standard and the nitrogen standard, a new system of Vlad and Marina's, and Nergal did his best to follow, but found it hard going, either because the concepts were difficult, or else because Coyote spent most of his explanations fulminating over the difficulties he encountered in certain sanctuaries. Nergal decided to ask Sax or Nadia about it when he got home, and stopped listening. The land they were crossing now was dominated by crater rings, the newer ones overlapping and even burying older ones. This is called saturation cratering. Very ancient ground. A lot of the craters had no raised rims at all, but were simply shallow, flat-bottomed round holes in the ground. What happened to the rims? Worn away. By what? Anne says ice and wind. She says as much as a kilometer was stripped off the southern highlands over time. That would take away everything. But then more came back. This is old land. In between craters, the land was covered with loose rock, and it was unbelievably uneven. There were dips, rises, hollows, knolls, trenches, grabens, uplifts, hills and dales, never even a moment's flatness, except on crater rims and occasional low ridges, both of which Coyote used as roads when he could. But the track he followed over this lumpy landscape was still torturous, and Nergal couldn't believe it was memorized. He said as much, and Coyote laughed. "What do you mean, memorized? We're lost!" But not really, or not for long. A mohole plume appeared over the horizon, and Coyote drove for it. "Knew it all along," he muttered. "This is Vishniak Mohole. It's a vertical shaft a kilometer across dug straight down into the bedrock. There were 4 moholes started around the 75-degree latitude line, and 2 of them are no longer occupied, even by robots. Vishniak is one of the 2, and it's been taken over by a bunch of Bogdanovists who live down inside it." He laughed. "It's a wonderful idea, because they can dig into the side wall along the road to the bottom, and down there they can put out as much heat as they want, and no one can tell that it's not just more mohole outgassing. So they can build anything they like, even process uranium for reactor fuel rods. It's an entire little industrial city now. Also one of my favorite places. Very big on partying." He drove them into one of the many small trenches cutting the land, then braked and tapped at his screen, and a big rock swung out from the side of the trench, revealing a black tunnel. Coyote drove into the tunnel, and the rock door closed behind them. Nergal had thought he was beyond surprise at this point, but he watched round-eyed as they drove down the tunnel, its rough rock walls just outside the edges of the boulder car. It seemed to go on forever. "They've dug a number of approach tunnels so that the mohole itself can look completely unvisited. We have about 20 kilometers to go." Eventually, Coyote turned off the headlights. Their car rolled out into the dim eggplant black of night. They were on a steep road, apparently spiraling down the wall of the mohole. Their instrument panel lights were like tiny lanterns, and looking through his reflected image, Nergal could see that the road was 4 or 5 times as wide as the car. The full extent of the mohole itself was impossible to see, but by the curve of the road he could tell that it was immense. "Are you sure we're turning at the right speed?" he said anxiously. "I'm trusting the automatic pilot," Coyote said, irritated. "It's bad luck to discuss it." The car rolled down the road. After more than an hour's descent, there was a beep from the instrument panel, and the car turned into the curving wall of rock to their left, and there was a garage tube clanking against their outer locked door. Inside the garage, a group of 20 or so people greeted them and took them past a line of tall rooms to a cavern-like chamber. The rooms that the Bogdanovists had excavated into the side of the mohole were big, much bigger than those at Prometheus. The back rooms were 10 meters high as a rule, and in some cases 200 meters deep. And the main cavern rivaled Zygote itself, with big windows facing out onto the hole. Looking sideways through the window, Nergal saw that the glass seen from the outside looked like the rock face. The filtered coatings must have been clever indeed, because as the morning arrived, its light poured in very brightly. The window's view was limited to the far wall of the mohole and a gibbous patch of sky above, but they gave the rooms a wonderful sense of spaciousness and light, a feeling of being under the sky that Zygote couldn't match. Through that first day, Nergal was taken in hand by a small, dark-skinned man named Hylele, who led him through the rooms and interrupted people at their work to introduce him. People were friendly. "You must be one of Hiroko's kids, eh? Oh, you're Nergal. Very nice to meet you. Hey, John, Coyote's here. Party tonight." And they showed him what they were doing, leading him back into smaller rooms behind the ones fronting the mohole, where there were farms under bright light and manufactories that seemed to extend back into the rock forever. And all of it very warm, as in a bathhouse, so that Nergal was constantly sweating. "Where did you put all the excavated rock?" he asked Hylele, for one of the convenient things about cutting a dome under the polar cap, Hiroko had said, was that the excavated dry ice had simply been gassed off. "It's lining the road near the bottom of the mohole," Hylele told him, pleased at the question. He seemed pleased with all Nergal's questions, as did everyone else. People in Vishniac seemed happy in general, a rowdy crowd who always partied to celebrate Coyote's arrival, one excuse among many, Nergal gathered. Hyleli took a call on the wrist from Coyote and led Nergal into a lab where they took a bit of skin from his finger. Then they made their way slowly back to the big cavern and joined the crowd lining up by the kitchen windows at the back. After eating a big spicy meal of beans and potatoes, they began to party in the cavern room. A huge, undisciplined steel drum band with a fluctuating membership played rhythmic staccato melodies, and people danced to them for hours, pausing from time to time to drink an atrocious liquor called Kava Java or join a variety of games on one side of the room. After trying the Kava Java and swallowing a tab of a Meggendorf given to him by Coyote, Nergal ran in place while playing a bass drum with the band, then sat on top of a small grassy mound in the center of the chamber, feeling too drunk to stand. Coyote had been drinking steadily, but had no such problem. He was dancing wildly, hopping high off his toes and laughing. "You'll never know the joy of your own G, boy," he shouted at Nergal. "You'll never know." People came by and introduced themselves, sometimes asking Nergal to exhibit his warming touch. A group of girls his age put his hands to their cheeks, which they had chilled with their drinks, and when he warmed them up they laughed round-eyed and invited him to warm other parts of them. He got up and danced with them instead, feeling loose and dizzy, running in little circles to discharge some of the energy in him. When he returned to the knoll, buzzing, Coyote came weaving over and sat heavily beside him. "So fine to dance in this G. I never get over it." He regarded Nergal with a cross-eyed glare, his gray dreadlocks falling all over his head, and Nergal noticed again that his face seemed to have cracked somehow, perhaps been broken at the jaw, so that one side was broader than the other. Something like that. Nergal gulped at the sight. Coyote took him by the shoulder and shook him hard. "It seems that I am your father, boy," he exclaimed. "You're kidding." An electric flush ran down Nergal's spine and out his face as the two of them stared at each other, and he marveled at how the white world could shock the green one so thoroughly, like lightning pulsing through flesh. They clutched each other. "I am not kidding," Coyote said. They stared at each other. "No wonder you're so smart," Coyote said, and laughed hilariously. "Ah, ha, 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 wow! I hope it's okay with you." "Sure," Nergal said, grinning, but uncomfortable. He didn't know Coyote well, and the concept of father was even vaguer to him than that of mother, so he wasn't really sure what he felt. Genetic inheritance, sure, but what was that? They all got their genes somewhere, and the genes of ectogenes were transgenic anyway, or so they said. But Coyote, though he cursed Hiroko in 100 different ways, seemed to be pleased. "That vixen, that tyrant! Matriarchy my ass! She's crazy! It amazes me the things she does. Although this has a certain justice to it, yes, it does, because Hiroko and I were an item back in the dawn of time when we were young in England. That's the reason I'm here on Mars at all, a stowaway in her closet my whole fucking life long." He laughed and clapped Nergal on the shoulder again. "Well, boy, you'll know better how you like the idea later on." He went back out to dance, leaving Nergal to think it over. Watching Coyote's gyrations, Nergal could only shake his head. He didn't know what to think, and at the moment thinking anything at all was remarkably difficult. Better to dance or seek out the baths. But they had no public baths. He ran around in circles on the dance floor, making his running a kind of dance, and later he returned to the same mound, and a group of the locals gathered around him and Coyote. "Like being the father of the Dalai Lama, eh? Don't you get a name for that?" "To hell with you, man. Like I was saying, Anne says they stopped digging these 75-degree moleholes because the lithosphere is thinner down here." Coyote nodded portentously. "I want to go to one of the decommissioned moleholes and start up its robots again and see if they dig down far enough to start a volcano." Everyone laughed, but one woman shook her head. "If you do that, they'll come down here to check it out. If you're going to do it, you should go north and hit one of the 60-degree moleholes. They're decommissioned, too." But the lithosphere up there is thicker, Ann says. Sure, but the moholes are deeper, too. Coyote said. And the conversation moved on to more serious matters, mostly the inevitable topics of shortages and developments in the north. But at the end of that week, when they left Vishniak by way of a different and longer tunnel, they headed north, and all Coyote's previous plans had been thrown out the window. That's the story of my life, boy. On the fifth night of driving over the jumbled highlands of the south, Coyote slowed the rover and circled the edge of a big old crater, subdued almost to the level of the surrounding plain. From a defile in the ancient rim, one could see that the sandy crater floor was marred by a giant round black hole. This, apparently, was what a mohole looked like from the surface. A plume of thin frost stood in the air a few hundred meters over the hole, appearing from nothing, like a magician's trick. The edge of the mohole was beveled so that there was a band of concrete funneling down at about a 45-degree angle. It was hard to say how big this coping band was, because the mohole made it seem like no more than a strip. There was a high-wire fence at its outer edge. Coyote said, staring out the windshield. He backed up in the defile and parked, then slipped into a walker. Back soon, he said, and hopped into the lock. It was a long, anxious night for Nergal. He barely slept and was in an intensifying agony of worry the next morning when he saw Coyote appear outside the Boulder car lock just before 7 a.m. when the sun was about to rise. He was ready to complain about the length of this disappearance, but when Coyote got inside and got his helmet off, it was obvious he was in a foul temper. While they sat out the day, he tapped away at his AI in an absorbed conference, cursing vilely, oblivious to his hungry young charge. Nergal went ahead and heated meals for them both, and then napped uneasily and woke when the rover jerked forward. I'm going to try going in through the gate, Coyote said. That's quite the security they have on that hole. One more night should see it either way. He circled the crater and parked on the far rim, and at dusk once again left on foot. Again, he was gone all night, and again Nergal found it very difficult to sleep. He wondered what he was supposed to do if Coyote didn't return. And indeed, he was not back by dawn. The day that followed was the longest of Nergal's life without a question, and at the end of it, he had no idea what he was going to do. Try to rescue Coyote? Try to drive back to Zygote or Vishniak? Go down to the mohole and give himself up to whatever mysterious security system had eaten up Coyote? All seemed impossible. But an hour after sunset, Coyote tapped the car with his tick-tick-tick, and then he was inside, his face a furious mask. He drank a liter of water, and then most of another, and blew out his lips in disgust. Let's get the fuck out of here, he said. After a couple of hours of silent driving, Nergal thought to change the subject, or at least enlarge it, and he said, Coyote, how long do you think we will have to stay hidden? Don't call me Coyote! I'm not Coyote! Coyote is out there in the back of the hills breathing the air already and doing what he wants, the bastard! My name is Desmond. You call me Desmond, understand? Okay, Nergal said, afraid. As for how long we will have to stay hiding, I think it will be forever. They drove back south to Rayleigh Mohole, where Coyote, he didn't seem to be a Desmond, had thought to go in the first place. This mohole was truly abandoned, an unlit hole in the highlands, its thermal plume standing over it like the ghost of a monument. They could drive right into the empty sand-covered parking lot and garage at its rim between a small fleet of robot vehicles shrouded by tarpaulins and sand drifts. This is more like it, Coyote muttered. Here, we've got to take a look down inside it. Come on, get into your walker. It was strange to be out in the wind, standing on the rim of such an enormous gap in things. They looked over a chest-high wall and saw the beveled concrete band that rimmed the hole, dropping at an angle for about 200 meters. In order to see down the shaft proper, they had to walk about a kilometer down a curving road cut into the concrete band. There they could stop at last and look over the road's edge down into blackness. Coyote stood right on the edge, which made Nergal nervous. He got on his hands and knees to look over. No sign of a bottom. They might as well have been looking into the center of the planet. 20 kilometers, Coyote said over the intercom. He held a hand out over the edge, and Nergal did too. He could feel the updraft. Okay, let's see if we can get the robots going. And they hiked back up the road. Coyote had spent many of their daytime hours studying old programs on his AI, and now, with the hydrogen peroxide from their trailer pumped into two of the robot behemoths in the parking lot, he plugged into their control panels and went at it. When he was done, he was satisfied they would perform as required at the bottom of the mohole, and they watched the two, with wheels 4 times as tall as Coyote's car, roll off down the curving road. "All right," Coyote said, cheering up again. "They'll use their solar panel power to process their own peroxide explosives and their own fuel as well, and go at it slow and steady until maybe they hit something hot. We just may have started a volcano." "Is that good?" Coyote laughed wildly. "I don't know, but no one's ever done it before, so it has that at least to recommend it." They returned to their scheduled travel among sanctuaries both hidden and open, and Coyote went around saying, "We started up Rayleigh Mohole last week. Have you seen a volcano yet?" No one had seen it. Rayleigh seemed to be behaving much as before, its thermal plume undisturbed. "Well, maybe it didn't work," Coyote would say. "Maybe it will take some time. On the other hand, if that mohole was now floored with molten lava, how would you be able to tell?" "We could tell," people said, and some added, "Why would you do something as stupid as that? You might as well call up the Transitional Authority and tell them to come down here to look for us." So Coyote stopped bringing it up. They rolled on from sanctuary to sanctuary, Mouse Hide, Gramsci, Overhangs, Christianopolis. At each stop, Nergal was made welcome, and often people knew of him in advance, by reputation. Nergal was very surprised by the variety and number of sanctuaries forming together their strange world, half secret and half exposed. And if this world was only a small part of Martian civilization as a whole, what must the surface cities of the North be like? It was beyond his grasp, although it did seem to him that as the marvels of the journey continued, one after the next, his grasp was getting a bit larger. You couldn't just explode from amazement, after all. "Well," Coyote would say as they drove, he had taught Nergal how. "We may have started a volcano, and we may not have. But it was a new idea in any case. That's one of the greatest things about this, boy, this whole Martian project. It's all new." They headed south again until the ghostly wall of the polar cap loomed over the horizon. Soon they would be home again. Nergal thought of all the sanctuaries they had visited. "Do you really think we'll have to hide forever, Desmond?" "Desmond? Desmond? Who's this Desmond?" Coyote blew out his lips. "Oh, boy, I don't know. No one can know for sure. The people hiding out here were shoved out at a strange time when their way of life was threatened, and I'm not so sure it's that way anymore in the surface cities they're building in the north. The bosses on Earth learned their lesson, maybe, and people up there are more comfortable. Or maybe it's just that the elevator hasn't been replaced yet." "So there might not be another revolution?" "I don't know." "Or not until there's another space elevator?" "I don't know. But the elevator's coming, and they're building some big new mirrors out there so you can see them shining at night sometimes, or right around the sun. So anything might happen, I guess. But revolution is a rare thing, and a lot of them are reactionary anyway. Peasants have their tradition, you see, the values and habits that allow them to get by, but they live so close to the edge that rapid change can push them over it, and in those times it's not politics, but survival. I saw that myself when I was your age. Now the people sent here weren't poor, but they did have their own tradition, and like the poor, they were powerless. And when the influx of the 2050s hit, their tradition was wiped out. So they fought for what they had, and the truth is, they lost. You can't fight the powers that be anymore, especially here, because the weapons are too strong and our shelters are too fragile. We'd have to arm ourselves pretty good or something. So, you know, we're hiding, And they're flooding Mars with a new kind of crowd, people who are used to really tough conditions on Earth, so that things here don't strike them so bad. They get the treatment, and they're happy. We're not seeing so many people trying to get out into the sanctuaries like we did in the years before '61. There's some, but not many. As long as people have their entertainments, their own little tradition, they aren't going to lift a finger. But, Nergal said, and faltered. Coyote saw the expression on his face and laughed. Hey, who knows? Pretty soon now they'll have another elevator in place up on Pavonis Mons, and then very likely they'll start to screw things up all over again, those greedy bastards. And you young folks, maybe you won't want Earth calling the shots here. We'll see when the time comes. Meanwhile, we're having fun, right? We're keeping the flame. That night, Coyote stopped the car and told Nergal to suit up. They went out and stood on the sand, and Coyote turned him around so that he was facing north. Look at the sky. Nergal stood and watched, and saw a new star burst into existence, there over the northern horizon, growing in a matter of seconds to a long white-tailed comet flying west to east. When it was about halfway across the sky, the blazing head of the comet burst apart, and bright fragments scattered in every direction, white into black. "One of the ice asteroids!" Nergal exclaimed. Coyote snorted. "There's no surprising you, is there, boy? Well, I'll tell you something you didn't know. That was ice asteroid 2089C, and did you see how it blew up there at the end? That was a first. They did that on purpose. Blowing them up when they enter the atmosphere allows them to use bigger asteroids without endangering the surface, and that was my idea. I told them to do that myself. I put an anonymous suggestion in the AI at Greg's place when I was in there messing with their comm system, and they jumped on it. They're going to do them that way all the time now. There'll be one or two every season like that. They're thickening the atmosphere pretty fast. Look at how the stars are trembling. They used to do that all the nights of Earth. Ah, boy, it'll happen here all the time, too, someday. Air you can breathe like a bird in the sky. Maybe that will help us to change the order of things on this world. You can never tell about things like that." Nergal closed his eyes and saw red after-images of the ice meteor score his eyelids. Meteors like white fireworks, holes boring straight into the mantle, volcanoes. He turned and saw the coyote hopping over the plain, small and thin, his helmet strangely large on him, as if he were a mutant or a shaman wearing a sacred animal head, doing a changeling dance over the sand. This was the coyote, no doubt about it. His father. Then they had circumnavigated the world, albeit high in the southern hemisphere. The polar cap rose over the horizon and grew until they were under the overhang of ice, which didn't seem as tall as it had at the start of the journey. They circled the ice to home and drove into the hangar and got out of the little boulder car that had become so well known to Nergal in the previous 2 weeks, and walked stiffly through the locks and back down the long tunnel into the dome, and suddenly they were among all the familiar faces, being hugged and cosseted and questioned. Nergal shrank shyly from the attention, but there was no need. Coyote told all their stories for him, and he only had to laugh and deny responsibility for what they had done. Glancing past his kin, he saw how small his little world really was. The dome was less than 5 kilometers across and 250 meters high out over the lake. A small world. When the homecoming was over, he walked out in the early morning glow, feeling the happy nip of the air and looking closely at the buildings and bamboo stands of the village in its nest of hills and trees. It all looked so strange and small. Then he was out on the dunes and walking out to Hiroko's place with the gulls wheeling overhead, and he stopped frequently just to see things. He breathed in the chill kelp and salt scent of the beach. The intense familiarity of the scent triggered a million memories at once, and he knew he was home. But home had changed, or he had. Between the attempt to save Simon and the trip with Coyote, he had become a youth apart from the rest. The distinguishing adventures that he had so longed for had come, and their only result was to exile him from his friends. Jackie and Dao hung together more tightly than ever and acted like a shield between him and all the younger Sansei. Quickly, Nergal realized that he hadn't really wanted to be different after all. He only wanted to melt back into the closeness of his little pack and be one with his siblings. But when he came among them, they were silent, and Dao would lead them off after the most awkward encounters imaginable. And he was left to return to the adults, who began to keep him with them in the afternoons as a matter of course. Perhaps they meant to spare him some of his pack's hard treatment, but it only had the effect of marking him even more. There was no cure for it. One day, walking the beach unhappily in the gray and pewter twilight of a fall afternoon, it occurred to him that his childhood was gone. That was what this feeling was. He was something else now, neither adult nor child, a solitary being, a foreigner in his own country. The melancholy realization had a peculiar pleasure to it. One day after lunch, Jackie stayed behind with him and Hiroko, who had come in for the day to teach, and demanded to be included in her afternoon lesson. "Why should you teach him and not me?" "No reason," Hiroko said impassively. "Stay if you want. Get out your lectern and call up Thermal Engineering, page 1050. We'll model Zygote Dome, for example. Tell me, what is the warmest point under the dome?" Nergal and Jackie attacked the problem, competing and yet side by side. He was so happy she was there that he could hardly remember the problem, and Jackie raised a finger before he had even organized his thinking about it, and she laughed at him, a bit scornful but also pleased. Through all these enormous changes in them both, there remained in Jackie that capacity for infectious joy, that laughter from which it was so painful to be exiled. "Here is a question for next time," Hiroko said to them. "All the names for Mars in the Areophany are names given to it by Terrans. About half of them mean fire star in the languages they come from, but that is still a name from the outside. The question is, what is Mars's own name for itself?" Several weeks later, Coyote came through again, which made Nergal both happy and nervous. Coyote took a morning teaching the children, but fortunately he treated Nergal the same as all the rest. "Earth is in very bad shape," he told them as they worked on vacuum pumps from the liquid sodium tanks in the Rickover. "And it will only get worse. That makes their control over Mars all the more dangerous to us. We'll have to hide until we can cut ourselves free of them entirely, and then stand safe to the side while they descend into madness and chaos. You remember my words here. This is a prophecy as true as truth." "That isn't what John Boone said," Jackie declared. She spent many of her evening hours exploring John Boone's AI, and now she pulled out the box from her thigh pocket, and with only the briefest search for a passage, the friendly voice from the box was saying, "Mars will never be truly safe until Earth is, too." Coyote laughed raucously. "Yes, well, John Boone was like that, wasn't he? But you note he is dead while I'm still here." "Anyone can hide," Jackie said sharply. "But John Boone got out there and led. That's why I'm a Boonian." "You're a Boone and a Boonian," Coyote exclaimed, teasing her. "And Boonian algebra never did add up. But look here, girl. You have to understand your grandfather better than that if you want to call yourself a Boonian. You can't make John Boone into any kind of dogma and be true to what he was. I see other so-called Boonians out there doing just that, and it makes me laugh when it doesn't make me foam at the mouth. Why, if John Boone were to meet you and talk to you for even just an hour, then at the end of that time, he would be a Jackieist. And if he met Tao and talked to him, then he would become a Taoist, maybe even a Maoist. That's just the way he was. And that was good, you see, because what it did was put the responsibility for thinking back onto us. It forced us to make a contribution, because without that, Boone couldn't operate. His point wasn't just that everyone can do it, but that everyone should do it. "Including all the people on Earth," Jackie replied. "Not another quick one," Coyote cried. "Oh, you girl! Why don't you leave these boys of yours and marry me now? I got a kiss like this vacuum pump here. Come on." And he waved the pump at her, and Jackie knocked it aside and shoved him back and ran just for the fun of the chase. She was now the fastest runner in Zygote, bar none. Even Nergal, with all his endurance, couldn't sprint the way she did, and the kids laughed at Coyote as he skipped after her. He was pretty swift himself for an ancient, and he turned and jinked and went after them all, growling and ending up at the bottom of a pylon crying, "Oh, my leg! Oh, I'm gonna get you for that! You boys are just jealous of me because I'm gonna steal your girl away! Oh, stop! Oh!" This kind of teasing made Nergal uncomfortable, and Hiroko didn't like it either. She told Coyote to stop, but he just laughed at her. "You're the one that's gone and made yourself a little incest camp," he said. "What are you gonna do, neuter them?" He laughed at Hiroko's dark expression. "You're gonna have to farm them out soon, that's what you're gonna have to do, and I might as well get some of them." Hiroko dismissed him, and soon after that he was off on a trip again. And the next time Hiroko taught, she took all the kids to the bathhouse, and they got in the bath after her and sat on the slick tiles in the shallow end, soaking in the hot, steamy water while Hiroko spoke. Nergal sat next to Jackie's long-limbed, naked body which he knew so well, including all its dramatic changes of the past year, and he found that he was unable to look at her. His ancient naked mother said, "You know how genetics works. I've taught you that myself. And you know that many of you are half-brothers and sisters, uncles and nieces and cousins, and so forth. I am mother or grandmother to many of you, and so you shouldn't mate and have children together. It's as simple as that, a very simple genetic law." She held up a palm as if to say, "This is our shared body." "But all living things are filled with viriditas," she went on, "the green force patterning outward. And so it is normal that you will love each other, especially now that your bodies are blooming. There is nothing wrong with that, no matter what Coyote says. He's only joking in any case, and in one thing he is right. You will soon be meeting many other people your age, and they will eventually become mates and partners and co-parents with you, closer to you even than your tribe kin, whom you know too well to ever love as an other. We here are all pieces of yourself, and true love is always for the other." Nergal kept his eyes on his mother's, his gaze blank. Still, he knew exactly when Jackie had brought her legs together. He had felt the minute change in temperature in the water swirling between them, and it seemed to him that his mother was wrong in some of what she had said. Although he knew Jackie's body so well, she was still in most ways as distant as any fiery star, bright and imperious in the sky. She was the queen of their little band and could crush him with a glance if she cared to, and did fairly often, even though he had been studying her moods all his life. That was as much otherness as he cared to handle, and he loved her, he knew he did. But she didn't love him back, not in the same way. Nor did she love Tao in that way, he thought, at least not any more, which was a small comfort. It was Peter she watched in the way that he watched her. But Peter was away most of the time, so she loved no one in Zygote the way Nergal loved her. Perhaps for her it was already as Hiroko had said, and Tao and Nergal and the rest were simply too well known. Her brothers and sisters, no matter the genes involved. Then one day the sky fell in earnest. The whole highest part of the water ice sheet cracked away from the CO2, collapsing through the mesh and into the lake and all over the beach and the surrounding dunes. Luckily, it happened in the early morning when no one was down there, but in the village the first booms and cracks were explosively loud, and everyone rushed to their windows and saw most of the fall. The giant white sections of ice dropping like bombs or spinning down like skipped plates, and then the whole surface of the lake exploding and spilling out over the dunes. People came charging out of their rooms, and in the noise and panic Hiroko and Maya herded the kids into the school, which had a discreet air system. When a few minutes had passed and it appeared that the dome itself was going to hold, Peter and Michelle and Nadia ran off through the debris, dodging and jumping over the shattered white plates around the lake to the Rickover to make sure it was all right. If it wasn't, it would be a deadly mission for the three of them and mortal danger to everyone else. From the school window, Nergal could see the far shore of the lake, which was cluttered with icebergs. The air was aswirl with screaming gulls. The three figures twisted along the narrow high path just under the edge of the dome and disappeared into the Rickover. Jackie chewed her knuckles in fear. Soon they phoned back a report. All was well. The ice over the reactor was supported by a particularly close-meshed framework, and it had held. So they were safe for the moment. But over the next couple of days, spent in the village in an unhappy state of tension, an investigation into the cause of the fall revealed that the whole mass of dry ice over them had sagged ever so slightly, cracking the layer of water ice and sending it down through the mesh. Sublimation on the surface of the cap was apparently speeding up to a remarkable degree as the atmosphere thickened and the world warmed. During the next week, the icebergs in the lake slowly melted, but the plates scattered over the dunes were still there, melting ever so slowly. The youngsters weren't allowed on the beach anymore. It wasn't clear how stable the remainder of the ice layer was. The 10th night after the collapse, they had a village meeting in the dining hall, all 200 of them. Nergal looked around at them, at his little tribe. The Sansei looked frightened, the Nisei defiant, the Issei stunned. The old ones had lived in Zygote for 14 Martian years, and no doubt it was hard for them to remember any other life. Impossible for the children who had never known anything else. It didn't need saying that they wouldn't surrender themselves to the surface world, and yet the dome was becoming untenable, and they were too large a group to impose themselves on any of the other hidden sanctuaries. Splitting up would solve that problem, but it wasn't a happy solution. It took an hour's talk to lay all this out. "We could try Vishniak," Michelle said. "It's big, and they'd welcome us." But it was the Bogdanovists' home, not theirs. This was the message on the faces of the old ones. Suddenly it seemed to Nergal that they were the most frightened of all. He said, "You could move back farther under the ice." Everyone stared at him. "Melt a new dome, you mean?" Hiroko said. Nergal shrugged. Having said it, he realized he disliked the idea. But Nadia said, "The cap is thicker back there. It will be a long time before it sublimes enough to trouble us. By that time, everything will have changed." There was a silence, and then Hiroko said, "It's a good idea. We can hold on here while a new dome is being melted and move things over as space becomes available. It should only take a few months." "Shikata ganai," Maya said sardonically. "There is no other choice." Of course there were other choices, but she looked pleased at the prospect of a big new project, and so did Nadia. And the rest of them looked relieved that they had an option that kept them together and hidden. The Issei, Nergal saw suddenly, were very frightened of exposure. He sat back wondering at that, thinking of the open cities he had visited with Coyote. They used steam hoses powered by the Rickover to melt another tunnel to the hangar, and then a long tunnel under the cap until the ice above was 300 meters deep. Back there, they began subliming a new round, domed cavern and digging a shallow lake bed for a new lake. Most of the CO2 gas was captured, refrigerated to the outside temperature, and released. The rest was broken down into oxygen and carbon and stored for use. While the excavation went on, they dug up the shallow runner roots of the big snow bamboos and cantilevered them out of the ground and hauled them on their largest truck down the tunnel to the new cave, scraping leaves all the way. They disassembled the village's buildings and relocated them. The robot bulldozer and trucks ran all hours of the day and night, scooping up the battered sand of the old dunes and carting it back down into the new cave. There was too much biomass in it, including Simon, to leave behind. In essence, they were taking everything inside the shell of Zygote Dome along with them. When they were done, the old cave was nothing but an empty bubble at the bottom of the polar cap, sandy ice above, Icy sand below, the air in it nothing but the ambient Martian atmosphere, 170 millibars of mostly CO2 gas at 240 degrees Kelvin. Thin poison. One day Nergal went back with Peter to take a look at the old place. It was shocking to see the only home he had ever had reduced to such a shell. The ice all cracked above, the sand all torn up, the raw root holes of the village gaping like horrible wounds, the lake bed scraped clear even of its algae. It looked small and ramshackle, some desperate animal's den. Moles in a hole, Coyote had said, hiding from vultures. "Let's get out of here," Peter said sadly, and they walked together down the long, bare, poorly lit tunnel to the new dome, stepping along the concrete road Nadia had built, now all ratcheted with tread marks. They laid out the new dome in a new pattern, with the village away from the tunnel lock, near an escape tunnel that ran far under the ice to an exit in Upper Chasma Austral. The greenhouses were set nearer the perimeter lights, and the dune crests were higher than before, and the weather equipment was set right next to the rickover. There were any number of small improvements of that sort which kept it from being a replica of their old home. And every day they were so busy with the work of constructing it that there was no time to think much about the change. Morning classes in the schoolhouse had been canceled since the fall, and now the kids were merely a rotating work crew assigned to whoever needed help the most on that particular day. Sometimes the adult overseeing them would try to make their work into a lesson. Hiroko and Nadia were especially good at this, but they had little time to spare and only added an explanatory sentence to instructions that were too simple to need explanation in any case. Tightening wall modules with Allen wrenches, carrying around planters and algae jars in the greenhouses, and so on. It was just work. They were part of the workforce, which was too small for the task even so, despite the versatile robots that looked like rovers stripped of their exteriors. And running around doing the work, Nergal was for the most part happy. But once, as he left the schoolhouse and saw the dining hall rather than the big chutes of Creche Crescent, the sight brought him up short. His old familiar world was gone forever. That was how time worked. It sent a pang through him that brought tears to his eyes, and he spent the rest of that day somewhat stunned and distant, as if always a step or two behind himself, watching everything that happened drained of emotion, detached as he had been after Simon's death, exiled to the white world, one step outside the green. There was nothing to indicate that he would ever come out of such a melancholy state, and how could he know if he ever would? All those days of his childhood were gone, along with Zygote itself, and they would never come back, and this day, too, would pass and disappear. This dome, too, slowly sublime away and crash in on itself. Nothing would last. So what was the point? For hours at a time this question plagued him, taking the taste and color out of everything, and when Hiroko noticed how subdued he was and inquired what was wrong, he simply asked her outright. There was that advantage to Hiroko. You could ask her anything, including the fundamental questions. Why do we do all this, Hiroko, when it all goes white no matter what? She stared at him bird-like, her head cocked to one side. He thought he could see her affection for him in that cock of the head, but he wasn't sure. As he got older, he felt he understood her, along with everyone else, less and less. She said, "It is sad the old dome is gone, isn't it? But we must focus on what is coming. This, too, is Viriditas. To concentrate not on what we have created, but what we will create. The dome was like a flower which wilts and falls, but contains the seed of a new plant, which grows, and then there are new flowers and new seeds. The past is gone. Thinking about it will only make you melancholy. Why, I was a girl in Japan once, on Hokkaido Island. Yes, as young as you. And I can't tell you how far gone that is. But here we are now, you and me, surrounded by these plants and these people, and if you pay attention to them and how you can make them increase and prosper, then the life comes back into things. You feel the kami inside all things, and that is all you need. This moment itself is all we ever live in. And the old days? She laughed at that. You're growing up. Well, you must remember the old days from time to time. They were good ones, weren't they? You had a happy childhood. That is a blessing. But so will these days be good. Take this moment right here and ask yourself, what now is lacking? Coyote says that he wants you and Peter to go along with him on another trip. Maybe you should go and get out under the sky again. What do you say? So preparations for another trip with Coyote were made, and they continued to work on the new zygote, informally rechristened Gamete. At night in the relocated dining hall, the adults talked for a long time about their situation. Sax and Vlad and Ursula, among others, wanted back into the surface world. They couldn't do their real work properly in the hidden sanctuaries. They wanted back into the full flood of medical science, terraforming, construction. We'll never be able to disguise ourselves, Hiroko said. No one can change their genomes. It's not our genomes we should change, but the records, Sax said. That's what Spencer has done. He's gotten his physical characteristics into a new record identity. And we did cosmetic surgery on his face, Vlad said. Yes, but it was minimal because of our age, right? None of us look the same. Anyway, if you do something like what he did, we could take on new identities, Maya said. Did Spencer really get into all the records? Sax shrugged. He was left behind in Cairo and had the chance to get into some of the ones being used now for security purposes. That has been enough. I'd like to try something similar. Let's see what Coyote says about it. He's not in any records at all, so he must know how he did it. He's been hidden from the beginning, Hiroko said. That's different. Yes, but he might have some ideas. We could just move into the demimonde, Nadia pointed out, and stay off the records entirely. I think I'd like to try that. Maya nodded. Night after night, they talked these matters over. Well, a little change of appearance might be in order. You know Phyllis is back. We have to remember that. I still can't believe they survived. She must have 9 lives. In any case, we were on too many news shows. We have to take care. By day, Gamete was slowly completed. But it never seemed right to Nergal, no matter how much he tried to focus on the making of it. It wasn't his place. News came from another traveler that Coyote would be by soon. Nergal felt his pulse quicken to get back under the starry sky again, wandering by night in Coyote's boulder car from sanctuary to sanctuary. Jackie stared at him attentively as he talked about it to her, and that afternoon, after they were dismissed from the day's work, she led him down to the tall new dunes and kissed him. When he recovered his wits, he kissed back, and then they were kissing passionately, hugging each other hard and steaming all over each other's faces. They knelt in the trough between 2 high dunes under a pale, thin fog, and then lay together in a cocoon made of their down coats and kissed and touched each other, peeling down each other's pants and creating a little envelope of their own warmth, huffing out steam and crackling the frost on the sand underneath their coats. All this without a word, merging in one great hot electric circuit in defiance of Hiroko and all the world. So this is what it feels like, Nergal thought. Under the strands of Jackie's black hair, grains of sand gleamed like jewels, as if minute ice flowers were contained within them, glories inside everything. When they were done, they crawled up to glance over the dune crest to make sure no one was coming their way, and then returned to their nest and pulled their clothes over them for the warmth. They huddled together, kissing voluptuously and without haste, and Jackie prodded him in the chest with a finger and said, "Now we belong to each other." Nergal could only nod happily and kiss the long expanse of her throat, his face buried in her black hair. "Now you belong to me," she said. He sincerely hoped it was true. It was how he had wanted it, for as long as he could remember. But that evening in the bathhouse, Jackie sloshed across the pool and caught up Dao and gave him a hug, body to body. She pulled back and stared at Nergal with a blank expression, her dark eyes like holes in her face. Nergal sat frozen in the shallows, feeling his torso stiffen as if preparing for a blow. His balls were still sore from coming in her, and there she stood, draped against Dao as she hadn't been in months, staring at him with a basilisk stare. The strangest sensation swept over him. He understood that this was a moment he would remember all his life, a pivotal moment right there in the steamy, comfortable bath under the osprey eye of the statuesque Maya, whom Jackie hated with a fine hate, who was now watching the three of them closely, suspecting something. So this was how it was. Jackie and Nergal might belong to each other, and he certainly belonged to her, but her idea of belonging wasn't his. The shock of this knocked his breath out. It was a kind of collapse of the roof of his understanding of things. He looked at her stunned, hurt, becoming angry. She hugged Dao all the more, and he understood. She had collected both of them. Yes, it made sense. It was certain. And Rule and Steve and Franz were all equally devoted to her. Perhaps that was just a holdover from her rule over the little band, but perhaps not. Perhaps she had collected all of them. And clearly, now that Nergal was a kind of foreigner to them, she was more comfortable with Dao, so he was an exile in his own home and in his own love's heart. If she had a heart. He didn't know if any of these impressions were true, didn't know how to find out. He wasn't sure he wanted to find out. He got out of the bath and retreated into the men's room, feeling Jackie's gaze boring into his back, and Maya's, too. In the men's room, he caught sight of an unfamiliar face in one of the mirrors. He stopped short and recognized it as his own face, twisted with distress. He approached the mirror slowly, feeling the strange sensation of momentousness sweep through him again. He stared at the face in the mirror, stared and stared. It came to him that he wasn't the center of the universe, or its only consciousness, but a person like all the rest, seen from the outside by others, the way he saw others when he looked at them. And this strange Nergal in the mirror was an arresting black-haired, brown-eyed boy, intense and compelling, a near twin to Jackie, with thick black eyebrows and a look. He didn't want to know any of this, but he felt the power burning at his fingertips and recalled how people looked at him and understood that for Jackie he might represent the same sort of dangerous power that she did for him, which would explain her consorting with Dao as an attempt to hold him off, to hold a balance, to assert her power, to show they were a matched pair and a match. And all of a sudden the tension left his torso, and he shuddered, and then grinned lopsidedly. They did indeed belong to each other, but he was still himself. So when Coyote showed up and came by to ask Nergal to join him on another trip, he agreed instantly, very thankful for the opportunity. The flash of anger on Jackie's face when she heard the news was painful to see, but another part of him exulted at his otherness, at his ability to escape her, or at least to get some distance. Match or not, he needed it. A few evenings later, he and Coyote and Peter and Michelle drove away from the huge mass of the polar cap into the broken land, black under its blanket of stars. Nergal looked back at the luminous white cliff with a tumultuous mix of feelings, but chief among them was relief. Back there they would burrow ever deeper under the ice, it seemed, until they lived in a dome under the South Pole, while the red world spun through the cosmos, wild among the stars. Suddenly he understood that he would never again live under the dome, never return to it except for short visits. This was not a matter of choice, but simply the way it was going to happen. His fate, or destiny. He could feel it like a red rock in his hand. Henceforth he would be homeless, unless the whole planet someday became his home. Every crater and canyon known to him, every plant, every rock, every person, everything in the green world and the white. But that, remembering the storm seen from the edge of Promethei Rupees, was a task to occupy many lives. He would have to start learning. Part 2. The Ambassador. Asteroids with elliptical orbits that cross inside the orbit of Mars are called Amor asteroids. If they cross inside the orbit of Earth, they're called Trojans. In 2088, the Amor asteroid, known as 2034b, crossed the path of Mars some 18 million kilometers behind the planet, and a clutch of robotic landing vehicles originating from Luna docked with it shortly thereafter. 2034b was a rough ball about 5 kilometers in diameter with a mass of about 15 billion tons. As the rockets touched down, the asteroid became New Clark. Quickly, the change became obvious. Some landers sank to the dusty surface of the asteroid and began drilling, excavating, stamping, sorting, conveying. A nuclear reactor power plant switched on, and fuel rods moved into position. Elsewhere, ovens fired, and robot stokers prepared to shovel. On other landers, payload bays opened, and robot mechanisms spidered out onto the surface and anchored themselves to the irregular plains of rock. Tunnelers bored in. Dust flew off into the space around the asteroid and fell back down or escaped forever. Landers extended pipes and tubes into each other. The asteroid's rock was carbonaceous chondrite with a good percentage of water ice shot through it in veins and bubbles. Soon the linked collection of factories in the landers began to produce a variety of carbon-based materials and some composites. Heavy water, 1 part in every 6,000 of the water ice in the asteroid, was separated out. Deuterium was made from the heavy water. Parts were made from the carbon composites, and other parts, brought along in another payload, were brought together with the new ones in factories. New robots appeared, made mostly of Clark itself. And so the number of machines grew as computers on the landers directed the creation of an entire industrial complex. After that, the process was quite simple for many years. The principal factory on New Clark made a cable of carbon nanotube filaments. The nanotubes were made of carbon atoms linked in chains so that the bonds holding them together were as strong as any that humans could manufacture. The filaments were only a few score meters long, but were bundled in clusters with their ends overlapping, and then the bundles were bundled until the cable was 9 meters in diameter. The factories could create the filaments and bundle them at speeds that allowed them to extrude the cable at a rate of about 400 meters an hour, 10 kilometers a day, for hour after hour, day after day, year after year. While this thin strand of bundled carbon spun out into space, robots on another facet of the asteroid were constructing a mass driver, an engine that would use the deuterium from the indigenous water to fire crushed rock away from the asteroid at speeds of 200 kilometers a second. Around the asteroid, smaller engines and conventional rockets were also being constructed and stocked with fuels, waiting for the time when they would fire and perform the work of attitude jets. Other factories constructed long-wheeled vehicles capable of running back and forth on the growing cable, and as the cable continued to appear out of the planet, small rocket jets and other machinery were attached to it. The mass driver fired. The asteroid began to move into a new orbit. Years passed. The asteroid's new orbit intersected the orbit of Mars such that the asteroid came within 10,000 kilometers of Mars, and the collection of rockets on the asteroid fired in a way that allowed the gravity of Mars to capture it in an orbit at first highly elliptical. The jets continued to fire off and on, regularizing the orbit. The cable continued to extrude. More years passed. A little over a decade after the landers had first touched down, the cable was approximately 30,000 kilometers long. The asteroid's mass was about 8 billion tons. The cable's mass was about 7 billion. The asteroid was in an elliptical orbit with a periapsis of around 50,000 kilometers. But now, all the rockets and mass drivers on both New Clark and the cable itself began to fire, some continuously, but most in spurts. One of the most powerful computers ever made sat in one of the payload bays, coordinating the data from sensors and determining what rockets should fire when. The cable, at this time pointing away from Mars, began to swing around toward it, as in the pivoting of some delicate part of a timepiece. The asteroid's orbit became smaller and more regular. More rockets landed on New Clark for the first time since that first touchdown, and robots in them began the construction of a spaceport. The tip of the cable began to descend toward Mars. Here, the calculus employed by the computer soared off into an almost metaphysical complexity, and the gravitational dance of asteroid and cable with the planet became ever more precise, moving to a music that was in a permanent retard, so that as the great cable grew closer to its proper position, its movements became slower and slower. If anyone had been able to see the full extent of this spectacle, it might have seemed like some spectacular physical demonstration of Zeno's paradox, in which the racer gets closer to the finish line by halving distances. But no one ever saw the full spectacle, for no witnesses had the senses necessary. Proportionally, the cable was far thinner than a human hair. If it had been reduced to a hair's diameter, it would still have been hundreds of kilometers long. And so it was only visible for short portions of its entire length. Perhaps one might say that the computer guiding it in had the fullest sensation of it. For observers down on the surface of Mars, in the town of Sheffield, on the volcano Pavonis Mons, Peacock Mountain, the cable made its first appearance as a very small rocket descending with a very thin leader line attached to it, something like a bright lure and a thin fishing line being trolled by some gods in the next universe up. From this ocean-bottom perspective, the cable itself followed its leader line down into the massive concrete bunker east of Sheffield with an aching slowness until most humans simply stopped paying attention to the vertical black stroke in the upper atmosphere. But the day came when the bottom of the cable, firing jets to hold its position in the gusty winds, dropped down into the hole in the roof of the concrete bunker and settled into its collar. Now the cable below the areosynchronous point was being pulled down by Mars's gravity. The part above the areosynchronous point was trying to follow New Clark in centrifugal flight away from the planet, and the carbon filaments of the cable held the tension, and the whole apparatus rotated at the same speed as the planet, standing above Pavonis Mons in an oscillating vibration that allowed it to dodge Deimos. All of it controlled still by the computer on New Clark and the long battery of rockets deployed on the carbon strand. The elevator was back. Cars were lifted up one side of the cable from Pavonis, and other cars were let down from New Clark, providing a counterweight so that the energy needed for both operations was greatly lessened. Spaceships made their approach to the New Clark spaceport, and when they left, they were given a slingshot departure. Mars's gravity well was therefore substantially mitigated, and all its human intercourse with Earth and the rest of the solar system made less expensive. It was as if an umbilical cord had been retied. He was in the middle of a perfectly ordinary life when they drafted him and sent him to Mars. The summons came in the form of a fax that appeared out of his phone in the apartment Art Randolph had rented just the month before, after he and his wife had decided on a trial separation. The fax was brief. Dear Arthur Randolph, William Fort invites you to attend a private seminar. A plane will leave San Francisco Airport at 9 a.m., February 22nd, 2101. Art stared at the paper in amazement. William Fort was the founder of Praxis, the transnational that had acquired Art's company some years before. Fort was very old, and now his position in the Transnat was said to be some kind of semi-retired emeritus thing. But he still held private seminars which were notorious, although there was very little hard information about them. It was said that he invited people from all subsidiaries of the Transnat, that they gathered in San Francisco and were flown away by private jet to someplace secret. No one knew what went on there. People who attended were usually transferred afterward, and if not, they kept their mouths shut in a way that gave one pause. So it was a mystery. Art was surprised to be invited, apprehensive, but basically pleased. Before its acquisition, he had been the co-founder and technical director of a small company called Dump Mines, which was in the business of digging up and processing old landfills, recovering the valuable materials that had been thrown away in a more wasteful age. It had been a surprise when Praxis had acquired them. A very pleasant surprise, as everyone in Dump Mines went from employment in a small firm to apprentice membership in one of the richest organizations in the world, paid in its shares, voting on its policy, free to use all its resources. It was like being knighted. Art certainly had been pleased, and so had his wife, although she had been elegiac as well. She herself had been hired by Mitsubishi's synthesis management, and the big transnationals, she said, were like separate worlds. With the two of them working for different ones, they were inevitably going to drift apart, even more than they already had. Neither of them needed the other anymore to obtain longevity treatments, which transnats provided much more reliably than the government. And so they were like people on different ships, she said, sailing out of San Francisco Bay in different directions, like ships, in fact, passing in the night. It had seemed to Art that they might have been able to commute between ships if his wife hadn't been so interested in one of the other passengers on hers, a vice chairman of Mitsubishi in charge of East Pacific development. But Art had been quickly caught up in Praxis's arbitration program, traveling frequently to take classes or arbitrate in disputes between various small Praxis subsidiaries involved in resource recovery, and when he was in San Francisco, Sharon was very seldom at home. Their ships were moving out of hailing distance, she had said, and he had become too demoralized to contest the point and had moved out soon after on her suggestion. Kicked out, one could have said. Now he rubbed a swarthy, unshaven jaw, rereading the facts for the fourth time. He was a big man, powerfully built, but with a tendency to slouch. Uncouth, his wife had called him, although his secretary at Dump Mines used the word bear-like, which he preferred. Indeed, he had the somewhat clumsy and shambling appearance of a bear, also its surprising quickness and power. He had been a fullback at the University of Washington, a fullback slow of foot, but decisive in direction and very difficult to bring down. Bear Man, they had called him. Tackle him at your peril. He had studied engineering and afterward worked in the oil fields of Iran and Georgia, devising a number of innovations for extracting oil from extremely marginal shale. He had gotten a master's degree from Tehran University while doing this work, and then had moved to California and joined a friend who was forming a company that made deep-sea diving equipment used in offshore oil drilling, an enterprise that was moving out into ever deeper water as more accessible supplies were exhausted. Once again, Art had invented a number of improvements in both diving gear and underwater drills, but a couple of years spent in compression chambers and on the continental shelf had been enough for him, and he had sold his shares to his partner and moved on again. In quick succession, he had started a cold environments habitat construction company, worked for a solar panel firm, and built rocket gantries. Each job had been fine, but as time passed, he had found that what really interested him was not the technical problems, but the human ones. He became more and more involved with project management, and then got into arbitration. He liked jumping into arguments and solving them to everyone's satisfaction. It was engineering of a different kind, more engrossing and fulfilling than the mechanical stuff, and more difficult. Several of the companies he worked for in those years were part of transnationals, and he got embroiled in interface arbitration not only between his companies and others in the transnats, but also in more distant disputes requiring some kind of third-party arbitration. Social engineering, he called it, and found it fascinating. So when starting Dump Mines, he had taken the technical directorship and had done some good work on their Super Rathjes, the giant robot vehicles that did the extraction and sorting at the landfills. But more than ever before, he involved himself in labor disputes and the like. This trend in his career had accelerated after the acquisition by Praxis, and on the days when work like that went well, he always went home knowing that he should have been a judge or a diplomat. Yes, at heart he was a diplomat. Which made it embarrassing that he hadn't been able to negotiate a successful outcome to his own marriage, and no doubt the breakup was well known to Fort, or whoever had invited him to this seminar. It was even possible that they had bugged his old apartment and heard the unhappy mess of his and Sharon's final months together, which wouldn't have been flattering to either of them. He cringed at the thought, still rubbing his rough jaw, and drifted toward the bathroom and turned on the portable water heater. The face in the mirror looked mildly stunned. Unshaven, 50, separated, misemployed for most of his life, just beginning at his true calling. He was not the kind of person who he imagined got faxes from William Fort. His wife or ex-wife-to-be called, and she was likewise incredulous. "It must be a mistake," she said when Art told her about it. She had called about one of her camera lenses, now missing. She suspected that Art had taken it when he moved out. "I'll look for it," Art said. He went over to the closet to look in his 2 suitcases still packed. He knew the lens was not in them, but he rooted loudly through them both anyway. Sharon would know if he tried to fake it. While he searched, she continued to talk over the phone, her voice echoing tinnily through the empty apartment. "It just shows how weird that Fort is. You'll go to some Shangri-La, and he'll be using Kleenex boxes for shoes and talking Japanese, and you'll be sorting his trash and learning to levitate, and I'll never see you again. Did you find it?" "No, it's not here." When they had separated, they had divided their joint possessions. Sharon had taken their apartment, the entertainment center, the desktop array, the lectern, the cameras, the plants, the bed, and all the rest of the furniture. Art had taken the Teflon frying pan. Not one of his best arbitrations, but it meant he now had very few places to search for the lens. Sharon could make a single sigh into a comprehensive accusation. "They'll teach you Japanese, and we'll never see you again. What could William Fort want with you?" "Marriage counseling," Art said. Many of the rumors about Fort's seminars turned out to be true, which Art found amazing. At San Francisco International, he got on a big, powerful private jet with 6 other men and women, and after takeoff, the jet's windows, apparently double polarized, went black, and the door to the cockpit was closed. 2 of Art's fellow passengers played at orienteering, and after the jet made several gentle banks left and right, they agreed that they were headed in some direction between southwest and north. The 7 of them shared information. They were all technical managers or arbitrators from the vast network of Praxis companies. They had flown into San Francisco from all over the world. Some seemed excited to be invited to meet the transnational's reclusive founder. Others were apprehensive. Their flight lasted 6 hours, and the orienteers spent the descent plotting the outermost limit of their location, a circle that encompassed Juneau, Hawaii, Mexico City, and Detroit, although it could have been larger, as Art pointed out, if they were in one of the new air-to-space jets. Perhaps half the Earth or more. When the jet landed and stopped, they were led through a miniature jetway into a big van with blackened windows and a windowless barrier between them and the driver's seat. Their doors were locked from the outside. They were driven for half an hour. Then the van stopped, and they were let out by their driver, an elderly man wearing shorts and a T-shirt advertising Bali. They blinked in the sunlight. They were not in Bali. They were in a small asphalt parking lot surrounded by eucalyptus trees at the bottom of a narrow coastal valley. An ocean or very big lake lay to the west about a mile, just a small wedge of it in sight. A creek drained the valley and ran into a lagoon behind a beach. The valley's side walls were covered with dry grass on the south side, cactus on the north. The ridges above were dry brown rock. "Baja?" one of the orienteers guessed. "Ecuador? Australia?" "San Luis Obispo," Art said. Their driver led them on foot down a narrow road to a small compound composed of 7 two-story wooden buildings nestled among seacoast pines at the bottom of the valley. 2 buildings by the creek were residences, and after they dropped their bags in assigned rooms in these buildings, the driver led them to a dining room in another building where 6 kitchen workers, all quite elderly, fed them a simple meal of salad and stew. After that, they were taken back to the residences and left on their own. They gathered in a central chamber around a wood-burning stove. It was warm outside, and there was no fire in the stove. "Ford is 112, the orienteer named Sam said, "and the treatments haven't worked on his brain." "They never do," said Max, the other orienteer. They discussed Fort for a while. All of them had heard things, for William Fort was one of the great success stories in the history of medicine, their century's Pasteur, the man who beat cancer, as the tabloids inaccurately put it. The man who beat the common cold. He had founded Praxis at age 24 to market several breakthrough innovations in antivirals, and he had been a multi-billionaire by the time he was 27. After that, he had occupied his time by expanding Praxis into one of the world's biggest transnationals. 80 continuous years of metastasizing, as Sam put it. While mutating personally into a kind of ultra-Howard Hughes, or so it was said, growing more and more powerful until, like a black hole, he had disappeared completely inside the event horizon of his own power. "I just hope it doesn't get too weird," Max said. The other attendants, Sally, Amy, Elizabeth, and George, were more optimistic, but all of them were apprehensive at their peculiar welcome, or lack of one, and when no one came to visit them through the rest of that evening, they retired to their rooms looking concerned. Art slept well as always, and at dawn he woke to the low hoot of an owl. The creek burbled below his window. It was a gray dawn, the air filled with the fog that nourished the sea pines. A talking sound came from somewhere in the compound. He dressed and went out. Everything was soaking wet. Down on narrow flat terraces below the buildings were rows of lettuce and rows of apple trees so pruned and tied to frameworks that they were no more than fan-shaped bushes. Colors were seeping into things when Art came to the bottom of the little farm over the lagoon. There a lawn lay spread like a carpet under a big old oak tree. Art walked over to the tree, feeling drawn to it. He touched its rough, fissured bark. Then he heard voices. Coming up a path by the lagoon were a line of people wearing black wetsuits and carrying surfboards or long, folded bird suits. As they passed, he recognized the faces of the previous night's kitchen crew and also their driver. The driver waved and continued up the path. Art walked down it to the lagoon. The low sound of waves mumbled through the salty air, and birds swam in the reeds. After a while, Art went back up the trail, and in the compound's dining room he found the elderly workers back in the kitchen flipping pancakes. After Art and the rest of the guests had eaten, yesterday's driver led them upstairs to a large meeting room. They sat on couches arranged in a square. Big picture windows in all 4 walls let in a lot of the morning's gray light. The driver sat on a chair between 2 couches. "I'm William Fort," he said. "I'm glad you're all here." He was, on closer inspection, a strange-looking old man. His face was lined as if by 100 years of anxiety, but the expression it currently displayed was serene and detached. A chimp, Art thought, with a past in lab experimentation, now studying Zen. Or simply a very old surfer or hang-glider, weathered, bald, round-faced, snub-nosed. Now taking them in, one by one, Sam and Max, who had ignored him as driver and cook, were looking uncomfortable, but he didn't seem to notice. "One index," he said, "for measuring how full the world is of humans and their activities is the percent appropriation of the net product of land-based photosynthesis." Sam and Max nodded, as if this were the usual way to start a meeting. "Can I take notes?" Art asked. "Please," Fort said. He gestured at the coffee table in the middle of the square of couches, which was covered with papers and lecterns. "I want to play some games later, so there's lecterns and work pads, whatever you like." Most of them had brought their own lecterns, and there was a short silent scramble as they got them out and running. While they were at it, Fort stood up and began walking in a circle behind their couches, making a revolution every few sentences. We now use about 80% of the net primary product of land-based photosynthesis, he said. 100% is probably impossible to reach, and our long-range carrying capacity has been estimated to be 30%, so we are massively overshot, as they say. We have been liquidating our natural capital as if it were disposable income and are nearing depletion of certain capital stocks, like oil, wood, soil, metals, fresh water, fish, and animals. This makes continued economic expansion difficult. Difficult, Art wrote. Continued? We have to continue, Fort said, with a piercing glance at Art, who unobtrusively sheltered his lectern with his arm. Continuous expansion is a fundamental tenet of economics. Therefore, one of the fundamentals of the universe itself, because everything is economics. Physics is cosmic economics. Biology is cellular economics. The humanities are social economics. Psychology is mental economics, and so on. His listeners nodded unhappily. So everything is expanding, but it can't happen in contradiction to the law of conservation of matter energy. No matter how efficient your throughput is, you can't get an output larger than the input. Art wrote on his note page, output larger than input, everything economics, natural capital, massively overshot. In response to this situation, a group here in Praxis has been working on what we call full world economics. Shouldn't that be over full world? Art asked. Fort didn't appear to hear him. Now, as Daly said, man-made capital and natural capital are not substitutable. This is obvious, but since most economists still say they are substitutable, it has to be insisted on. Put simply, you can't substitute more sawmills for fewer forests. If you're building a house, you can juggle the number of power saws and carpenters, which means they're substitutable, but you can't build it with half the amount of lumber, no matter how many saws or carpenters you have. Try it, and you have a house of air. And that's where we live now. Art shook his head and looked down at his lectern page, which he had filled again. Resources and capital non-substitutable. Power saws / carpenters. House of air. Excuse me, Sam said. Did you say natural capital? Fort jerked, turned around to look at Sam. Yes? I thought capital was by definition man-made. The produced means of production, we were taught to define it. Yes, but in a capitalist world, the word capital has taken on more and more uses. People talk about human capital, for instance, which is what labor accumulates through education and work experience. Human capital differs from the classic kind in that you can't inherit it, and it can only be rented, not bought or sold. Unless you count slavery, Art said. Fort's forehead wrinkled. This concept of natural capital actually resembles the traditional definition more than human capital. It can be owned and bequeathed and divided into renewable and non-renewable, marketed and non-marketed. But if everything is capital of one sort or another, Amy said, you can see why people would think that one kind was substitutable for another kind. If you improve your man-made capital to use less natural capital, isn't that a substitution? Fort shook his head. That's efficiency. Capital is a quantity of input, and efficiency is a ratio of output to input. No matter how efficient capital is, it can't make something out of nothing. New energy sources, Max suggested. But we can't make soil out of electricity. Fusion power and self-replicating machinery have given us enormous amounts of power, but we have to have basic stocks to apply that power to. And that's where we run into a limit for which there are no substitutions possible. Fort stared at them all, still displaying that primate calm that Art had noted at the beginning. Art glanced at his lectern screen. Natural capital, human capital, traditional capital, energy versus matter, electric soil. No substitutes, please. He grimaced and clicked to a new page. Fort said, "Unfortunately, most economists are still working within the empty world model of economics." "The full world model seems obvious," Sally said. "It's just common sense. Why would any economist ignore it?" Fort shrugged, made another silent circumnavigation of the room. Art's neck was getting tired. "We understand the world through paradigms. The change from empty world economics to full world economics is a major paradigm shift. Max Planck once said that a new paradigm takes over, not when it convinces its opponents, but when its opponents eventually die." "And now they aren't dying," Art said. Fort nodded. "The treatments are keeping people around, and a lot of them have tenure." Sally looked disgusted. "Then they'll have to learn to change their minds, won't they?" Fort stared at her. "We'll try that right now, in theory at least. I want you to invent full-world economic strategies. It's a game I play. If you plug your lecterns into the table, I can give you the starting data." They all leaned forward and plugged into the table. The first game Fort wanted to play involved estimating maximum sustainable human populations. "Doesn't that depend on assumptions about lifestyle?" Sam asked. "We'll make a whole range of assumptions." He wasn't kidding. They went from scenarios in which Earth's every acre of arable land was farmed with maximum efficiency to scenarios involving a return to hunting and gathering, from universal conspicuous consumption to universal subsistence diets. Their lecterns set the initial conditions, and then they tapped away, looking bored or nervous or impatient or absorbed, using formulas provided by the table, or else supplying some of their own. It occupied them until lunch, and then all afternoon. Art enjoyed games, and he and Amy always finished well ahead of the others. Their results for a maximum sustainable population ranged from 100 million, the immortal tiger model as Fort called it, to 30 billion, the ant farm model. "That's a big range," Sam noted. Fort nodded and eyed them patiently. "But if you look only at models with the most realistic conditions," Art said, "you usually get between 3 and 8 billion. "And the current population is about 12 billion, Fort said. "So, say we're overshot. Now what do we do about that? We've got companies to run after all. Business isn't going to stop because there's too many people. Full world economics isn't the end of economics, it's just the end of business as usual. I want Praxis to be ahead of the curve on this. So, it's low tide, and I'm going back out. You're welcome to join me. Tomorrow we'll play a game called Overfull." With that, he left the room, and they were on their own. They went back to their rooms and then, as it was close to dinner time, to the dining hall. Fort wasn't there, but several of his elderly associates from the night before were, and joining them tonight was a crowd of young men and women, all of them lean, bright-faced, healthy-looking. They looked like a track club or a swim team, and more than half were women. Sam's and Max's eyebrows shot up and down in a simple Morse code spelling, "Aha, aha." The young men and women ignored that and served them dinner, then returned to the kitchen. Art ate quickly, wondering if Sam and Max were correct in their suppositions. Then he took his plate into the kitchen and started to help at the dishwasher and said to one of the young women, "What brings you here?" "It's a kind of scholarship program," she said. Her name was Joyce. "We're all apprentices who joined Praxis last year, and we were selected to come here for classes." "Were you by chance working on full-world economics today?" "No, volleyball." Art went back outside, wishing he had gotten selected to their program rather than his. He wondered if there was some big hot tub facility down there overlooking the ocean. It didn't seem impossible. The ocean here was cool, and if everything was economics, it could be seen as an investment, maintaining the human infrastructure, so to speak. Back in the residence, his fellow guests were talking the day over. "I hate this kind of stuff," said Sam. "We're stuck with it," Max said gloomily. "It's join a cult or lose your job." The others weren't so pessimistic. "Maybe he's just lonely," Amy suggested. Sam and Max rolled their eyes and glanced toward the kitchen. "Maybe he always wanted to be a teacher," Sally said. "Maybe he wants to keep Praxis growing 10% per year," George said. "Full world or not." Sam and Max nodded at this, and Elizabeth looked annoyed. "Maybe he wants to save the world," she said. "Right," Sam said, and Max and George snickered. "Maybe he's got this room bugged," Art said, which cut short the conversation like a guillotine. The days that followed were much like the first one. They sat in the conference room, and Fort circled them and talked through the mornings, sometimes coherently, sometimes not. One morning he spent 3 hours talking about feudalism, how it was the clearest political expression of primate dominance dynamics, how it had never really gone away, how transnational capitalism was feudalism writ large, how the aristocracy of the world had to figure out how to subsume capitalist growth within the steady-state stability of the feudal model. Another morning he talked about a caloric theory of value called eco-economics, apparently first worked out by early settlers on Mars. Sam and Max rolled their eyes at that news, while Fort droned on about Tenyeyev and Tokarev equations, scribbling illegibly on a drawing board in the corner. But this pattern didn't last, because a few days after their arrival a big swell came in from the south, and Fort canceled their meetings and spent all his time surfing or skimming over the waves in a bird suit, which was a light, broad-winged bodysuit, a flexible fly-by-wire hang glider that translated the flyer's muscle movements into the proper semi-rigid configurations for successful flight. Most of the young scholarship winners joined him in the air, swooping around like Icaruses, and then dropping in and planing swiftly over the cushions of air pushed up by every breaking wave, air surfing just like the pelicans that had invented the sport. Art went out and thrashed around on a bodyboard, enjoying the water, which was chill, but not so much as to absolutely require a wetsuit. He hung out near the break that Joyce surfed and chatted with her between sets, and found out that the other ancient kitchen workers were good friends of Fort's, veterans of the first years of Praxis's rise to prominence. The young scholars referred to them as the 18 Immortals. Some of the 18 were based at the camp, while others dropped by for a kind of ongoing reunion, conferring about problems, advising the current Praxis leadership on policy, running seminars and classes, and playing in the waves. Those who didn't care for the water worked in the gardens. Art inspected the gardeners closely as he hiked back up to the compound. They worked in something resembling slow motion, talking to each other all the while. Currently, the main task appeared to be harvesting the tortured apple bushes. The south swell subsided, and Fort reconvened Art's group. One day the topic was full-world business opportunities, and Art began to see why he and his 6 fellows might have been chosen to attend. Amy and George worked in contraception, Sam and Max in industrial design, Sally and Elizabeth in agricultural technology, and he himself in resource recovery. They all worked in full-world businesses already, and in the afternoon's games they proved fairly good at designing new ones. Another day, Fort proposed a game in which they solved the full-world problem by returning to an empty world. They were to suppose the release of a plague vector that would kill everyone in the world who had not had the gerontological treatment. What would the pros and cons of such an action be? The group stared at their lecterns, nonplussed. Elizabeth declared that she wouldn't play a game based on such a monstrous idea. "It is a monstrous idea," Fort agreed, "but that doesn't make it impossible. I hear things, you see. Conversations at certain levels. Among the leadership of the big transnationals, for instance, there are discussions, arguments. You hear all kinds of ideas put out quite seriously, including some like this one. Everyone deplores them, and the subject changes. But no one claims that they're technically impossible, and some seem to think that they would solve certain problems that otherwise are unsolvable." The group considered this thought unhappily. Art suggested that agricultural workers would be in short supply. Fort was looking out at the ocean. "That's the fundamental problem with a collapse," he said thoughtfully. "Once you start one, it's hard to pick a point at which one can confidently say it will stop. Let's go on." And they did, rather subdued. They played population reduction, and given the alternative they had just contemplated, went at it with a certain intensity. Each of them took a turn being emperor of the world, as Fort put it, and outlined his or her plan in some detail. When it was Art's turn, he said, "I would give everyone alive a birthright which entitled them to parent 3/4 of a child." Everyone laughed, including Fort, but Art persevered. He explained that every pair of parents would thus have the right to bear a child and a half. After having one, they could either sell the right to the other half or arrange to buy a half from some other couple and go on to have a second child. Prices for half-children would fluctuate in classic supply-demand fashion. Social consequences would be positive. People who wanted extra children would have to sacrifice for them, and those who didn't would have a source of income to help support the one they had. When populations dropped far enough, the world emperor might consider changing the birthright to 1 child per person, which would be close to a demographic steady state, but given the longevity treatment, the 3/4 limit might have to be in effect for a long time. When Art was done outlining the proposal, he looked up from the notes on his lectern. Everyone was staring at him. 3/4 of a child, Fort repeated with a grin, and everyone laughed again. I like that. The laughter stopped. It would finally establish a monetary value for a human life on the open market. So far, the work done in that area has been sloppy at best. Lifetime incomes and expenditures and the like. He sighed and shook his head. The truth is, economists cook most of the numbers in the back room. Value isn't really an economic calculation. No, I like this. Let's see if we can estimate how much the price of a half-child would be. I'm sure there would be speculation, middlemen, a whole market apparatus. So they played the 3/4 game for the rest of the afternoon, getting right down to the commodities market and the plots for soap operas. When they finished, Fort invited them to a barbecue on the beach. They went back to their rooms and put on windbreakers and hiked down the valley path into the glare of the sunset. On the beach under a dune was a big bonfire being tended by some of the young scholars. As they approached and sat on blankets around the fire, a dozen or so of the 18 immortals landed out of the air, running across the sand and bringing their wings slowly down, then unzipping from their suits and pulling wet hair out of their eyes and talking among themselves about the wind. They helped each other out of the long wings and stood in their bathing suits, goose-pimpled and shivering. Centenarian flyers with wiry arms outstretched to the fire, the women just as muscular as the men, their faces just as lined by 1,000,000 years of squinting into the sun and laughing around the fire. Art watched the way Fort joked with his old friends, the easy way they toweled each other down. Secret lives of the rich and famous. They ate hot dogs and drank beer. The flyers went behind a dune and returned dressed in pants and sweatshirts, happy to stand by the fire a bit longer, combing out each other's wet hair. It was a dusky twilight, and the evening onshore breeze was salty and cold. The big mass of orange flame danced in the wind, and light and shadow flickered over Fort's simian visage. As Sam had said earlier, he didn't look a day over 80. Now he sat among his 7 guests who were sticking together and stared into the coals and started talking again. The people on the other side of the fire continued in their conversations, but Fort's guests leaned closer to hear him over the wind and waves and crackling wood, looking a bit lost without their lecterns in their laps. You can't make people do things, Fort said. It's a matter of changing ourselves. Then people can see and choose. In ecology, they have what they call the founder principle. An island population is started by a small number of settlers, so it has only a small fraction of the genes of the parent population. That's the first step towards speciation. Now I think we need a new species, economically speaking, of course, and Praxis itself is the island. The way we structure it is a kind of engineering of the genes we came to it with. We have no obligation to abide by the rules as they stand now. We can make a new species, not feudal. We've got the collective ownership and decision-making, the policy of constructive action. We're working toward a corporate state similar to the civic state they've made in Bologna. That's a kind of democratic communist island, outperforming the capitalism around it and constructing a better way to live. Do you think that kind of democracy is possible? We'll have to try playing at that one these afternoons." "Whatever you say," Sam remarked, which got him a sharp glance from Fort. The following morning it was sunny and warm, and Fort decided the weather was too good to stay indoors, so they returned to the beach and set up under a big awning near the fire pit among coolers and hammocks strung between the awning poles. The ocean was a deep bright blue, the waves small but crisp, and often occupied by wetsuited surfers. Fort sat in one of the hammocks and lectured on selfishness and altruism, taking his examples from economics, sociobiology, and bioethics. He concluded that, strictly speaking, there was no such thing as altruism. It was only selfishness taking the long view, acknowledging the real costs of behavior and making sure to pay them in order not to run up any long-term debts. A very sound economic practice, in fact, if properly directed and applied. As he tried to prove by means of the selfish altruism games they then played, like Prisoner's Dilemma or Tragedy of the Commons. The next day they met in the surf camp again, and after a meandering talk on voluntary simplicity, they played a game Fort called Marcus Aurelius. Art enjoyed this game, as he did all the others, and he played it well. But each day his lectern notes were getting shorter. For this day they read in their entirety: consumption, appetite, artificial needs, real costs, straw beds. Environmental impact equals population times appetite times efficiency. In tropics, refrigerators not a luxury. Community refrigerators, cold houses. Sir Thomas More. That evening the conferees ate alone, and their discussion over dinner was tired. "I suppose this place is a kind of voluntary simplicity," Art remarked. "Would that include the young scholars?" Max asked. "I don't see the immortals doing very much with them." "They just like to look," Sam said. "When you're that old—" "I wonder how long he plans to keep us here," Max said. "We've only been here a week and it's already boring." "I kind of like it," Elizabeth said. "It's relaxing." Art found that he agreed with her. He was getting up early. One of the scholars marked every dawn by striking a wooden block with a big wooden mallet in a descending interval that drew Art out of sleep every time. Talk. 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 After that, Art went out into gray, wet mornings, full of bird calls. The sound of the waves was always there, as if invisible shells were held to his ears. When he walked the trail through the farm, he always found some of the 18 immortals around, chatting as they worked with hoes or pruning shears, or sat under the big oak tree looking out at the ocean. Fort was often among them. Art could hike through the hour before breakfast with the knowledge that he would spend the rest of the day in a warm room or on a warm beach talking and playing games. Was that simple? He wasn't sure. It was definitely relaxing. He had never spent time like it. But of course there was more to it than that. It was, as Sam and Max kept reminding them, a kind of test. They were being judged. The old man was watching them, and maybe the 18 immortals as well, and the young scholars too, the apprentices who began to look to Art like serious powers, young hotshots who ran a lot of the day-to-day operations of the compound, and perhaps of praxis too, even at its highest levels, in consultation with the 18, or perhaps not. After listening to Fort ramble, he could see how one might be inclined to bypass him when it came to practical matters, and the conversations around the dishwasher sometimes had the tone of siblings squabbling over how to deal with incapacitated parents. Anyway, a test. One night, Art went over to the kitchen to get a glass of milk before bed, and passed a small room off the dining hall where a number of people, old and young, were watching a videotape of the morning session with Fort. Art went back to his room, deep in thought. The next morning in the conference room, Fort circled the room in his usual way. The new opportunities for growth are no longer in growth. Sam and Max glanced at each other ever so briefly. That's what all this full world thinking comes down to. So we've got to identify the new non-growth growth markets and get into them. Now recall that natural capital can be divided into marketable and non-marketable. Non-marketable natural capital is the substrate from which all marketable capital arises. Given its scarcity and the benefits that it provides, it would make sense, according to standard supply-demand theory, to set its price as infinite. I'm interested in anything that has a theoretically infinite price. It's an obvious investment. Essentially, it's infrastructure investment, but at the most basic biophysical level. Infrastructure, so to speak, or bio-infrastructure, and that's what I want Praxis to start doing. We obtain and rebuild whatever bio-infrastructure has been depleted by liquidation. It's long-term investment, but the yields will be fantastic. Isn't most bio-infrastructure publicly owned? Art asked. Yes, which means close cooperation with the governments involved. Praxis's gross annual product is much larger than most countries. What we need to do is find countries with small GNPs and bad CFIs. CFI, Art said. Country Future Index. It's an alternative to the GNP measurement taking into account debt, political stability, environmental health, and the like. A useful cross-check on the GNP, and it helps tag countries that could use our help. We identify those, go to them and offer them a massive capital investment, plus political advice, security, whatever they need. In return, we take custody of their bio-infrastructure. We also have access to their labor. It's an obvious partnership. I think it will be the coming thing. How do we fit in? Sam asked, gesturing at the group. Fort looked at them one by one. I'm going to give each of you a different assignment. I'll want you to keep them confidential. You'll be leaving here separately, in any case, and going different places. You'll all be doing diplomatic work as a Praxis liaison, as well as specific jobs involved with bio-infrastructure investment. I'll give you the details in private. Now let's take an early lunch, and afterward I'll meet with you one at a time. Diplomatic work, Art wrote in his lectern. He spent the afternoon wandering around the gardens looking at the espaliered apple bushes. Apparently, he wasn't early in the list of personal appointments with Fort. He shrugged at that. It was a cloudy day, and the flowers in the garden were wet and vibrant. It would be tough to move back to his studio under the freeway in San Jose. He wondered what Sharon was doing, whether she ever thought of him, sailing with her vice chairman, no doubt. It was nearly sunset, and he was about to go back to his room and get ready for dinner when Fort appeared on the central path. "Ah, there you are," he said. "Let's go down to the oak." They sat by the big tree's trunk. The sun was cutting under the low clouds, and everything was turning the color of the roses. "You live in a beautiful place," Art said. Fort didn't appear to hear him. He was looking up at the underlit clouds billowing overhead. After a few minutes of this contemplation, he said, "We want you to acquire Mars." "Acquire Mars," Art repeated. "Yes, in the sense that I spoke about this morning. These national-transnational partnerships are the coming thing, there's no doubt about it. The old flag of convenience relationships were suggestive, but they need to be taken further so that we have more control over our investment. We did that with Sri Lanka, and we've had so much success in our deal there that the other big transnats are all imitating us, actively recruiting countries in trouble." "But Mars isn't a country." "No, but it is in trouble. When the first elevator crashed, its economy was shattered. Now the new elevator is in place, and things are ready to happen. I want Praxis to be ahead of the curve. Of course, the other big investors are all still there too, jockeying for position, and that will only intensify now that the new elevator is up." "Who runs the elevator?" "A consortium led by Subarashi. Isn't that a problem?" "Well, it gives them an edge, but they don't understand Mars. They think it's just a new source of metals. They don't see the possibilities." "The possibilities for For development. Mars isn't just an empty world, Randolph. In economic terms, it's nearly a non-existent world. Its bioinfrastructure has to be constructed, you see? I mean, one could just extract the metals and move on, which is what Subarashi and the others seem to have in mind. But that's treating it like nothing more than a big asteroid, which is stupid because its value as a base of operations, as a planet, so to speak, far surpasses the value of its metals. All its metals together total about $20 trillion, but the value of a terraformed Mars is more in the neighborhood of $200 trillion. That's about 1/3 of the current gross world value, and even that doesn't make proper assessment of its scarcity value, if you ask me. No, Mars is bioinfrastructure investment just like I was talking about. Exactly the kind of thing Praxis is looking for. But acquisition, Art said. I mean, what are we talking about? Not what. Who? Who? The underground. The underground. Fort gave him time to think it over. Television, the tabloids, and the nets were full of tales of the survivors of 2061 living in underground shelters in the wild southern hemisphere, led by John Boone and Hiroko Ai, tunneling everywhere in contact with aliens and dead celebrities and current world leaders. Art stared at Fort, a bona fide current world leader, shocked by the sudden notion that these Pellucidarian fantasies might have some truth to them. Does it really exist? Fort nodded. It does. I'm not in full contact with it, you understand, and I don't know how extensive it is, but I'm sure that some of the first 100 are still alive. You know the Tenyeyev-Tokarova theories I talked about when you first arrived? Well, those two and Ursula Cole and that whole biomedical team, they all lived in the Acheron Fin, north of Olympus Mons. During the war, the facility was destroyed, but there were no bodies at the site. So about 6 years ago, I had a Praxis team go in and rebuild the facility. When it was done, we named it the Acheron Institute, and we left it empty. Everything is online and ready to go, but nothing is happening there except for a small annual conference on their eco-economics. And last year, when the conference was over, one of the cleanup crew found a few pages in a fax tray, comments on one of the papers presented. No signature, no source. But there was some work there that I'm positive was written by Tenyeyev or Tokarova, or someone very familiar with their work, and I think it was a little hello. A very little hello, Art thought. But Fort seemed to read his mind. I've gotten an even bigger hello. I don't know who it is. They're being very cautious, but they're out there. Art swallowed. It was big news, if true. And so you want me to... I want you to go to Mars. We have a project there that will be your cover story, salvaging a section of the fallen elevator cable. But while you're doing that, I'll be making arrangements to get you together with this person who's contacted me. You won't have to initiate anything. They'll make the move and take you in. But look, in the beginning, I don't want you to let them know exactly what you're trying to do. I want you to go to work on them. Find out who they are and how extensive their operation is and what they want, and how we might deal with them. So I'll be a kind of diplomat. A kind of spy, I was going to say. Fort shrugged. It depends on who you're with. This project has to remain a secret. I deal with a lot of the other Transnat leaders, and they're scared people. Perceived threats to the current order often get attacked quite brutally, and some of them already think Praxis is a threat. So for the time being, there's a hidden arm to Praxis, and this Mars investigation has to be part of that. So if you join the hidden Praxis. Think you can do it? I don't know. Fort laughed. That's why I chose you for this mission, Randolph. You seem simple. I am simple, Art almost said, and bit his tongue. Instead, he said, Why me? Fort regarded him. When we acquire a new company, we review its personnel. I read your record. I thought you might have the makings of a diplomat. Or a spy. They are often different aspects of the same job. Art frowned. Did you bug my apartment? My old apartment? No, Fort laughed again. We don't do that. People's records are enough. Art recalled the late-night viewing of one of their sessions. "That and a session down here," Fort added, "to get to know you." Art considered it. None of the 18 wanted this job, nor the scholars, perhaps. Of course, it was off to Mars and then into some invisible world no one knew anything about, maybe for good. Some people might not find it attractive, but for someone at loose ends, maybe looking for new employment, maybe with a potential for diplomacy. So all this had indeed proved to be a kind of interview process, for a job he hadn't even known existed. Mars Acquirer, Mars Acquisition Chief, Mars Mole, a spy in the House of Ares, ambassador to the Mars Underground, ambassador to Mars. My, oh my, he thought. "So what do you say?" "I'll do it," Art said. William Fort didn't fool around. The moment Art agreed to take the Mars assignment, his life speeded up like a video on fast forward. That night he was back in the sealed van, and then in the sealed jet, all alone this time, and when he staggered up the jetway, it was dawn in San Francisco. He went to the dump mine's office and made the round of friends and acquaintances there. "Yes," he said again and again, "I've taken a job on Mars. Salvaging a bit of the old elevator cable. Only temporary. The pay is good. I'll be back." That afternoon he went home and packed. It took 10 minutes. Then he stood groggily in the empty apartment. There on the stove top was the frying pan, the only sign of his former life. He took the frying pan over to his suitcases, thinking he could fit it in and take it with him. He stopped over the cases, full and shut. He went back and sat down on a single chair, the fry pan hanging from his hand. After a while he called Sharon, hoping partly to get her answering machine, but she was home. "I'm going to Mars," he croaked. She wouldn't believe it. When she believed it, she got angry. It was desertion, pure and simple. He was running out on her. "But you already threw me out," Art tried to say, but she had hung up. He left the frying pan on the table, lugged his suitcases down to the sidewalk. Across the street, a public hospital that did the longevity treatment was surrounded by its usual crowd, people whose turn at the treatment was supposedly near, camping out in the parking lot to make sure nothing went awry. The treatments were guaranteed to all U.S. citizens by law, but the waiting lists for the public facilities were so long that it was a question whether one would survive to reach one's turn. Art shook his head at the sight and flagged down a pedicab. He spent his last week on Earth in a motel in Cape Canaveral. It was a lugubrious farewell, as Canaveral was restricted territory, occupied chiefly by military police and service personnel who had extremely bad attitudes toward the late lamented, as they called those waiting for departure. The daily extravaganza of takeoff only left everyone either apprehensive or resentful, and in all cases rather deaf. People went around in the afternoons with ears ringing, repeating, "What? What? What?" To counteract the problem, most of the locals had earplugs. They would be dropping plates on one's restaurant table while talking to people in the kitchen, and suddenly they'd glance at the clock and take earplugs out of their pocket and stuff them in their ears, and boom! Off would go another Novi Energia booster with 2 shuttles strapped to it, causing the whole world to quake like jelly. The late lamented would rush out into the streets with hands over their ears to get another preview of their fate, staring up stricken at the biblical pillar of smoke and the pinpoint of fire arching over the Atlantic. The locals would stand in place chewing gum, waiting for the time out to be over. The only time they showed any interest was one morning when the tides were high and news came that a group of party crashers had swum up to the fence surrounding the town and cut their way inside, where security had chased them to the area of the day's launch. It was said some of them had been incinerated by takeoff, and this was enough to get some of the locals out to watch, as if the pillar of smoke and fire would look somehow different. Then one Sunday morning, it was Art's turn. He woke and dressed in the ill-fitting jumper provided, feeling as if he were dreaming. He got in the van with another man looking just as stunned as he felt, and they were driven to the launching compound and identified by retina, fingerprint, voice, and visual appearance. And then, without ever really having managed to think about what it all meant, he was led into an elevator and down a short tunnel into a tiny room where there were 8 chairs, somewhat like dentist chairs, all of them occupied by round-eyed people. And then he was seated and strapped in, and the door was shut, and there was a vibrant roar under him, and he was squished, and then he weighed nothing at all. He was in orbit. After a while, the pilot unbuckled, and the passengers did too, and they went to the 2 little windows to look out. Black space, blue world, just like the pictures, but with the startling high resolution of reality. Art stared down at West Africa, and a great wave of nausea rolled through every cell of him. He was only just getting the slightest touch of appetite back, after a timeless interval of space sickness that apparently, in the real world, had clocked in at 3 days, when one of the continuous shuttles came bombing by, after swinging around Venus and aerobraking into an Earth-Luna orbit just slow enough to allow the little ferries to catch up to it. Sometime during his space sickness, Art and the other passengers had transferred into one of these ferries, and when the time was right, it blasted off in pursuit of the continuous shuttle. Its acceleration was even harder than the takeoff from Canaveral, and when it ended, Art was reeling, dizzy and nauseated again. More weightlessness would have killed him. He groaned at the very thought. But happily there was a ring in the continuous shuttle that rotated at a speed that gave some rooms what they called Martian gravity. Art was given a bed in the health center occupying one of these rooms, and there he stayed. He couldn't walk well in the peculiar lightness of Martian G. He hopped and staggered about, and he still felt bruised internally and dizzy. But he stayed on just the right side of nausea, which he was thankful for, even though it wasn't a very pleasant feeling in itself. The continuous shuttle was strange. Because of its frequent aerobraking in the atmospheres of Earth, Venus, and Mars, it had somewhat the shape of a hammerhead shark. The ring of rotating rooms was located near the rear of the ship, just ahead of the propulsion center and the ferry docks. The ring spun, and one walked with head toward the center line of the ship, feet pointing down at the stars under the floor. About a week into their voyage, Art decided to give weightlessness one more try, as the rotating ring was without windows. He went to one of the transfer chambers for getting from the rotating ring to the non-rotating parts of the ship. The chambers were on a narrow ring that moved with the G-ring, but could slow down to match the rest of the ship. The chambers looked just like freight elevator cars, with doors on both sides. When you got in one and pushed the right button, it decelerated through a few rotations to a stop, and the far door opened on the rest of the ship. So Art tried that. As the car slowed, he began to lose weight, and his gorge began to rise in an exact correspondence. By the time the far door opened, he was sweating, and had somehow launched himself at the ceiling, where he hurt his wrist catching himself before hitting his head. Pain battled nausea, and the nausea was winning. It took him a couple of caroms to get to the control panel and hit the button to get him moving again and back into the gravity ring. When the far door closed, he settled gently back to the floor, and in a minute Martian gravity returned and the door he had come in through reopened. He bounced gratefully out, suffering no more than the pain of a sprained wrist. Nausea was far more unpleasant than pain, he reflected, at least certain levels of pain. He would have to get his outside view over the TVs. He wouldn't be lonely. Most of the passengers and all of the crew spent the majority of their time in the gravity ring, which was therefore fairly crowded, like a full hotel in which most of the guests spent most of their time in the restaurant and bar. Art had seen and read accounts of the continuous shuttles that made them seem like flying Monte Carlos, with permanent residents made up of the rich and bored. A popular vid series had just such a setting. Art's ship, the Ganesh, was not like that. It was clear that it had been hurtling around the inner solar system for a good long time now, and always at full capacity. Its interiors were getting shabby, and when restricted to the ring, it seemed very small, much smaller than the impression one had of these kinds of ships from watching history shows about the Ares. But the first 100 had lived in about 5 times as much space as the Ganesh's G-ring, and the Ganesh carried 500 passengers. Flight time, however, was only 3 months, so Art settled down and watched TV, concentrating on documentaries about Mars. He ate in the dining room, which was decorated to look like one of the great ocean liners of the 1920s, and he gambled a bit in the casino, which was decorated to look like one of the Las Vegas casinos of the 1970s. But mostly, he slept and watched TV, the two activities melting into each other so that he dreamed very lucidly about Mars, while the documentaries took on a very surreal logic. He saw the famous videotapes of the Russell Claiborne debate, and that night dreamed he was unsuccessfully arguing with Anne Claiborne, who, just as in the vids, looked like the farmer's wife in American Gothic, only more gaunt and severe. Another film, taken by a flying drone, also affected him deeply. The drone had dropped off the side of one of the big Marinares cliffs and fallen for nearly a minute before pulling out and swooping low over the jumbled rock and ice on the canyon floor. Repeatedly in the following weeks, Art dreamed of making that fall himself and woke up just before impact. It appeared that parts of his unconscious mind felt that the decision to go had been a mistake. He shrugged at this, ate his meals, and practiced his walking. He was biding his time. Mistake or not, he was committed. Fort had given him an encryption system and instructions to report back on a regular basis, but in transit he found there was very little to say. Dutifully, he sent off a monthly report, each one the same. "We're on our way. All seems well." There was never any reply. And then Mars swelled up like an orange thrown at the TV screens, and soon after that they were there, crushed into their G couches by an extremely violent aerobraking, and then crushed again in their ferry's chairs. But Art came through these flattening decelerations like a veteran, and after a week in orbit, still rotating, they docked with New Clark. New Clark had only a very small gravity, which barely held people to the floor, and made Mars appear to be overhead. Art's space sickness returned, and he had a 2-day wait before his reservation for an elevator ride. The elevator cars proved to be like slender, tall hotels, and they ran their tightly packed human cargo down toward the planet over a period of 5 days, with no gravity to speak of until the last couple of days, when it got stronger and stronger, until the elevator car slowed and descended gently into the receiving facility called the Socket, just west of Sheffield on Pavonis Mons, and the G came to something like the G in the Ganesh's G-ring. But a week of space sickness had left Art completely devastated, and as the elevator car opened and they were guided out into something very like an airport terminal, he found himself scarcely able to walk and amazed at how much nausea decreased one's desire to live. It was 4 months to the day since he had gotten the fax from William Fort. The trip from the Socket into Sheffield proper was by subway, but Art would have been too miserable to notice a view even if there had been one. Wasted and unsteady, he tiptoed bouncily down a tall hallway after someone from Praxis and collapsed thankfully on a bed in a small room. Martian G felt blessedly solid when he was lying down, and after a while he fell asleep. When he woke, he couldn't remember where he was. He looked around the little room, completely disoriented, wondering where Sharon had gone and why their bedroom had gotten so small. Then it came back. He was on Mars. He groaned and sat up. He felt hot and yet detached from his body, and everything was pulsing slightly, though the room lights appeared to be functioning normally. There were drapes covering the wall opposite the door, and he stood and walked over and opened them with a single pull. "Hey!" he cried, leaping back. He woke up a second time, or so it felt. It was like the view out an airplane window. Endless open space, a bruise-colored sky, the sun like a blob of lava. And there far below stretched a flat rocky plain, flat and round as it lay at the bottom of an enormous circular cliff, extremely circular, remarkably circular, in fact, for a natural feature. It was difficult to estimate how distant the far side of the cliff was. Features of the cliff were perfectly clear, but structures on the opposite rim were teensy. What looked like an observatory could have fit on a pinhead. This, he concluded, was the caldera of Pavonis Mons. They had landed at Sheffield, so really there could be no doubt about it. Therefore, it was some 60 kilometers across the circle to that observatory, as Art recalled from his video documentaries, and 5 kilometers to the floor. And all of it completely empty, rocky, untouched, primordial. The volcanic rock as bare as if cooled the week before. Nothing at all of humanity in it. No sign of terraforming. It must have looked exactly like this to John Boone a half-century before, and so alien and big. Art had looked into the calderas of Etna and Vesuvius while on vacation from Tehran, and those two craters were big by Terran standards, but you could have lost 1,000 of them in this thing, this hole. He closed the drapes and got slowly dressed, his mouth imitating the shape of the unearthly caldera. A friendly praxis guide named Adrian, tall enough to be a Martian native but possessing a strong Australian accent, collected him and took him and 6 other new arrivals on a tour of the town. Their rooms turned out to be on the city's lowest level, though it wouldn't be lowest for long. Sheffield was in the process of burrowing downward these days to give as many rooms as possible the view onto the caldera that had so disconcerted Art. An elevator took them up nearly 50 stories and let them out in the lobby of a shiny new office building. They walked out its big revolving doors and emerged on a wide grassy boulevard and walked down it past squat buildings faced with polished stone and big windows, separated by narrow grassy side streets and a great number of construction sites, as many buildings were still in various stages of completion. It was going to be a handsome town, the buildings mostly 3 and 4 stories tall, getting taller as they moved south away from the caldera rim. The green streets were crowded with people and the occasional small tram running on narrow tracks set in the grass. There was a general air of bustle and excitement, caused no doubt by the arrival of the new elevator. A boom town. The first place Adrian took them was across a boulevard to the caldera rim. She led the 7 newcomers out into a thin, curving park to the nearly invisible tenting that encased the town. The transparent fabrics were held in place by equally transparent geodesic struts anchored in a chest-high perimeter wall. "The tenting has to be stronger than usual up here on Pavonis," Adrian told them, "because the atmosphere outside is still extremely thin. It'll always be thinner than the lowlands, by a factor of 10. She led them out into a viewing blister in the tent wall, and, looking down between their feet, they could see through the blister's transparent deck straight down onto the caldera floor some 5 kilometers below them. People exclaimed in delicious fright, and Art bounced on the clear floor uneasily. The width of the caldera was coming into perspective for him. The north rim was just about as far away as Mount Tamalpais and the Napa Hills when one descended into the San Jose airport. That was no extraordinary distance, but the depth below, the depth. Over 5 kilometers, or about 20,000 feet. "Quite a hole," Adrian said. Mounted telescopes and display plaques with map drawings enabled them to spot the previous version of Sheffield, now lying on the caldera floor. Art had been wrong about the caldera's untouched primeval nature. An insignificant pile of cliff-bottom talus with some shiny dots in it was in fact the ruins of the original city. Adrian described with great gusto the destruction of the town in 2061. The falling elevator cable had, of course, crushed the suburbs east of its socket in the very first moments of the fall. But then the cable had wrapped all the way around the planet, delivering a massive second blow to the south side of town, a blow which had caused an undiscovered fault in the basalt rim to give way. About 1/3 of the town had been on the wrong side of this fault and had fallen the 5 kilometers to the caldera floor. The remaining 2/3 of the town had been knocked flat. Luckily, the occupants had mostly evacuated in the 4 hours between the detachment of Clark and the second coming of the cable, so loss of life had been minimized, but Sheffield had been utterly destroyed. For many years after that, Adrian told them, the site had lain abandoned, a wreck like so many other towns after the unrest of '61. Most of those other towns had been left in ruins, but Sheffield's location remained the ideal place for tethering a space elevator, and when Subarashi began organizing the in-space construction of a new one in the late 2080s, construction on the ground had rapidly followed. A detailed areological investigation had found no other faults in the southern rim, which had justified rebuilding right on the edge on the same site as before. Demolition vehicles had cleared the wreckage of the old town, shoving most of it over the rim and leaving only the easternmost section of town around the old socket as a kind of monument to the disaster. Also as the central element of a little tourist industry which had clearly been an important part of the town's income in the fallow years before an elevator had been reinstalled. Adrian's next point on the tour led them out to see this preserved bit of history. They took a tram to a gate in the east wall of the tent, and then walked through a clear tube into a smaller tent which covered the blasted ruins, the concrete mass of the old cable facility, and the lower end of the fallen cable. They walked a roped path that had been cleared of wreckage, staring curiously at the foundations and twisted pipes. It looked like the results of saturation bombing. They came to a halt under the butt end of the cable, and Art observed it with professional interest. The big cylinder of black carbon filaments looked nearly undamaged by the fall, although admittedly this was the part that had hit Mars with the least force. The end had jammed down into the socket's big concrete bunker, Adrian said, then been dragged a couple of kilometers as the cable had fallen down the eastern slope of Pavonis. That wasn't that much of a beating for material designed to withstand the pull of an asteroid swinging beyond the areosynchronous point. And so it lay there, as if waiting to be straightened up and put back in place. Cylindrical, 2 stories high, its black bulk encrusted by steel tracks and collars and the like. The tent only covered 100 meters or so of it. After that it ran on uncovered, east along the wide-rounded plateau of the rim until it disappeared over the rim's outer edge, which formed their horizon. They could see nothing of the planet below. But out away from the town, they could see better than ever that Pavonis Mons was huge. Its rim alone was an impressive expanse, a donut of flat land perhaps 30 kilometers wide from the abrupt inner edge of the caldera to the more gradual drop-off down the volcano's flanks. Nothing of the rest of Mars could be seen from their vantage point, so it seemed they stood on a high circular ring world under a dark lavender sky. Just to the south of them, the new socket was like a titanic concrete bunker, the new elevator cable rising out of it like an elevator cable, standing alone as if in some version of the Indian rope trick, thin and black and straight as a plumb line dropping down from heaven, visible for only a few tall skyscrapers' worth of height at most, and, given the wreckage they stood in, and the immensity of the volcano's bare rocky peak, as fragile-looking as if it were a single carbon nanotube filament rather than a bundle of billions of them, and the strongest structure ever made. "This is weird," Art said, feeling hollow and unsettled. After their tour of the ruins, Adrian took them back to a plaza cafe in the middle of the new town where they had lunch. Here they could have been in the heart of a fashionable district in any town anywhere. It could have been Houston or Tbilisi or Ottawa, in some neighborhood where a lot of noisy construction marked a fresh prosperity. When they went back to their rooms, the subway system was likewise familiar to the eye, and when they got out, the halls of the Praxis floors were those of a fine hotel. All utterly familiar, so much so that it was again a shock to walk into his room and look out the window and see the awesome sight of the caldera, the bare fact of Mars, immense and stony, seeming to exert a kind of vacuum pull on him through the window. And in fact, if the window pane were to break, the pressure blowout would certainly suck him immediately into that space. An unlikely eventuality, but the image still gave him an unpleasant thrill. He closed the drapes. And after that he kept the drapes closed and tended to stay on the side of his room away from the window. In the mornings he dressed and left the room quickly and attended orientation meetings run by Adrian, which were joined by a score or so of new arrivals. After lunching with some of them, he spent his afternoons touring the town, working earnestly on his walking skills. One night he thought to send a coded report off to Fort. "On Mars, going through orientation. Sheffield is a nice town. My room has a view." There was no reply. Adrian's orientation took them to a number of Praxis buildings, both in Sheffield and up the East Rim, to meet people in the Transnational's Martian operations. Praxis had much more of a presence on Mars than it did in America. During Art's afternoon walks, he tried to gauge the relative strengths of the Transnationals just by the little plates on the sides of the buildings. All the biggest transnats were there. Arms Corps, Subarashi, Oroco, Mitsubishi, the 7 Swedes, Shalauco, Gentine, and so on, each occupying a complex of buildings or even entire neighborhoods of the town. Clearly, they were all there because of the new elevator, which had made Sheffield once again the most important city on the planet. They were pouring money into the town, building submartian subdivisions and even entire tent suburbs. The sheer wealth of the transnats was obvious in all the construction, and also, Art thought, in the way people moved. There were a lot of people bouncing around the streets just as clumsily as he was, newcomer businessmen or mining engineers or the like, concentrating with furrowed brow on the act of walking. It was no great trick to pick out the tall young natives with their cat-like coordination, but they were in a distinct minority in Sheffield, and Art wondered if that was true everywhere on Mars. As for architecture, space under the tent was at a premium, and so the completed buildings were bulky, often cubical, occupying their lots right out to the street and right up to the tent. When all the construction was finished, there would only be a network of 10 triangular plazas and the wide boulevards and the curving park along the rim to keep the town from being a continuous mass of squat skyscrapers faced with polished stone of various shades of red. It was a city built for business. And it looked to Art like Praxis was going to get a good share of that business. Subarashi was the general contractor for the elevator, but Praxis was supplying the software as they had for the first elevator, and also some of the cars and part of the security system. All these allocations, he learned, had been made by a committee called the United Nations Transitional Authority, supposedly part of the UN, but controlled by the transnats. And Praxis had been as aggressive on this committee as any of the others. William Fort might have been interested in bioinfrastructure, but the ordinary kind was obviously not outside Praxis's field of operations. There were Praxis divisions building water supply systems, train pistes, canyon towns, wind power generators, and aerothermal plants. The latter two were widely regarded as marginal endeavors, as the new orbiting solar collectors and a fusion plant in Xanthi were turning out so well, not to mention the older generation of integral fast reactors. But local energy sources were the specialty of the Praxis subsidiary Power from Below, and so that was what they did, working hard in the outback. Praxis's local salvage subsidiary, the Martian equivalent of dump mines, was called Ouroboros, and like Power from Below, it was also fairly small. In truth, as the Ouroboros people were quick to tell Art when they met one morning, there was not a large garbage output on Mars. Almost everything was recycled or put to use in creating agricultural soil, so each settlement's dump was really more of a holding facility for miscellaneous materials awaiting their particular reuse. Ouroboros therefore got its business by finding and collecting the garbage or sewage that was somehow recalcitrant, toxic or orphaned or simply inconvenient, and then finding ways to turn it to use. The Ouroboros team in Sheffield occupied one floor of Praxis's downtown skyscraper. The company had gotten its start excavating the old town, before the ruins had been so unceremoniously shoved over the side. A man named Zephyr headed the fallen cable salvage project, and he and Adrian accompanied Art to the train station where they got on a local train and took a short ride around to the East Rim to a line of suburb tents. One of the tents was the Ouroboros storage facility, and just outside it, among many other vehicles, was a truly gigantic mobile processing factory called the Beast. The Beast made a Super Rathje look like a compact car. It was a building rather than a vehicle, and almost entirely robotic. Another Beast was already out processing the cable in West Tharsis, and Art was slated to go out and make an on-site inspection of it. So Zephyr and a couple of technicians showed him around the inside of the training vehicle, ending up in a wide compartment on the top floor where there were living quarters for any humans who might be visiting. Zephyr was enthusiastic about what the Beast out on West Tharsis had found. "Of course, just recovering the carbon filament and the diamond gel helixes gives us a basic income stream," he said. "And we are doing well with some brecciated exotics metamorphosed in the final hemisphere of the fall. But what you'll be interested in are the buckyballs." Zephyr was an expert in these little carbon geodesic spheres called Buckminster fullerenes, and he waxed enthusiastic. Temperatures and pressures in the West Tharsis zone of the fall turned out to be similar to those used in the arc reactor synthesis method of making fullerenes, and so there's 100-kilometer stretch out there where the carbon on the bottom side of the cable consists almost entirely of buckyballs, mostly 60s, but also some 30s and a variety of super buckies. And some of the super buckies had formed with atoms of other elements trapped inside their carbon cages. These full fullerenes were useful in composite manufacturing, but very expensive to make in the lab because of the high amounts of energy required, so they were a nice find. It's sorting out the various super buckies where your ion chromatography will come in. So I understand, Art said. He had done work with ion chromatography during analyses in Georgia, and this was his ostensible reason for being sent into the outback. So over the next few days, Zephyr and some beast technicians trained Art in dealing with the beast, and after these sessions they had dinner together at a small restaurant in the suburb tent on the East Rim. After sunset, they had a great view of Sheffield, some 30 kilometers around the curve of the rim, glowing in the twilight like a lamp perched on the black abyss. As they ate and drank, the conversation seldom turned to the matter of Art's project, and, considering it, Art decided that this was probably a deliberate courtesy on his colleague's part. The beast was fully self-operating, and though there were some problems to be solved in sorting out the recently discovered full fullerenes, there must have been local ion chromatographers who could have done the job, so there was no obvious reason why Praxis should have sent Art up from Earth to do it, and there had to be something more to his story. And so the group avoided the topic, saving Art the embarrassment of lies or awkward shrugs or an explicit appeal to confidentiality. Art would have been uncomfortable with any of these dodges, so he appreciated their tact, but it put a certain distance in their conversations, and he seldom saw the other Praxis newcomers outside of orientation meetings, and he didn't know anyone else in town or elsewhere on the planet. So he was a little lonely, and the days passed in an increasing sense of uneasiness, even oppression. He kept the drapes closed on his window view and ate in restaurants away from the rim. It began to feel a bit too much like the weeks on the Ganesh, which he now understood to have been a miserable time. Sometimes he had to fend off the feeling that it had been a mistake to come. And so after their last orientation lecture at a reception luncheon in the Praxis building, he drank more than was his custom and took a few inhalations from a tall canister of nitrous oxide. Inhalation of recreational drugs was a local custom, fairly big among Martian construction workers, he had been told, and there were even little canisters of various gases for sale from dispensers in some public men's rooms. Certainly the nitrous added a certain extra bubbly quality to the champagne. It was a nice combination, like peanuts and beer, or ice cream and apple pie. Afterward, he walked down the streets of Sheffield, bouncing erratically, feeling the nitrous champagne as a kind of anti-gravitational effect which, added to the Martian baseline, made him feel altogether too light. Technically, he weighed about 40 kilos, but as he walked along, it felt more like 5. Very strange, even unpleasant, like walking on buttered glass. He nearly ran into a young man slightly taller than him, a black-haired youth, as slender as a bird and as graceful, who quickly veered away from him and then steadied him with a hand to his shoulder, all in one smooth flow of movement. The youth looked him in the eye. "Are you Arthur Randolph?" "Yes," Art said, surprised. "I am. And who are you?" "I'm the one who contacted William Fort," the young man said. Art stopped abruptly, swaying to get back over his feet. The young man held him upright with a gentle pressure, his hand hot on Art's upper arm. He regarded Art with a direct look, a friendly smile. Perhaps 25, Art judged, perhaps younger. A handsome youth with brown skin and thick black eyebrows, and eyes that were slightly Asian, set wide over prominent cheekbones. An intelligent look, full of curiosity and a kind of magnetic quality, hard to pin down. Art took to him instantly for no reason he could tell. It was just a feeling. "Call me Art," he said. "And I am Nergal," the youth said. "Let's go down to Overlook Park." So Art walked with him down the grassy boulevard to the park on the rim. There they strolled the path next to the coping wall, Nergal helping Art with his drunken turns by frankly seizing his upper arm and steering him. His grasp had an electric penetrating quality to it and was really very warm, as if the youth had a fever, though there was no sign of it in his dark eyes. "Why are you here?" Nergal asked, and his voice and the look on his face made the question into something other than a superficial inquiry. Art checked his response, thought about it. "To help," he said. "So you will join us?" Again, the youth somehow made it clear that he meant something different, something fundamental. And Art said, "Yes, any time you like." Nergal smiled, a quick, delighted grin that he only partly overmastered before he said, "Good, very good. But look, I'm doing this on my own, do you understand? There are people who wouldn't approve, so I want to slip you in among us as if it were an accident. That's okay with you?" "That's fine." Art shook his head, confused. "That's how I was planning on doing it anyway." Nergal stopped by the observation bubble, took Art's hand, and held it. His gaze, so open and unflinching, was contact of another kind. "Good. Thanks. Just keep doing what you're doing, then. Go out on your salvage project, and you'll be picked up out there. We'll meet again after that." And he was off, walking across the park in the direction of the train station, moving with the long, graceful lope that all the young natives seemed to have. Art stared after him, trying to remember everything about the encounter, trying to put his finger on what had made it so charged. Simply the look on the youth's face, he decided. Not just the unself-conscious intensity one sometimes saw on the faces of the young, but more, some humorous power. Art remembered the sudden grin unleashed when Art had promised that he would join them. Art grinned himself. When he got back to his room, he walked right to the window and opened the drapes. He went over to the table by his bed and sat and turned on his lectern and looked up Nergal. No person listed by that name. There was a Nergal Vallis between Argyre Basin and Vallis Marinaris, one of the best examples of a water-carved channel on the planet, the entry said, long and sinuous. The word was the Babylonian name for Mars. Art went back to the window and pressed his nose against the glass. He looked right down the throat of the thing, into the rocky heart of the monster itself. Horizontal banding of the curved walls, the broad round plain so far below, the sharp edge where it met the circular wall. The infinite shadings of maroon, rust, black, tan, orange, yellow, red, everywhere red, all the variations of red. He drank it in, for the first time, unafraid. And as he looked down this enormous coring into the planet, a new feeling leaped into him to replace the fear, and he shivered and hopped in place in a little dance. He could handle the view. He could handle the gravity. He had met a Martian, a member of the underground, a youth with a strange charisma, and he would be seeing more of him, more of all of them. He was on Mars. And a few days later, he was on the west slope of Pavonis Mons, driving a small rover down a narrow road that paralleled a band of disturbed volcanic rubble with what looked like a cog railway track running right down it. He had sent a final coded message to Fort telling him that he was taking off and had gotten the only reply of his journey so far. "Have a nice trip." The first hour of his drive held what everyone had told him would be its most spectacular sight, going over the western rim of the caldera and starting down the outer slope of the vast volcano. This occurred about 60 kilometers west of Sheffield. He drove over the southwest edge of the vast rim plateau and started downhill, and a horizon appeared very far below and very far away, a slightly curved hazy white bar, like the view of Earth as seen from a spaceplane's window, which made sense as the peak of Pavonis was about 85,000 feet above Amazonas Planitia. So it was a huge view, the most forcible reminder possible of the stupendous height of the Tharsis volcanoes, and he had a great view of Arcia Mons at that moment, in fact, the southernmost of the three volcanoes lined up on Tharsis, bulking over the horizon to his left like a neighboring world. and what looked like a black cloud over the far horizon to the northwest could very possibly be Olympus Mons itself. So the first day's drive was all downhill, but Art's spirits remained high. "Toto, there is no chance we are in Kansas anymore. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Mars." The road paralleled the fall line of the cable. The cable had hit the west side of Tharsis with a tremendous impact, not as great as during the final wrap, of course, but enough to create the interesting super Buckies Art had been sent out to investigate. The beast he was going down to meet had already salvaged the cable in this vicinity, however, and the cable was almost entirely gone. The only thing left of it was a set of old-fashioned-looking train tracks with a third cog rail running down the middle. The beast had made these tracks out of carbon from the cable and then used other parts of the cable and magnesium from the soil to make little self-powered cog rail mining cars which then carried salvage cargo back up the side of Pavonis to the Ouroboros facilities in Sheffield. Very neat, Art thought, as he watched a little robot car roll past him in the opposite direction, up the tracks toward the city. The little train car was black, squat, powered by a simple motor engaging the cog track, filled with a cargo that was no doubt mostly carbon nanotube filaments, and capped on top by a big rectangular block of diamond. Art had heard about this in Sheffield, and so was not surprised to see it. The diamond had been salvaged from the double helixes strengthening the cable, and the blocks were actually much less valuable than the carbon filaments stored underneath them, basically a kind of fancy hatch door. But they did look nice. On the second day of his drive, Art got off the immense cone of Pavonis and onto the Tharsis Bulge proper. Here the ground was much more littered than the volcano's side had been with loose rock and meteor craters, and down here everything was blanketed with a drift of snow and sand in a mix that looked like equal shares of both. This was the Fern Slope of West Tharsis, an area where storms coming in from the west frequently dumped loads of snow, which never melted but instead built up year by year, packing down the snow on the bottom. So far, the pack consisted only of crushed snow called fern, but after more years of compaction, the lowest layers would be ice, and the slopes glaciers. Now the slopes were still punctuated by big rocks sticking out of the fern and small crater rings, the craters mostly less than a kilometer across and looking as fresh as if they had been blasted the day before, except for the sandy snow now filling them. When he was still many kilometers away, Art caught sight of the beast salvaging the cable. The top of it appeared over the western horizon, and over the next hour the rest of it reared into view. Out on the vast empty slope, it seemed somewhat smaller than its twin up in East Sheffield, at least until he drove under its flank, when once again it became clear that it was as big as a city block. There was even a square hole in the bottom of one side, which looked for all the world like the entrance to a parking garage. Art drove his rover right at this hole. The beast was moving at 3 kilometers a day, so it was no trick to hit it, and once inside, he drove up a curving ramp, following a short tunnel into a lock. There, he spoke by radio to the beast's AI, and doors behind his rover slid shut, and in a minute he could simply get out of his car and go over to an elevator door and take an elevator up to the observation deck. It didn't take long to realize that life inside the beast was not the essence of excitement, and after checking in with the Sheffield office and taking a look at the ion chromatograph down in the lab, Art went back out in the rover to have a more extensive look around. This was the way things went when working the beast, Zephyr assured him. The rovers were like pilot fishes swimming around a great whale, and though the view from the observation deck was nice and high, most people ended up spending a good part of their days out driving around. So Art did that. The fallen cable out in front of the beast showed clearly how much harder it had been coming down here than it had back at the start of its fall. Here it was buried to perhaps a third of its diameter, and the cylinder was flattened and marked by long cracks running along its sides, revealing its structure, which consisted of bundles of carbon nanotube filament, still one of the strongest substances known to material science, though apparently the current elevator's cable material was stronger yet. The beast straddled this wreckage, about 4 times as tall as the cable. The charred black semi-cylinder disappeared into a hole at the front of the beast, from which came a grumbling, low, nearly subsonic vibration. And then Every day at about 2 in the afternoon, a door at the back of the beast slid open over the tracks, always being excreted from the back end of the beast, and one of the diamond-capped train cars would roll out, winking in the sunlight, and glide off toward Pavonis. The trains disappeared over the high eastern horizon into the apparent depression now between him and Pavonis about 10 minutes after emerging from their maker. After viewing the daily departure, Art would take a drive in the pilot-fish rover, investigating craters and big isolated boulders, and, frankly, looking for Nergal, or rather, waiting for him. After a few days of this, he added the habit of suiting up and taking a walk outside for a few hours every afternoon, strolling beside the cable or the pilot-fish, or hiking out into the surrounding countryside. It was odd-looking terrain, not only because of the even distribution of millions of black rocks, but because the hard blanket of fern had been sculpted into fantastic shapes by the sandblaster winds. Ridges, bowls, hollows, tear-shaped tailings behind every exposed rock, etc. Sastragi, these shapes were called. It was fun to walk around among these extravagant aerodynamic extrusions of reddish snow. Day after day he did this. The beast ground slowly westward. He found that the wind-swept bare tops of the rocks were often colored by tiny flakes that were scales of fast lichen, a kind that grew quickly, or at least quickly for lichen. Art picked up a couple of sample rocks and took them back into the beast and read about the lichen curiously. These apparently were engineered cryptoendolithic lichens, meaning they lived in rock, and at this altitude they were living right at the edge of the possible. The article on them said that over 98% of their energy was used simply to stay alive, with less than 2% going toward reproduction. And this was a big improvement over the Terran species they had been based on. More days passed, then weeks. But what could he do? He kept on collecting lichen. One of the cryptoendoliths he found was the first species to survive on the Martian surface, the lectern said, and it had been designed by members of the fabled First Hundred. He broke apart some rocks to have a better look and found bands of the lichen growing in the rock's outer centimeter. First a yellow stripe right at the surface, then a blue stripe under that, then a green one. After that discovery, he often stopped on his walks to kneel and put his faceplate to colored rocks sticking up out of the fern, marveling at the crusty scales and their intense pale colors: yellows, olives, khaki greens, forest greens, blacks, grays. One afternoon, he drove the pilot-fish far to the north of the beast and got out to hike around and collect samples. When he returned, he found that the locked door in the side of the pilot-fish wouldn't open. "What the hell?" he said aloud. It had been so long that he had forgotten that something was supposed to happen. The happening had taken the form of some kind of electronic failure, apparently. Assuming that this was the happening and not something else. He called in over the intercom and tried every code he knew on the keypad by the locked door, but nothing had any effect. And since he couldn't get back in, he couldn't turn on the emergency systems. And his helmet's intercom had a very limited range, the horizon, in effect, which down here off Pavonis had shrunk to a Martian closeness, only a few kilometers away in all directions. The beast was well over the horizon, and though he could probably walk to it, there would be a section of the hike where both beast and pilot-fish would be over the horizon, and himself alone in a suit with a limited air supply. Suddenly the landscape with its dirty sastragi took on an alien, ominous cast, dark even in the bright sunshine. "Well, hell," Art said, thinking hard. He was out here, after all, to get picked up by the underground. Nergal had said it was going to look like an accident. Of course, this was not necessarily that accident, but whether it was or it wasn't, panic was not going to help. Best to make the working assumption that it was a real problem and go from there. He could try walking back to the beast, or he could try getting into the pilot-fish rover. He was still thinking things over and typing at the keypad of the locked door like a champion speed typist when he was tapped hard on the shoulder. "Ah!" he shouted, leaping around. There were two of them, in walkers and scratched old helmets. Through their faceplates he could see them, a woman with a face like a hawk's who looked like she would be happy to bite him, and a short, thin-faced black man with gray dreadlocks crowding the border of his faceplate, like the rope picture frames one sometimes sees in nautical restaurants. It was the man who had tapped Art on the shoulder. Now he lifted 3 fingers pointing at his wrist console. The intercom band they were using, no doubt. Art switched it on. "Hey," he cried, feeling more relieved than he ought to, considering that this was probably Nergal's setup so that he had never been in danger. "Hey, I seem to be locked out of my car. Could you give me a lift?" They stared at him. The man's laugh was scary. "Welcome to Mars," he said. Part 3. Long Runout. Anne Claiborne was driving down the Geneva Spur, stopping every few switchbacks to get out and take samples from the road cuts. The Transmarineris Highway had been abandoned after '61, as it now disappeared under the dirty river of ice and boulders covering the floor of Coprades Chasma. The road was an archaeological relic, a dead end. But Anne was studying the Geneva Spur. The spur was the final extension of a much longer lava dike, most of which was buried in the plateau to the south. The dike was one of several, the nearby Melis Dorsa, the Felis Dorsa farther east, the Solis Dorsa farther west. All of them perpendicular to the Marineris canyons and all mysterious in their origin. But as the southern wall of Melis Chasma had receded by collapse and wind erosion, the hard rock of one dike had been exposed, and this was the Geneva Spur, which had provided the Swiss with a perfect ramp to get their road down the canyon wall, and was now providing Anne with a nicely exposed dike base. It was possible that it and all its companion dikes had been formed by concentric fissuring resulting from the rise of Tharsis, but they could also be much older remnants of a basin and range type spread in the earliest Noachian, when the planet was still expanding from its own internal heat. Dating the basalt at the foot of the dike would help answer the question one way or the other. So she drove a little boulder car slowly down the frost-covered road. The car's movement would be quite visible from space, but she didn't care. She had driven all over the southern hemisphere in the previous year, taking no precautions except when approaching one of Coyote's hidden refuges to resupply. Nothing had happened. She reached the bottom of the spur, only a short distance from the river of ice and rock that now choked the canyon floor. She got out of the car and tapped away with a geologist's hammer at the bottom of the last road cut. She kept her back to the immense glacier and didn't think of it. She was focused on the basalt. The dike rose before her into the sun, a perfect ramp to the cliff top some 3 kilometers above her and 50 kilometers to the south. On both sides of the spur, the immense southern cliff of Melis Chasma curved back in huge embayments, then out again to lesser prominences, a slight point on the distant horizon to the left, and a massive headland some 60 kilometers to the right, which Anne called Cape Solis. Long ago, Anne had predicted that greatly accelerated erosion would follow any hydration of the atmosphere, and on both sides of the spur the cliff gave indications that she had been right. The embayment between the Geneva Spur and Cape Solis had always been a deep one, but now several fresh landslides showed that it was getting deeper fast. Even the freshest scars, however, as well as all the rest of the fluting and stratification of the cliff, were dusted with frost. The great wall had the coloration of Zion or Bryce after a snowfall, stacked reds streaked with white. There was a very low black ridge on the canyon floor 1 kilometer or 2 west of the Geneva Spur, paralleling it. Curious, Anne hiked out to it. On closer inspection, the low ridge, no more than chest-high, did indeed appear to be made of the same basalt as the spur. She took out her hammer and knocked off a sample. A motion caught her eye, and she jerked up to look. Cape Solis was missing its nose. A red cloud was billowing out from its foot. Landslide! Instantly she started the timer on her wrist pad, then knocked the binocular hood down over her faceplate and fiddled with the focus until the distant headland stood clear in her field of vision. The new rock exposed by the break was blackish and looked nearly vertical. A cooling fault in the dike, perhaps, if it too was a dike. It did look like basalt, and it looked as if the break had extended the entire height of the cliff, all 4 kilometers of it. The cliff face disappeared in the rising cloud of dust, which billowed up and out as if a giant bomb had gone off. A distinct boom, almost subsonic, was followed by a faint roaring like distant thunder. She checked her wrist. A little under 4 minutes. Speed of sound on Mars was 252 meters per second, so the distance of 60 kilometers was confirmed. She had seen almost the very first moment of the fall. Deep in the embayment, a smaller piece of cliff gave way as well, no doubt triggered by shock waves, but it looked like the merest rockfall compared to the collapsed headland, which had to be millions of cubic meters of rock. Fantastic to actually see one of the big landslides. Most aerologists and geologists had to rely on explosions or computer simulations. A few weeks spent in Valles Marineris would solve that problem for them. And here it came, rolling over the ground by the edge of the glacier, a low, dark mass topped by a rolling cloud of dust, like time-lapse film of an approaching thunderhead, sound effects and all. It was really quite a long way out from the Cape. She realized with a start that she was witnessing a long run-out landslide. They were a strange phenomenon, one of the unsolved puzzles of geology. The great majority of landslides move horizontally less than twice the distance they fall, but a few very large slides appear to defy the laws of friction, running horizontally 10 times their vertical drop, and sometimes even 20 or 30. These were called long run-out slides, and no one knew why they happened. Cape Solis now had fallen 4 kilometers, and so should have run out no more than 8. But there it was, well across the floor of Melis, running down canyon directly at Anne. If it ran only 15 times its vertical drop, it would roll right over her and slam into the Geneva spur. She adjusted the focus of her binoculars for the front edge of the slide, just visible as a dark, churning mass under the tumbling dust cloud. She could feel her hand trembling against her helmet, but other than that she felt nothing. No fear, no regret. Nothing, in fact, but a sense of release. All over at last, and not her fault. No one could blame her for it. She had always said that the terraforming would kill her. She laughed briefly, and then squinted, trying to get a better focus on the front edge of the slide. The earliest standard hypothesis to explain long runouts had been that the rock was riding over a layer of air trapped under the fall. But then old long runouts discovered on Mars and Luna had cast doubts on that notion, and Anne agreed with those who argued that any air trapped under the rock would quickly diffuse upward. There had to be some form of lubricant, however, and other forms proposed had included a layer of molten rock caused by the slide's friction, acoustic waves caused by the slide's noise, or merely the extremely energetic bouncing of the particles caught on the slide's bottom. But none of these were very satisfactory suggestions, and no one knew for sure. She was being approached by a phenomenological mystery. Nothing about the mass approaching her under the dust cloud indicated one theory over another. Certainly it wasn't glowing like molten lava, and though it was loud, there was no way of judging whether it was loud enough to be riding on its own sonic boom. On it came in any case, no matter what the mechanism. It looked as though she was going to get a chance to investigate in person, her last act a contribution to geology, lost in the moment of discovery. She checked her wrist and was surprised to see that 20 minutes had passed already. Long runouts were known to be fast. The Blackhawk slide in the Mojave was estimated to have traveled at 120 kilometers per hour, going down a slope of only a couple of degrees. Melis was in general a bit steeper than that, and indeed the front edge of the slide was closing fast. The noise was getting louder, like rolling thunder directly overhead. The dust cloud reared up, blocking out the afternoon sun. Anne turned and looked out at the Great Marineris Glacier. She had almost been killed by it more than once, when it was an aquifer outbreak flooding down the Great Canyons, and Frank Chalmers had been killed by it and was entombed somewhere in its ice far downstream. His death had been caused by her mistake, and the remorse had never left her. It had been a moment of inattention only, but a mistake nevertheless, and some mistakes you never can make good. And then Simon had died, too, engulfed in an avalanche of his own white blood cells. Now it was her turn. The relief was so acute it was painful. She faced the avalanche. The rock visible at the bottom was bouncing, it seemed, but not rolling over itself like a broken wave. Apparently it was indeed riding over some kind of lubricating layer. Geologists had found nearly intact meadows on top of landslides that had moved many kilometers, so this was confirmation of something known, but it certainly did look peculiar, even unreal. A low rampart advancing across the land without a rollover, like a magic trick. The ground under her feet was vibrating, and she found that her hands were clenched into fists. She thought of Simon fighting death in his last hours, and hissed. It seemed wrong to stand there welcoming the end so happily. She knew he would not approve. As a gesture to his spirit, she stepped off the low lava dike and went down onto one knee behind it. The coarse grain of its basalt was dull in the brown light. She felt the vibrations, looked up at the sky. She had done what she could. No one could fault her. Anyway, it was foolish to think that way. No one would ever know what she did here, not even Simon. He was gone. And the Simon insider would never stop harassing her no matter what she did, so it was time to rest and be thankful. The dust cloud rolled over the low dike. There was a wind. Boom! She was thrown flat by the impact of the noise, picked up and dragged over the canyon floor, thrown and pummeled by rock. She was in a dark cloud on her hands and knees, dust all around her, the roar of gnashing rock filling everything, the ground tossing underfoot like a wild thing. The jostling subsided. She was still on her hands and knees, feeling the cold rock through her gloves and knee pads. Gusts of wind slowly cleared the air. She was covered with dust and small fragments of stone. Shakily she stood. Her palms and knees hurt, and one kneecap was numb with cold. Her left wrist felt the stab of a sprain. She walked up to the low dike, looked over it. The landslide had stopped about 30 meters short of the dike. The ground in between was littered with rubble, but the edge of the slide proper was a black wall of pulverized basalt, sloping back at about a 45-degree angle and 20 or 25 meters tall. If she had stayed standing on the low dike, the impact of the air would have thrown her down and killed her. "God damn you," she said to Simon. The northern border of the slide had run out onto the Melis Glacier, melting the ice and mixing with it in a steaming trough of boulders and mud. The dust cloud made it hard to see much of that. Anne crossed the dike, walked up to the foot of the slide. The rocks at the bottom of it were still hot. They seemed no more fractured than the rock higher in the slide. Anne stared at the new black wall, her ears ringing. Not fair, she thought. Not fair. She walked back to the Geneva spur, feeling sick and dazed. The Boulder car was still on the dead-end road, dusty but apparently unharmed. For the longest time, she couldn't bear to touch it. She stared back over the long, smoking mass of the slide, a black glacier next to a white one. Finally, she opened the locked door and ducked inside. There was no other choice. Anne drove a little every day, then got out and walked over the planet, doing her work doggedly, like an automaton. To each side of the Tharsis Bulge there was a depression. On the west side was Amazonas Planitia, a low plain reaching deep into the southern highlands. On the east was the Chrysi Trough, a depression that ran from the Argyre Basin through the Margarita Furcinus and Chrysi Planitia, the deepest point in the trough. The trough was an average of 2 kilometers lower than its surroundings, and all the chaotic terrain on Mars and most of the ancient outbreak channels were located in it. Anne drove east along the southern rim of Marinaris until she was between Nirgal Vallis and the Aureum Chaos. She stopped to resupply at the refuge called Dolmen Tor, which was where Michel and Casse had taken them at the end of their retreat down Marinaris in 2061. Seeing the little refuge again did not affect her. She scarcely remembered it. All her memories were going away, which she found comforting. She worked at it, in fact, concentrating on the moment with such intensity that even the moment itself went away, each instant a burst of light in a fog, like things breaking in her head. Certainly the trough predated the chaos and the outbreak channels, which were no doubt located there because of the trough. The Tharsis Bulge had been a tremendous source of outgassing from the hot center of the planet, all the radial and concentric fractures around it leaking volatiles out of the hot center of the planet. Water in the regolith had run downhill into the depressions on each side of the bulge. It could be that the depressions were the direct result of the bulge, simply a matter of the lithosphere bent down on the outskirts of where it had been pushed up. Or it could be that the mantle had sunk underneath the depressions as it had plumed under the bulge. Standard convection models would support such an idea. The upwelling of the plume had to go back down somewhere, after all, rolling at its sides and pulling the lithosphere down after it. And then, up in the regolith, water had run downhill in its usual way, pooling in the troughs until the aquifers burst open and the surface over them collapsed. Thus the outbreak channels and the chaos. It was a good working model, plausible and powerful, explaining a lot of features. So every day Anne drove and then walked, seeking confirmation of the mantle convection explanation for the Chryse trough, wandering over the surface of the planet, checking old seismographs and picking away at rocks. It was hard now to make one's way north in the trough. The aquifer outbreaks of 2061 nearly blocked the way, leaving only a narrow slot between the eastern end of the Great Marineris Glacier and the western side of a smaller glacier that filled the whole length of Ares Vallis. This slot was the first chance east of Noctis Labyrinthus to cross the equator without going over ice, and Noctis was 6,000 kilometers away. So a piste and a road had been built in the slot, and a fairly large tent town established on the rim of Galilei crater. South of Galilei, the narrowest part of the slot was only 40 kilometers wide, a zone of navigable plain located between the eastern arm of the Hydaspes Chaos and the western part of Arum Chaos. It was hard to drive through this zone and keep the piste and road under the horizons, and Anne drove right on the edge of Arum Chaos, looking down onto the shattered terrain. North of Galilei it was easier, and then she was out of the slot and onto Chryse Planitia. This was the heart of the trough, with a gravitational potential of minus 0.65, the lightest place on the planet, lighter even than Hellas and Isidis. But one day she drove onto the top of a lone hill and saw that there was an ice sea out in the middle of Chryse. A long glacier had run down from Simud Vallis and pooled in the Chryse low point, spreading until it became an ice sea, covering the land over the horizons to north, northeast, northwest. She drove slowly around its western shore, then its northern shore. It was some 200 kilometers across. Near the end of one day she stopped her car on a ghost crater rim and stared out across the expanse of broken ice. There had been so many outbreaks in 61. It was clear that there had been some good aerologists working for the rebels in those days, finding aquifers and setting off explosions or reactor meltdowns precisely where the hydrostatic pressures were the greatest, using a lot of her own findings, it seemed. But that was the past, banished now. All that was gone. Here and now there was only this ice sea. The old seismographs she had picked up all had records disturbed by recent temblors from the north, where there should have been very little activity. Perhaps the melting of the northern polar cap was causing the lithosphere there to rebound upward, setting off lots of small Mars quakes. But the temblors recorded by the seismographs were discrete short-period shocks, like explosions rather than Mars quakes. She had studied her car's AI screen through many a long evening, mystified. Every day she drove, then walked. She left the ice sea and continued north onto Acidalia. The Great Plains of the Northern Hemisphere were generally referred to as level, and they certainly were compared to the Chaoses or to the Southern Highlands, but still they were not level like a playing field or a tabletop, not even close. There were undulations everywhere. A continuous up and downing of hummocks and hollows, ridges of cracking bedrock, hollows of fine drifts, great rumpled boulder fields, isolated tors and little sinkholes. It was unearthly. On Earth, soil would have filled the hollows, and wind and water and plant life would have worn down the bare hilltops, and then the whole thing would have been submerged or subducted or worn flat by ice sheets, or uplifted by tectonic action. Everything torn away and rebuilt scores of times as the eons passed, and always flattened by weather and biota. But these ancient corrugated plains, their hollows banged out by meteor impact, hadn't changed for 1 billion years, and they were among the youngest surfaces on Mars. It was a hard thing to drive across such lumpy terrain, and very easy to get lost when out walking, particularly if one's car looked just like all the other boulders scattered about, particularly if one was distracted. More than once, Anne had to find the car by radio signal rather than visual sighting, and sometimes she walked right up to it before recognizing it, and then would wake up, or come to, hands shaking in the aftershock of some forgotten reverie. The best driving routes were along the low ridges and dikes of exposed bedrock. If these high basalt roads had connected one to the next, it would have been easy, but they commonly were broken by transverse faults, at first no more than line cracks, which then got deeper and wider as one progressed, in sequences like loaves of sliced bread tipping open, until the faults gaped and were filled with rubble and fines, and the dike became nothing but part of a boulder field again. She continued north onto Vastatas Borealis, Acidalia, Borealis. The old names were so strange. She was doing her best never to think, but during the long hours in the car it was sometimes impossible not to. At those times it was less dangerous to read than it was to try staying blank. So she would read randomly in her AI's library. Often she ended up staring at areological maps, and one evening at sunset after such a session, she looked into this matter of Mars's names. It turned out most of them came from Giovanni Schiaparelli. On his telescope maps, he had named over 100 albedo features, most of which were just as illusory as his canali. But when the astronomers of the 1950s had regularized a map of the albedo features everyone could agree on, features that could be photographed, many of Schiaparelli's names had been retained. It was a tribute to a certain power he had had, a power evocative, if not consistent. He had been a classical scholar and a student of biblical astronomy, and among his names there were Latin, Greek, biblical, and Homeric references all mixed together. But he had had a good ear somehow. One proof of his talent was the contrast between his maps and the competing Martian maps of the 19th century. A map by an Englishman named Proctor, for instance, had relied on the sketches of a Reverend William Dawes, and so on Proctor's Mars, which had no recognizable relations even to the standard albedo features, there was a Dawes continent, a Dawes ocean, a Dawes Strait, a Dawes Sea, and a Dawes Forked Bay. Also an Airy Sea, a Delarue Ocean, and a Beer Sea. Admittedly, this last was a tribute to a German named Beer who had drawn a Mars map even worse than Proctor's. Still, compared to them, Schiaparelli had been a genius, but not consistent. And there was something wrong in this melange of references, something dangerous. Mercury's features were all named after great artists. Venus's were named after famous women. They would drive or fly over those landscapes one day and feel that they lived in coherent worlds. Only on Mars did they walk about in a horrendous mishmash of the dreams of the past, causing who knew what disastrous misapprehensions of the real terrain. The Lake of the Sun, the Plain of Gold, the Red Sea, Peacock Mountain, the Lake of the Phoenix, Cimmeria, Arcadia, the Gulf of Pearls, the Gordian Knot, Styx, Hades, Utopia. On the dark dunes of Vastatas Borealis, she began to run low on her supplies. Her seismographs showed daily temblors to the east, and she drove toward them. On her walks outside, she studied the garnet sand dunes and their layering, which revealed the old climates like tree rings. But snow and high winds were tearing off the crests of the dunes. The westerlies could be extremely strong, enough to pick up sheets of large-grained sand and hurl them against her car. The sand would always settle in dune formations as a simple matter of physics, but the dunes would be picking up the pace of their slow march around the world, and the record they had made of earlier ages would be destroyed. She forced that thought from her mind and studied the phenomenon as if there were no new artificial forces disturbing it. She focused on her work as if clenching her geologist's hammer, as if breaking apart rocks. The past was spalled away, piece by piece. Leave it behind. She refused to think of it. But more than once she jerked out of sleep with the image of the long run-out coming at her, and then she was awake for good, sweating and trembling, faced with the incandescent dawn, the sun blazing like a chunk of burning sulfur. Coyote had given her a map of his caches in the north, and now she came to one buried in a cluster of house-sized boulders. She restocked, leaving a brief thank-you note. The last itinerary Coyote had given her said he was going to be dropping by this area sometime soon, but there was no sign of him and no use waiting. She drove on. She drove, she walked, but she couldn't help it. The memory of the landslide haunted her. What bothered her was not that she had had a brush with death, which no doubt had happened many times before, mostly in ways she hadn't noticed. It was simply how arbitrary it had been. It had nothing to do with value or fitness. It was pure contingency. Punctuated equilibrium without the equilibrium. Effects did not follow from causes, and one did not get one's just desserts. She was the one who had spent too much time outdoors, after all, taking on far too much radiation. But it was Simon who had died. And she was the one who had fallen asleep at the wheel, but it was Frank who had died. It was simply a matter of chance, of accidental survival or erasure. It was hard to believe natural selection had made any way in such a universe. There, under her feet, in the troughs between the dunes, archaebacteria were growing on sand grains. But the atmosphere was gaining oxygen fast, and all the archaebacteria would die out except those that were by accident underground, away from the oxygen they themselves had respired, the oxygen that was poisonous to them. Natural selection or accident? You stood, breathing gases, while death rushed toward you, and were covered by boulders and died, or covered by dust and lived. And nothing you did mattered in that great either-or. Nothing you did mattered. One afternoon, reading randomly in the AI to distract herself between her return to the car and her dinner hour, she learned that the Tsarist police had taken Dostoevsky out to be executed and only brought him back in after several hours of waiting for his turn. Anne finished reading about this incident and sat in the driver's seat of her car, feet on the dash, staring at the screen blindly. Another garish sunset poured through the window over her, the sun weirdly large and bright in the thickening atmosphere. Dostoevsky had been changed for life, the writer declared in the easy omniscience of biography. An epileptic, prone to violence, prone to despair. He hadn't been able to integrate the experience, perpetually angry, fearful, possessed. Anne shook her head and laughed, angry at the idiot writer who simply didn't understand. Of course you didn't integrate the experience. It was meaninglessness, the experience that couldn't be integrated. The next day, a tower poked over the horizon. She stopped the car, stared at it through the car's telescope. There was a lot of ground mist behind it. The temblors registering on her seismograph were very strong now and appeared to be coming from a bit to the north. She even felt one of them herself, which, given the car's shock absorbers, meant they were strong indeed. It seemed likely there was a connection with the tower. She got out of her car. It was almost sunset, the sky a great arch of violent colors, the sun low in the hazy west. The light would be behind her, making her very hard to see. She wound between dunes, then carefully made her way to the crest of one and crawled the final meters of the way and looked over the crest at the tower, now only a kilometer to the east. When she saw how close its base was, she kept her chin right on the ground among ejecta the size of her helmet. It was some kind of mobile drilling operation. A big one. The massive base was flanked by giant caterpillar tracks, like those used to move the largest rockets around a spaceport. The drill tower rose out of this behemoth more than 60 meters, and the base and lower part of the tower clearly contained the technicians' housing and equipment and supplies. Beyond this thing, a short distance down a gentle slope to the north, was a sea of ice. Immediately north of the drill, the crests of the great Barken dunes still stuck out of the ice, first as a bumpy beach, then as hundreds of crescent islands. But a couple of kilometers out, the dune crests disappeared, and it was ice only. The ice was pure, clean, translucent purple under the sunset sky, clearer than any ice she had ever seen on the Martian surface, and smooth, not broken like all the glaciers. It was steaming faintly, the frost steam whipping east on the wind, and out on it, looking like ants, people in walkers and helmets were ice skating. It came clear the moment she saw the ice. Long ago, she herself had confirmed the big impact hypothesis, which accounted for the dichotomy between the hemispheres. The low, smooth northern hemisphere was simply a super-huge impact basin, the result of a scarcely imaginable collision in the Noachian between Mars and a planetesimal nearly as big as it. The rock of the impact body that had not vaporized had become part of Mars itself, and there were arguments in the literature that the irregular movements in the mantle that had caused the Tharsis bulge were late developments resulting from perturbations originating with the impact. To Anne, that wasn't likely, but what was clear was that the great crash had happened, wiping out the surface of the entire northern hemisphere and lowering it by an average of 4 kilometers relative to the south. An astonishing hit, but that was the Noachian. An impact of similar magnitude had in all probability caused the birth of Luna out of Earth. In fact, there were some anti-impact holdouts arguing that if Mars had been hit as hard, it should have had a moon as big. But now, as she lay flat looking at the giant drilling rig, the point was that the northern hemisphere was even lower than it first appeared, for its floor of bedrock was amazingly deep, as much as 5 kilometers beneath the surface of the dunes. The impact had blown that deep, and then the depression had mostly refilled, with a mixture of ejecta from the big impact, wind-blown sand and fines, later impact material, erosional material sliding down the slope of the great escarpment, and water. Yes, water, finding the lowest point as it always did. The water in the annual frost hood, and the ancient aquifer outbreaks, and the outgassing from the blistered bedrock, and the lensing from the polar cap had all eventually migrated to this deep zone and combined to form a truly enormous underground reservoir, an ice and liquid pool that extended in a band all the way around the planet, underlying almost everything north of 60 degrees north latitude, except, ironically, for a bedrock island on which the polar cap itself stood. Anne herself had discovered this underground sea many years before, and by her estimates between 60 and 70% of all the water on Mars was down there. It was, in fact, the Oceanus Borealis that some terraformers talked about, but buried, deeply buried, and mostly frozen and mixed with regolith and dense fines, a permafrost ocean with some liquid down on the deepest bedrock. All locked down there for good, or so she had thought, because no matter how much heat the terraformers applied to the planet's surface, the permafrost ocean wouldn't thaw much faster than a meter per millennium, and even when it did melt, it would remain underground simply as a matter of gravity. Thus the drilling rig before her. They were mining the water. Mining the liquid aquifers directly, and also melting the permafrost with explosives, probably nuclear explosives, and then collecting the melt and pumping it onto the surface. The weight of the overlying regolith would help push the water up through pipes. The weight of water on the surface would help push up more. If there were very many drilling rigs like this one, they could put a tremendous amount on the surface. Eventually, they would have a shallow sea. It would refreeze and become an ice sea again for a while, but between atmospheric warming, sunlight, bacterial action, increasing winds, it would melt again, eventually. And then there would be an Oceanus Borealis, and the old Vastatas Borealis, with its world-wrapping black garnet dunes, would be sea bottom, drowned. She walked back to her car in the twilight, moving clumsily. It was difficult to operate the locks, to get her helmet off. Inside, she sat before the microwave without moving for more than an hour, images flitting through her mind. Ants burning under a magnifying glass, an anthill drowned behind a mud dam. She had thought that nothing could reach her anymore in this pre-posthumous existence she was living, but her hands trembled and she couldn't face the rice and salmon cooling in the microwave. Red Mars was gone. Her stomach was a small stone in her body. In the random flux of universal contingency, nothing mattered. And yet... She drove away. She couldn't think of anything else to do. She returned south, driving up the low slopes, past Chryse and its little ice sea. It would be a bay of the larger ocean eventually. She focused on her work, or tried. She fought to see nothing but rock, to think like a stone. One day she drove over a plain of small black boulders. The plain was smoother than usual, the horizon its usual 5 kilometers away, familiar from Underhill and all the rest of the lowlands. A little world, and completely filled with small black boulders, like fossil balls from various sports, only all black and all faceted to one extent or another. They were ventifacts. She got out of the car to walk around and look. The rocks drew her on. She walked a long way west. A front of low clouds rolled over the horizon, and she could feel the wind pushing at her in gusts. In the premature dark of the suddenly stormy afternoon, the boulder field took on a weird beauty. She stood in a slab of dim air, rushing between 2 plains of lumpy blackness. The boulders were basalt rocks, which had been scoured by the winds on one exposed surface until that surface had been scraped flat. Perhaps 1,000,000 years for that first scraping. And then the underlying clays had been blown away, or a rare Marsquake had shaken the region, and the rock had shifted to a new position, exposing a different surface, and the process had begun again. A new facet would be slowly scraped flat by the ceaseless brushing of micron-sized abrasives, until once again the rock's equilibrium changed, or another rock bumped it, or something else shifted it from its position. And then it would start again. Every boulder in that field shifting every 1,000,000 years or so, and then lying still under the wind for day after day, year after year. So that there were Einkanters with single facets, and Dreikanters with 3 facets, Vierkanters, Fünfkanters, all the way up to nearly perfect hexahedrons, octahedrons, dodecahedrons. Ventifacts. Anne hefted one after another of them, thinking about how many years their planed sides represented, wondering whether her mind might not reveal similar scourings, big sections worn flat by time. It began to snow. First swirling flakes, then big soft blobs pouring down on the wind. It was relatively warm out, and the snow was slushy, then sleety, then an ugly mix of hail and wet snow, all flailing down in a hard wind. As the storm progressed, the snow became very dirty. Apparently it had been pushed up and down in the atmosphere for a long time, collecting fines and dust and smoke particulates, and crystallizing more moisture, and then flying up on another updraft in the thunderhead to do it again, until what came down was nearly black. Black snow. And then it was a kind of frozen mud that was falling, filling in the holes and gaps between the ventifacts, coating their tops, then dropping off their sides as the keening wind caused 1,000,000 little avalanches. Anne staggered aimlessly, pointlessly, until she twisted an ankle and stopped, her breath racking in and out of her, a rock clutched in each cold, gloved hand. She understood that the long run-out was running still, and mud snow pelted down out of the black air, burying the plain. But nothing lasts, not even stone, not even despair. Anne got back to her car. She didn't know how or why. She drove a little every day, and without consciously intending to, came back to Coyote's cache. She stayed there for a week, walking over the dunes and mumbling her food. Then one day, "Anne, dee-da-do?" She only understood the word Anne. Shocked at the return of her glossolalia, she put both hands to the radio speaker and tried to talk. Nothing came out but a choking sound. And dee-da-do? It was a question. Anne, she said as if vomiting. 10 minutes later, he was in her car, reaching up to give her a hug. How long have you been here? Not long. They sat. She collected herself. It was like thinking. It was thinking out loud. Surely she still thought in words. Coyote talked on, perhaps a bit slower than usual, eyeing her closely. She asked him about the ice drilling rig. Ah, I wondered if you would run across one of those. How many are there? 50. Coyote saw her expression and nodded briefly. He was eating voraciously, and it occurred to her that he had arrived at the cache empty. They're putting a lot of money into these big projects. The new elevator, these water rigs, nitrogen from Titan, a big mirror out there between us and the sun to put more light on us. Have you heard of that? She tried to collect herself. 50. Ah, God. It made her mad. She had been angry at the planet for not giving her her release, for frightening her but not backing it up with action. But this was different, a different kind of anger. And now, as she sat watching Coyote eat, thinking about the inundation of Vastatus Borealis, she could feel that anger contracting inside her like a pre-stellar dust cloud, contracting until it collapsed and ignited. Hot fury. It was painful to feel it. And yet it was the same old thing, anger at the terraforming. That old burnt emotion that had gone nova in the early years, now coalescing and going off again. She didn't want it, she really didn't. But damn it, the planet was melting under her feet, disintegrating. Reduced to mush in some Terran cartel's mining venture. Something ought to be done. And really, she had to do something, if only just to fill the hours that she had to fill before some accident had mercy on her. Something to occupy the pre-posthumous hours. Zombie vengeance. Well, why not? Prone to violence, prone to despair. Who's building them? She asked. Mostly consolidated. There's factories building them at Mariotis and Bradbury Point. Coyote wolfed down food for a while more, then eyed her. You don't like it? No. Would you like to stop it? She didn't reply. Coyote seemed to understand. I don't mean stop the whole terraforming effort, but there are things that can be done. Blow up the factories. They'll just rebuild them. You never can tell. It would slow them down. It might buy enough time for something to happen on a more global scale. Reds, you mean? Yes, I think people would call them Reds. Anne shook her head. They don't need me. No, but maybe you need them, eh? And you're a hero to them, you know. You would mean more to them than just another body. Anne's mind had gone blank again. Reds. She had never believed in them. Never believed that mode of resistance would work. But now, well, even if it wouldn't work, it might be better than doing nothing. Poke them in the eye with a stick. And if it did work... Let me think about it. They talked about other things. Suddenly Anne was hit by a wall of fatigue, which was strange, as she had spent so much time doing nothing. But there it was. Talking was exhausting work. She wasn't used to it, and Coyote was a hard man to talk to. You should go to bed, he said, breaking off his monologue. You look tired. Your hands... He helped her up. She lay down on a bed in her clothes. Coyote pulled a blanket over her. You're tired. I wonder if it isn't time for another longevity treatment for you, old girl. I'm not going to take them anymore. No. Well, you surprise me. But sleep now. Sleep. She caravanned with Coyote back south, and in the evenings they ate together, and he told her about the Reds. It was a loose grouping, rather than any rigidly organized movement, like the underground itself. She knew several of the founders, Ivana and Jean and Raoul from the farm team, who had ended up disagreeing with Hiroko's Ariophany and its insistence on Viriditas. Kase and Dao and several of the zygote ectogenes. A lot of Arcady's followers who had come down from Phobos and then clashed with Arcady over the value of terraforming to the revolution. A good many Bogdanovists, including Steve and Marion, had become Reds in the years since 2061, as had followers of the biologist Schnelling, and some radical Japanese Nisei and Sansei from Sabishi, and Arabs who wanted Mars to stay Arabian forever, and escaped prisoners from Korolyov, and so on. A bunch of radicals. Not really her type, Anne thought, feeling a residual sensation that her objection to terraforming was a rational scientific thing, or at least a defensible ethical or aesthetic position. But then the anger burned through her again in a flash, and she shook her head, disgusted at herself. Who was she to judge the ethics of the Reds? At least they had expressed their anger, they had lashed out. Probably they felt better, even if they hadn't accomplished anything. And maybe they had accomplished something, at least in years past, before the terraforming had entered this new phase of transnat gigantism. Coyote maintained that the Reds had considerably slowed terraforming. Some of them had even kept records to try to quantify the difference they had made. There was also, he said, a growing movement among some of the Reds to acknowledge reality and admit that terraforming was going to happen, but to work up policy papers advocating various kinds of least impact terraforming. There are some very detailed proposals for a largely carbon dioxide atmosphere, warm but water poor, which would support plant life and people with face masks, but not wrench the world into a Terran model. It's very interesting. There are also several proposals for what they call ecopoiesis, or aerobiospheres, worlds in which the low altitudes are Arctic and just barely livable for us, while the higher altitudes remain above the bulk of the atmosphere and thus in a natural state, or close to it. The calderas of the 4 big volcanoes would stay especially pure in such a world, or so they say. Anne doubted most of these proposals were achievable or would have the effects predicted, but Coyote's accounts intrigued her nevertheless. He was a strong supporter of all Red efforts, apparently, and he had been a big help to them from the start, giving them aid from the underground refuges, connecting them up with each other, and helping them to build their own refuges, which were chiefly in the mesas and fretted terrain of the Great Escarpment, where they remained close to the terraforming action and could therefore interfere with it more easily. Yes, Coyote was a Red, or at least a sympathizer. Really, I'm nothing. An old anarchist. I suppose you could call me a Boonian now, in that I believe in incorporating anything and everything that will help make a free Mars. Sometimes I think the argument that a human viable surface helps the revolution is a good one. Other times, not. Anyway, the Reds are such a great guerrilla pool. And I take their point that we're not here to, reproduce Canada, for God's sake. So I help. I'm good at hiding, and I like it. Anne nodded. So do you want to join them? Or at least meet them? I'll think about it. Her focus on rock was shattered. Now she couldn't help noticing how many signs of life there were on the land. In the southern 10s and 20s, ice from the outbreak glaciers was melting during summer afternoons, and the cold water was flowing downhill, cutting the land in new primitive watersheds and turning talus slopes into what ecologists called fell fields, those rocky patches that were the first living communities after ice receded, their living component made of algae and lichens and moss. Sandy regolith, infected by the water and microbacteria flowing through it, became fell-field with shocking speed, she found, and the fragile landforms were quickly destroyed. Much of the regolith on Mars had been super-arid, so arid that when water touched it, there were powerful chemical reactions, lots of hydrogen peroxide release and salt crystallizations. In essence, the ground disintegrated, flowing away in sandy muds that only set downstream, in loose terraces called solifluction rims, and in frosty new proto-fell fields. Features were disappearing. The land was melting. After one long day's drive through terrain altered like this, Anne said to Coyote, "Maybe I will talk to them." But first they returned to Zygote or Gamete, where Coyote had some business. Anne stayed in Peter's room as he was gone, and the room she had shared with Simon had been put to other uses. She wouldn't have stayed in it anyway. Peter's room was under her marquises, a round bamboo segment containing a desk, a chair, a crescent mattress on the floor, and a window looking out at the lake. Everything was the same but different in Gamete, and despite the years she had spent visiting Zygote regularly, she felt no connection with any of it. It was hard, in fact, to remember what Zygote had been like. She didn't want to remember. She practiced forgetting assiduously. Any time some image from the past came to her, she would jump up and do something that required concentration, studying rock samples or seismograph readouts, or cooking complex meals, or going out to play with the kids, until the image had faded and the past was banished. With practice, one could dodge the past almost entirely. One evening, Coyote stuck his head in the door of Peter's room. "Did you know Peter is a red, too?" "What?" "He is, but he works on his own, in space, mostly. I think that his ride down from the elevator gave him a taste for it." "My God," she said, disgusted. That was another random accident. By all rights, Peter should have died when the elevator fell. What were the chances of a spaceship floating by and spotting him, alone, in aerosynchronous orbit? No, it was ridiculous. Nothing existed but contingency. But still she was angry. She went to sleep upset by these thoughts, and once in her uneasy slumber she had a dream in which she and Simon were walking through the most spectacular part of Candor Chasma on that first trip they had taken together when everything was immaculate and nothing had changed for 1 billion years. The first humans to walk in that vast gorge of layered terrain and immense walls. Simon had loved it just as much as she had, and he was so silent, so absorbed in the reality of rock and sky. There was no better companion for such glorious contemplation. Then in the dream one of the giant canyon walls started to collapse, and Simon said, "Long run out," and she woke up instantly, sweating. She dressed and left Peter's rooms and went out into the little mesocosm under the dome, with its white lake and the Krumholtz in the low dunes. Hiroko was such a strange genius, to conceive such a place and then convince so many others to join her in it. To conceive so many children without the father's permission, without controls over the genetic manipulations. It was a form of insanity, really, divine or not. There along the icy strand of their little lake came a group of Hiroko's brood. They couldn't be called kids anymore. The youngest were 15 or 16 Terran years old. The oldest were out scattered over the world. Kase was probably 50 by now, and his daughter Jackie nearly 25, a graduate of the new university in Sabishi, active in demimonde politics. That group of Ectogenes were back in Gamete on a visit, like Anne herself. There they were, coming along the beach. Jackie was leading the group, a tall, graceful, black-haired young woman, quite beautiful and imperious, the leader of her generation, no doubt, unless it might be the cheery Nergal or the brooding Dao. But Jackie led them. Dao followed her with doggy loyalty, and even Nergal kept an eye on her. Simon had loved Nergal, and Peter did too, and Anne could see why. He was the only one among Hiroko's gang of Ectogenes who didn't put her off. The rest cavorted in their self-absorption, kings and queens of their little world, but Nergal had left Zygote soon after Simon's death and had hardly ever come back. He had studied in Sabishi, which was what had given Jackie the idea, and now he spent most of his time in Sabishi, or out with Coyote or Peter, or visiting the cities of the north. So was he, too, a Red? Impossible to say. But he was interested in everything, aware of everything, running around everywhere, a kind of young male Hiroko, if such a creature was possible, but less strange than Hiroko, more engaged with other people, more human. Anne had never in her life managed to have a normal conversation with Hiroko, who seemed an alien consciousness with entirely different meanings for all the words in the language, and, despite her brilliance at ecosystem design, not really a scientist at all, but rather some kind of prophet. Nergal, on the other hand, seemed intuitively to strike right to the heart of whatever was most important to the person he was talking to, and he focused on that and asked question after question, curious, assimilative, sympathetic. As Anne watched him trailing Jackie down the strand, running here and there, she recalled how slowly and carefully he had walked at Simon's side, how he had looked so frightened that last night when Hiroko in her peculiar way had brought him in to say goodbye. All that business had been a cruel thing to subject a boy to, but Anne hadn't objected at the time. She had been desperate, ready to try anything. Another mistake she could never repair. She stared at the blonde sand underfoot, upset, until the ectogenes had passed. It was a shame Nergal was so hooked by Jackie, who cared so little for him. Jackie was a remarkable woman in her way, but much too much like Maya, moody and manipulative, fixated on no man except perhaps for Peter, who, luckily, although it hadn't seemed so at the time, had had an affair with Jackie's mother and wasn't the least bit interested in Jackie herself. A messy business, that, and Peter and Cassé were still estranged by it, and Esther had never been back. Not Peter's finest hour. And its effects on Jackie? Oh, yes, there would be effects. There, watch out, some black blank, there in her own deep past. Yes, on and on it went, all their sordid little lives repeating themselves in their meaningless rounds. She tried to concentrate on the composition of the sand grains. Blonde was not really a usual color for sand on Mars, a very rare granitic stuff. She wondered if Hiroko had hunted for it or else gotten lucky. The ectogenes were gone, down by the other side of the lake. She was alone on the beach, Simon somewhere underneath her. It was hard to keep from connecting with any of that. A man came walking over the dunes toward her. He was short, and at first she thought it was Sax, then Coyote, but he wasn't either of these. He hesitated when he saw her, and by that motion she saw that it was indeed Sax. But a Sax greatly altered in appearance. Vlad and Ursula had been doing some cosmetic surgery on his face, enough so that he didn't look like the old Sax. He was going to move to Burroughs and join a biotech company there, using a Swiss passport and one of Coyote's viral identities. Getting back into the terraforming effort. She looked out at the water. He came over and tried to talk to her, strangely un-Sax-like, nicer looking now, a handsome old coot. But it was still the old Sax, and her anger filled her up so much that she could hardly think, hardly remember what they were talking about from one second to the next. "You really do look different," was all she could recall. Inanities like that. Looking at him, she thought, he will never change. But there was something frightening about the stricken look on his new face, something deadly that it would evoke if she didn't stop it. And so she argued with him until he grimaced one last time and went away. She sat there for a long time, getting colder and more distraught. Finally she put her head on her knees and fell into a kind of sleep. She had a dream. All the first 100 were standing around her, the living and the dead, Sax at their center with his old face and that dangerous new look of distress. He said, "Net gain in complexity." Vlad and Ursula said, "Net gain in health." Hiroko said, "Net gain in beauty." Nadia said, "Net gain in goodness." Maya said, "Net gain in emotional intensity." And behind her, John and Frank rolled their eyes. Arkady said, "Net gain in freedom." Michelle said, "Net gain in understanding." From the back, Frank said, "Net gain in power." And John elbowed him and cried, "Net gain in happiness." And then they all stared at Anne. And she stood up, quivering with rage and fear, understanding that she alone among them didn't believe in the possibility of the net gain of anything at all, that she was some kind of crazy reactionary, and all she could do was point a shaking finger at them and say, "Mars! Mars! Mars!" That night after supper and the evening in the big meeting room, Anne got Coyote alone and said, When do you go out again?" "In a few days." "Are you still willing to introduce me to those people you talked about?" "Yeah, sure." He looked at her with his head cocked. "It's where you belong." She only nodded. She looked around the common room thinking, goodbye, goodbye, good riddance. A week later, she was flying with Coyote in an ultralight plane. They flew north through the nights, into the equatorial region, then onward to the Great Escarpment to the Deuteronomus Mensae, north of Xanthi, wild, fretted terrain, the Mensae like an archipelago of stack islands dotting a sand sea. They would become a real archipelago, Anne thought as Coyote descended between two of the stacks, if the pumping to the north continued. Coyote landed on a short stretch of dusty sand and taxied into a hangar cut into the side of one of the mesas. Out of the plane, they were greeted by Steve and Ivana and a few others, and taken up in an elevator to a floor just under the top of the mesa. The northern end of this particular mesa came to a sharp, rocky point, and high in this point a large triangular meeting room had been excavated. On entering it, Anne stopped in surprise. It was jammed with people, several hundred of them at least, all seated at long tables about to start a meal, leaning over the tables to pour each other's water. The people at one table saw her and stopped what they were doing, and the people at the next table noticed that and looked around and saw her and likewise stopped, and so the effect rippled out through the room until they had all gone still. Then one stood, and another, and in a ragged motion they all rose to their feet. For a moment, everything was as if frozen. Then they began to applaud, their hands flailing wildly, their faces gleaming, and then they cheered. Part 4. The Scientist as Hero. Hold it between thumb and middle finger. Feel the rounded edge. Observe the smooth curves of glass. A magnifying lens. It has the simplicity, elegance, and heft of a Paleolithic tool. Sit with it on a sunny day, hold it over a pile of dry twigs. Move it up and down until you see a spot in the twigs turn bright. Remember that light? It was as if the twigs caged a little sun. The Amor asteroid that was spun out into the elevator cable was made up mostly of carbonaceous chondrites and water. The two Amor asteroids intercepted by groups of robot landers in the year 2091 were mostly silicates and water. The material of New Clark was spun out into a single long strand of carbon. The material of the two silicate asteroids was transformed by their robot crews into sheets of solar sail material. Silica vapor was solidified between rollers 10 kilometers long and pulled out in sheets coated with a thin layer of aluminum, and these vast mirror sheets were unfurled by spacecraft with human crews into circular arrays which held their shape using spin and sunlight. From one asteroid, pushed into a Martian polar orbit and called Birch, they teased the mirror sheets out into a ring 100,000 kilometers in diameter. This annular mirror spun around Mars in a polar orbit, the mirror ring facing the Sun, angled in so that the light reflected from it met at a point inside Mars's orbit near its Lagrange 1 point. The second silicate asteroid, called Saletaville, had been pushed near this Lagrange point. There, the solar sailmakers spun the mirror sheets out into a complex web of slatted rings, all connected and set at angles so that they looked like a lens made of circular Venetian blinds spinning around a hub that was a silver cone with the cone's open end facing Mars. This huge, delicate object, 10,000 kilometers in diameter, bright and stately as it wheeled along between Mars and the Sun, was called the Saletta. Sunlight striking the Saletta directly bounced through its blinds, hitting the Sun side of one, then the Mars side of the next one, out, and onward to Mars. Sunlight striking the annular ring in its polar orbit was reflected back and into the inner cone of the Soletta, and then was reflected again also on to Mars. Thus, light struck both sides of the Soletta, and these countervailing pressures kept it moving in its position about 100,000 kilometers out from Mars, closer at perihelion, farther away at aphelion. The angles of the slats were constantly adjusted by the Soletta's AI to keep its orbit and its focus. Through the decade when these two great pinwheels were being constructed out of their asteroids, like silicate webs out of rock spiders, observers on Mars saw almost nothing of them. Occasionally someone would see an arcing white line in the sky, or random glints by day or by night, as if the brilliance of a much vaster universe were shining through loose seams in the fabric of our sphere. Then, when the two mirrors were completed, the annular mirror's reflected light was aimed at the cone of the Soletta. The Soletta's circular slats were adjusted, and it moved into a slightly different orbit. And one day people living on the Tharsis side of Mars looked up, for the sky had darkened. They looked up and saw an eclipse of the sun such as Mars had never seen. The sun bit into, as if there were some Luna-sized moon up there to block its rays. The eclipse then proceeded as they do on Earth, the crescent of darkness biting deeper into the round blaze as the Soletta floated into its position between Mars and Sun, with its mirrors not yet positioned to pass the light through, the sky going a dark violet, the darkness taking over the majority of the disk, leaving only a crescent of blaze until that too disappeared, and the sun was a dark circle in the sky edged by the whisper of a corona, then entirely gone. Total eclipse of the sun. A very faint moire pattern of light appeared in the dark disk, unlike anything ever seen in any natural eclipse. Everyone on the daylight side of Mars gasped, squinted as they looked up, and then, as when one tugs open Venetian blinds, the sun came back all at once. Blinding light, and now more blinding than ever, as the sun was noticeably brighter than it had been before the strange eclipse had begun. Now they walked under an augmented sun, the disk appearing about the same size as it did from Earth, the light some 20% greater than before, noticeably brighter, warmer on the back of the neck, the red expanse of the plains more brilliantly lit, as if floodlights had suddenly been turned on and all of them were now walking a great stage. A few months after that, a third mirror, much smaller than the Soletta, spun down into the highest reaches of the Martian atmosphere. It was another lens made of circular slats, and looked like a silver UFO. It caught some of the light pouring down from the Soletta, and focused it still further into points on the surface of the planet that were less than a kilometer across, and it flew like a glider over the world, holding that concentrated beam of light in focus until little suns seemed to bloom right there on the land, and the rock itself melted, turning from solid to liquid, and then to fire. The underground wasn't big enough for Sax Russell. He wanted to get back to work. He could have moved into the demimonde, perhaps taken a teaching position at the new university in Sabishi, which ran outside the net and covered many of his old colleagues, and provided an education for many of the children of the underground. But on reflection, he decided he didn't want to teach or remain on the periphery. He wanted to return to terraforming, to the heart of the project, if possible, or as close as he could get to it, and that meant the surface world. Recently, the Transitional Authority had formed a committee to coordinate all the work on terraforming, and a Subarashi-led team had gotten the old synthesis job that Sax had once held. This was unfortunate, as Sax didn't speak Japanese. But the lead in the biological part of the effort had been given to the Swiss and was being run by a Swiss collective of biotech companies called Biotique, with main offices in Geneva and Burroughs and close ties with the transnational praxis. So the first task was to insinuate himself into Biotique under a false name and get himself assigned to Burroughs. Desmond took charge of this operation, writing a computer persona for Sax similar to the one he had given to Spencer years before, when Spencer had moved to Eckes Overlook. Spencer's persona and some extensive cosmetic surgery had enabled him to work successfully in the materials labs in Eckes Overlook and then later in Casse Vallis, the very heart of Transnat security. So Sachs had faith in Desmond's system. The new persona listed Sachs's physical ID data, genome, retina, voice, and fingerprints, all slightly altered so that they still almost fit Sachs himself, while escaping notice in any comparative matching searches in the nets. These data were given a new name with a full Terran background, credit rating, and immigration record, and a viral subtext to attempt to overwhelm any competing ID for the physical data, and the whole package was sent off to the Swiss passport office, which had been issuing passports to these arrivals without comment. And in the balkanized world of the Transnat nets, that seemed to be doing the job. "Oh, yeah, that part works no problem," Desmond said. "But you first 100 are all movie stars. You need a new face, too." Sachs was agreeable. He saw the need, and his face had never meant anything to him, and these days the face in the mirror didn't much resemble what he thought he looked like anyway. So he got Vlad to do the work on him, emphasizing the potential usefulness of his presence in Burrows. Vlad had become one of the leading theoreticians of the resistance to the Transitional Authority, and he was quick to see Sachs's point. "Most of us should just live in the demi-monde," he said, "but a few people hidden in burrows would be a good thing. So I might as well practice my cosmetic surgery on a no-lose situation like yours." "A no-lose situation," Sachs said, "and verbal contracts are binding. I expect to come out handsomer." And for a wonder he did, although it was impossible to tell until the spectacular bruising went away. They capped his teeth, puffed his thin lower lip, and gave his button nose a prominent bridge and a little bit of a bend. They thinned his cheeks and gave him more of a chin. They even cut some muscles in his eyelids so that he didn't blink so often. When the bruises went away, he looked like a real movie star, as Desmond said. Like an ex-jockey, Nadia said. Or an ex-dance instructor, said Maya, who had faithfully attended Alcoholics Anonymous for many years. Sachs, who had never liked the effects of alcohol, waved her off. Desmond took photos of him and put them in the new persona, then inserted this construct successfully into the biotique files, along with a transfer order from San Francisco to Burrows. The persona appeared in the Swiss passport listings a week later, and Desmond chuckled when he saw it. "Look at that," he said, pointing at Sachs's new name. "Stephen Lindholm, Swiss citizen. Those folks are covering for us, there's no doubt about it. I'll bet you anything they put a stopper on the persona and checked your genome with old print records, and even with my alterations I bet they figured out who you really are." "Are you sure?" "No, they aren't saying, are they? But I'm pretty sure." "Is it a good thing?" "In theory, no. But in practice, if someone is onto you, it's nice to see them behaving as a friend. And the Swiss are good friends to have. This is the 5th time they've issued a passport to one of my personas. I even have one myself, and I doubt they were able to find out who I really am because I was never ID'd like you folks in the first 100. Interesting, don't you think?" "Indeed." "They are interesting people. They have their own plans, and I don't know what they are, but I like the look of them. I think they've made a decision to cover for us. Maybe they just want to know where we are. We'll never know for sure because the Swiss dearly love their secrets. But it doesn't matter why when you've got the how." Sachs winced at the sentiment, but was happy to think that he would be safe under Swiss patronage. They were his kind of people. Rational, cautious, methodical. A few days before he was going to fly with Peter north to Burrows, he took a walk around Gameet's Lake, something he had rarely done in his years there. The lake was certainly a neat bit of work. Hiroko was a fine systems designer. When she and her team had disappeared from Underhill so long ago, Sachs had been quite mystified. He hadn't seen the point, and had worried that they would begin to fight the terraforming somehow. When he had managed to coax a response out of Hiroko on the net, he had been partly reassured. She seemed sympathetic to the basic goal of terraforming, and indeed her own concept of Veriditas seemed just another version of the same idea. But Hiroko appeared to enjoy being cryptic, which was very unscientific of her, and during her years of hiding she had indulged herself to the point of information damage. Even in person she was none too easy to understand, and it was only after some years of coexistence that Sachs had become confident that she too desired a Martian biosphere that would support humans. That was all the agreement he asked for, and he couldn't think of a better single ally to have in that particular project, unless it was the chairperson of this new Transitional Authority Committee, and probably the chair was an ally too. There were not too many opposed, in fact. But there on the beach sat one, as gaunt as a heron, Anne Claiborne. Sachs hesitated, but she had already seen him, and so he walked on until he stood by her side. She glanced up at him and then stared out again at the white lake. "You really look different," she said. "Yes." He could still feel the sore spots in his face and mouth, though the bruises had cleared up. It felt a bit like wearing a mask, and suddenly that made him uncomfortable. "Same me," he added. "Of course." She didn't look up at him. "So you're off to the overworld?" "Yes." "To get back to your work?" "Yes." She looked up at him. "What do you think science is for?" Sachs shrugged. It was their old argument, again and always, no matter what kind of beginning it had. To terraform or not to terraform, that is the question. He had answered the question long ago, and so had she, and he wished they could just agree to disagree and get on with it. But Anne was indefatigable. "To figure things out," he said. "But terraforming is not figuring things out." "Terraforming isn't science. I never said it was. It's what people do with science, applied science or technology, what have you. The choice of what to do with what you learn from science, whatever you call that." "So it's a matter of values." "I suppose so." Sachs thought about it, trying to marshal his thoughts concerning this murky topic. "I suppose our disagreement is another facet of what people call the fact-value problem. Science concerns itself with facts and with theories that turn facts into examples. Values are another kind of system, a human construct." "Science is also a human construct." "Yes, but the connection between the two systems isn't clear. Beginning from the same facts, we can arrive at different values." "But science itself is full of values," Anne insisted. "We talk about theories with power and elegance. We talk about clean results or a beautiful experiment. And the desire for knowledge is itself a kind of value, saying that knowledge is better than ignorance or mystery, right?" "I suppose," Sachs said, thinking it over. "Your science is a set of values," Anne said. "The goal of your kind of science is the establishment of laws, of regularities, of exactness and certainty. You want things explained. You want to answer the whys all the way back to the Big Bang. You're a reductionist. Parsimony and elegance and economy are values for you, and if you can make things simpler, that's a real achievement, right?" "But that's the scientific method itself," Sachs objected. "It's not just me, it's how nature itself works. Physics. You do it yourself. There are human values embedded in physics." "I'm not so sure." He held out a hand to stop her for a second. "I'm not saying there are no values in science. But matter and energy do what they do. If you want to talk about values, better just to talk about them. They arise out of facts somehow, sure, but that's a different issue. Some kind of sociobiology or bioethics. Perhaps it would be better just to talk about values directly. The greatest good for the greatest number, something like that." "There are ecologists who would say that's a scientific description of a healthy ecosystem, another way of saying climax ecosystem." "That's a value judgment, I think. Favoring living systems over non-living systems. I suppose we can't escape values, like you say. It's strange. I mostly feel like I just want to figure things out. why they work the way they do. But if you ask me why I want that, or what I would want to have happen, what I work toward, he shrugged, struggling to understand himself. It's hard to express. Something like a net gain in information. A net gain in order. For Sachs, this was a good functional description of life itself, of its holding action against entropy. He held out a hand to Anne, hoping to get her to understand that, to agree at least to the paradigm of their debate, to a definition of science's ultimate goal. They were both scientists, after all. It was their shared enterprise. But she only said, "So you destroy the face of an entire planet. A planet with a clear record nearly 4 billion years old. It's not science. It's making a theme park. It's using science for a particular value, one I believe in, as do the transnationals. I guess. It certainly helps them. It helps everything alive, unless it kills them. The terrain is destabilized. There are landslides every day. True, and they kill plants, people. It's happened already." Sachs waggled a hand, and Anne jerked her head up to glare at him. "What's this, the necessary murder? What kind of value is that?" No, they're accidents, Anne. People need to stay on bedrock, out of the slide zones, that kind of thing, for a while. But vast regions will turn to mud or be drowned entirely. We're talking about half the planet. The water will drain downhill, create watersheds. Drowned land, you mean, and a completely different planet. Oh, that's a value, all right. And the people who hold the value of Mars as it is, we will fight you every step of the way." He sighed. "I wish you wouldn't. At this point, a biosphere would help us more than the transnationals. The transnats can operate from the tent cities and mine the surface robotically, while we hide and concentrate most of our efforts on concealment and survival. If we could live everywhere on the surface, it would be a lot easier for all kinds of resistance." "All but red resistance." "Yes, but what's the point of that now?" "Mars, just Mars, the place you've never known." Sachs looked up at the white dome over them, feeling distress like a sudden attack of arthritis. It was useless to argue with her. But something in him made him keep trying. "Look, Anne, I'm an advocate of what people call the minimum viable model. It's a model that calls for a breathable atmosphere only up to about the 2 or 3 kilometer contour. Above that, the air would be kept too thin for humans, and there wouldn't be much life of any kind. Some high-altitude plants, and above that, nothing, or nothing visible. The vertical relief on Mars is so extreme that there can be vast regions that will remain above the bulk of the atmosphere. It's a plan that makes sense to me. It expresses a comprehensible set of values." She did not reply. It was distressing, it really was. Once, in an attempt to understand Anne, to be able to talk to her, he had done research in the philosophy of science. He had read a fair amount of material concentrating particularly on the land ethic and the fact-value interface. Alas, it had never proved to be of much help. In conversation with her, he had never seemed able to apply what he had learned in any useful manner. Now, looking down at her, feeling the ache in his joints, he recalled something that Kuhn had written about Priestley, that a scientist who continued to resist after his whole profession had been converted to a new paradigm might be perfectly logical and reasonable, but had ipso facto ceased to be a scientist. It seemed that something like this had happened to Anne, but what then was she now? A counter-revolutionary? A prophet? She certainly looked like a prophet, harsh, gaunt, angry, unforgiving. She would never change, and she would never forgive him, and all that he would have liked to say to her about Mars, about Gamete, about Peter, about Simon's death, which seemed to haunt Ursula more than her, all that was impossible. This was why he had more than once resolved to give up talking to Anne. It was so frustrating never to get anywhere, to be faced with the dislike of someone he had known for over 60 years. He won every argument, but never got anywhere. Some people were like that, but that didn't make it any less distressing. In fact, it was quite remarkable how much physiological discomfort could be generated by a merely emotional response. Anne left with Desmond the next day. Soon after that, Sax got a ride north with Peter in one of the small stealthed planes that Peter used to fly all over Mars. Peter's route to Burroughs led them over the Hellespontus Montes, and Sax gazed down into the big basin of Hellas curiously. They caught a glimpse of the edge of the ice field that had covered Low Point, a white mass on the dark night surface, but Low Point itself stayed over the horizon. That was too bad, as Sax was curious to see what had happened over the Low Point mohole. It had been 13 kilometers deep when the flood had filled it, and that deep it was likely that the water had remained liquid at the bottom and probably warm enough to rise quite a distance. It was possible that the ice field was in that region an ice-covered sea with telltale differences at the surface. But Peter would not change his route to get a better view. "You can look into it when you're Stephen Lindholm," he said with a grin. "You can make it part of your work for Biotique." And so they flew on. And the next night they landed in the broken hills south of Isidis, still on the high side of the Great Escarpment. Sax then walked to a tunnel entrance and went down into the tunnel and followed it into the back of a closet in the service basement of Libya Station, which was a little train station complex at the intersection of the Burroughs Hellas Piste and the newly rerouted Burroughs Elysium Piste. When the next train to Burroughs came in, Sax emerged from a service door and joined the crowd getting on the train. He rode into Burroughs' main station, where he was met by a man from Biotique. And then he was Stephen Lindholm, newcomer to Burroughs and to Mars. The man from Biotique, a personnel secretary, complimented him on his skillful walking and took him to a studio apartment high in Hunt Mesa near the center of the old town. The labs and offices of Biotique were also in Hunt, just under the Mesa's plateau, with window walls looking down on the Canal Park. A high-rent district, as only befitted the company leading the terraforming project's bioengineering efforts. Out the Biotique office's windows, he could see most of the old city, looking about the same as he remembered it, except that the mesa walls were even more extensively lined by glass windows, colorful horizontal bands of copper or gold or metallic green or blue, as if the mesas were stratified by some truly wonderful mineral layers. Also, the tents that had topped the mesas were gone, their buildings now standing free under the much larger tent that now covered all 9 mesas and everything in between and around them. Tenting technology had reached the point where they could enclose vast mesocosms, and Sax had heard that one of the transnats was going to cover Hebe's Chasma, a project that Anne had once suggested as an alternative to terraforming, a suggestion that Sax himself had scoffed at. And now they were doing it. One should never underestimate the potential of materials science, that was clear. Burroughs' old canal park, and the broad glass boulevards that climbed away from the park and between the mesas, were now strips of green cutting through orange tile rooftops. The old double row of salt columns still stood beside the blue canal. There had been a lot of building, to be sure, but the configuration of the city was still the same. It was only on the outskirts that one could see clearly how much things had changed and how much larger the city really was. The city wall lay well beyond the 9 mesas, so that quite a bit of surrounding land was sheltered and much of it built upon already. The personnel secretary gave Sax a quick tour of Biotique, making introductions to more people than he could remember. Then Sax was asked to report to his lab the next morning and given the rest of the day to get settled in. As Stephen Lindholm, he planned to exhibit signs of intellectual energy, sociability, curiosity, and high spirits, and so he very plausibly spent that afternoon exploring Burroughs, wandering from neighborhood to neighborhood. He strolled up and down the wide swards of street grass, considering as he did the mysterious phenomenon of the growth of cities. It was a cultural process with no very good physical or biological analogy. He could see no obvious reason why this low end of Isidis Planitia should have become home to the largest city on Mars. None of the original reasons for siting the city here were at all adequate to explain it. So far as he knew, it had begun as an ordinary way station on the Piste route from Elysium to Tharsis. Perhaps it was precisely because of its lack of strategic location that it had prospered, for it had been the only major city not damaged or destroyed in 2061, and thus perhaps it simply had had a head start on growth in the post-war years. By analogy to the punctuated equilibrium model of evolution, one might say that this particular species had accidentally survived an impact that had devastated most other species, giving it an open ecosphere to expand in. And no doubt the bowl-like shape of the region, with its archipelago of small mesas, gave it an impressive look as well. When he walked around on the wide grassy boulevards, the 9 mesas appeared evenly distributed, and each mesa had a slightly different look, its rugged rock walls distinguished by characteristic knobs, buttresses, smooth walls, overhangs, cracks, and now the horizontal bands of colorful mirror windows, and the buildings and parks on the flat plateaus crowning each mesa. From any point on the streets one could always see several of the mesas, scattered like magnificent neighborhood cathedrals, and this no doubt gave a certain pleasure to the eye. And then if one took an elevator up to one of the mesa's plateau tops, all about 100 meters higher than the city floor, then one had a view over the rooftops of several different districts and a different perspective on the other mesas, and then, beyond those, the lands surrounding the city for many kilometers, distances larger than were usual on Mars because they were at the bottom of a bowl-shaped depression. Over the flat plain of Isidus to the north, up the dark rise to Syrtis in the west, and to the south one could see the distant rise of the great escarpment itself, standing on the horizon like a Himalaya. Of course, whether a handsome prospect mattered to city formation was an open question, but there were historians who asserted that many ancient Greek cities were cited principally for their view in the face of other inconveniences, so it was at least a possible factor. And in any case, Burroughs was now a bustling little metropolis of some 150,000 people, the biggest city on Mars, and it was still growing. Near the end of his afternoon's sightseeing, Sachs rode one of the big exterior elevators up the side of Branch Mesa, centrally located north of Canal Park, and from its plateau, he could see that the northern outskirts of town were studded with construction sites all the way to the tent wall. There was even work going on around some of the distant mesas outside the tent. Clearly, critical mass had been reached in some kind of group psychology, some herding instinct which had made this place the capital, the social magnet, the heart of the action. Group dynamics were complex at best, even, he grimaced, unexplainable. Which was unfortunate as always, because Biotique Burroughs was a very dynamic group indeed, and in the days that followed, Sachs found that determining his place in the crowd of scientists working on the project was no easy thing. He had lost the skill of finding his way in a new group, assuming he had ever had it. The formula governing the number of possible relationships in a group was n times n-1 over 2. Where n is the number of individuals in the group, so that for the 1,000 people at Biotique Burroughs, there were 499,500 possible relationships. This seemed to Sachs well beyond anyone's ability to comprehend. Even the 4,950 possible relationships in a group of 100, the hypothesized design limit of human group size, seemed unwieldy. Certainly it had been at Underhill when they had had a chance to test it. So it was important to find a smaller group at Biotique, and Sachs set about doing so. It certainly made sense to concentrate at first on his lab. He had joined them as a biophysicist, which was risky, but put him where he wanted to be in the company, and he hoped he could hold his own. If not, then he could claim to have come to biophysics from physics, which was true. His boss was a Japanese woman named Claire, middle-aged in appearance, a very congenial woman who was good at running their lab. On his arrival, she put him to work with the team designing second- and third-generation plants for the glaciated regions of the Northern Hemisphere. These newly hydrated environments represented tremendous new possibilities for botanical design, as the designers no longer had to base all species on desert xerophytes. Sachs had seen this coming from the very first moment he had spotted the flood roaring down Ias Chasma into Melis in 2061, and now 40 years later he could actually do something about it. So he very happily joined in the work. First, he had to bring himself up to date on what had already been put out there in the glacial regions. He read voraciously in his usual manner, and viewed videotapes, and learned that with the atmosphere still so thin and cold, all the new ice released on the surface was subliming until its exposed surfaces were fretted to a minute lacework. This meant there were billions of pockets, large and small, for life to grow in, directly on the ice. And so one of the first forms to have been widely distributed were varieties of snow and ice algae. These algae had been augmented with phreatophytic traits because even when the ice started pure, it became salt-encrusted by way of the ubiquitous wind-blown fines. The genetically engineered, salt-tolerant algae had done very well, growing in the pitted surfaces of the glaciers and sometimes right into the ice. And because they were darker than the ice, pink or red or black or green, the ice under them had a tendency to melt, especially during summer days when temperatures were well above freezing. So small diurnal streams had begun to run off the glaciers and along their edges. These wet moraine-like regions were similar to some terran polar and mountain environments. Bacteria and larger plants from these terran environments, genetically altered to help them survive the pervasive saltiness, had first been seeded by teams from Biotique several years before, and for the most part these plants were prospering as the algae had. Now the design teams were trying to build on these early successes and introduce a wider array of larger plants and some insects bred to tolerate the high CO2 levels in the air. Biotique had an extensive inventory of template plants to take chromosome sequences from, and 17 years of field experimental records, so Sachs had a lot of catching up to do. In his first weeks at the lab and in the company arboretum on Hunt Plateau, he focused on the new plant species to the exclusion of everything else, content to work his way up to the bigger picture in due time. Meanwhile, when he was not at his desk reading or looking through the microscopes or into the various Mars jars in the labs or up in the arboretum, there was the daily work of being Stephen Lindholm to keep him busy as well. In the lab, it was not all that different from being Sachs Russell, but at the end of the workdays he would often make a conscious effort and join the group that went upstairs to one of the plateau cafes to have a drink and talk about the day's work and then everything else. Even there he found it surprisingly easy to be Lindholm, who, he discovered, asked a lot of questions and laughed frequently, whose mouth somehow made laughter easier. Questions from the others, usually from Claire and an English immigrant named Jessica and a Kenyan man named Burkina, very rarely had anything to do with Lindholm's Terran past. When they did, Sachs found it was easy to give a minimal response. Desmond had given Lindholm a past in Sachs's own hometown of Boulder, Colorado, a sensible move, and then he could turn things around on the questioner in a technique he had often observed Michelle using. People were so happy to talk, and Sachs himself had never been a particularly quiet one, like Simon. He had always pitched in his conversational ante, and if he had contributed infrequently thereafter, it was because he was only interested when the stakes reached a certain minimum level. Small talk was usually a waste of time, but it did, in fact, pass the time, which otherwise might be irritatingly blank. It also seemed to ameliorate feelings of solitude, and his new colleagues usually engaged in pretty interesting shop talk anyway. And so he did his part and told them about his walks around burrows and asked them many questions about what he had seen and about their past and Biotique and the Martian situation and so on. It made as much sense for Lindholm as for Sachs. In these conversations, his colleagues, especially Claire and Burkina, confirmed what was obvious in his walks, that Burroughs was in some sense becoming the de facto capital of Mars, in that the headquarters for all of the biggest transnationals were located there. The transnationals were at this point the effective rulers of Mars. They had enabled the Group of 11 and the other wealthy industrial nations to win, or at least survive, the War of 2061, and now they were all intertwined in a single power structure so that it wasn't clear who on Earth was calling the shots, the countries or the supra-corporations. On Mars, however, it was obvious. Unoma had been shattered in 2061 like one of the domed cities, and the agency that had taken its place, the United Nations Transitional Authority, was an administrative group staffed by transnat executives, its decrees enforced by transnat security forces. "The UN has nothing to do with it, really," Burkina said. "The UN is just as dead on Earth as Unoma is here, so the name is just a cover." Claire said, "Everyone calls it just the Transitional Authority anyway." "They can see who is who," Burkina said. And indeed, uniformed transnational security police were to be seen frequently in Burrows. They wore rust-colored construction jumpers with armbands of different colors. Nothing very ominous, but there they were. "But why?" Sachs asked. "Who are they afraid of?" "They're worried about Bogdanovists coming out of the hills," Claire said, and laughed. "It's ridiculous." Sachs raised his eyebrows, let it pass. He was curious, but it was a dangerous topic. Better just to listen when it came up on its own. Still, after that, when he walked around Burrows, he watched the crowds more, checking the security police wandering around for their armband identification. Consolidated, Amex, Orico. He found it curious that they hadn't formed a single force. Possibly the transnationals were still rivals as well as partners, and competing security systems would naturally result. This perhaps would also explain the proliferation of identification systems which created the gaps that made it possible for Desmond to insert his personas into one system and have them creep elsewhere. Switzerland was obviously willing to cover for some people coming into its system from nowhere, as Sachs's own experience showed, and no doubt other countries and transnationals were doing the same kind of thing. So in the current political situation, information technology was creating not totalization, but balkanization. Arkady had predicted such a development, but Sachs had considered it too irrational to be a likely eventuality. Now he had to admit that it had come to pass. The computer nets couldn't keep track of things because they were in competition with each other, and so there were police in the streets keeping an eye out for people like Sachs. But he was Stephen Lindholm. He had Lindholm's rooms in the Hunt Mesa. He had Lindholm's work, and his routines, and his habits, and his past. His little studio apartment looked very unlike what Sachs himself would have lived in. The clothes were in the closet, there were no experiments in the refrigerator or on the bed, there were even prints on the walls, Escher's and Hundertwasser's, and some unsigned sketches by Spencer, an indiscretion that was certainly undetectable. He was secure in his new identity, and really, even if he was found out, he doubted the results would be all that dramatic. He might even be able to return to something like his previous power. He had always been apolitical, interested only in terraforming, and he had disappeared during the madness of 61 because it looked as if it might be fatal not to do so. No doubt several of the current transnationals would see it that way and try to hire him. But all that was hypothetical. In reality, he could settle into the life of Lindholm. As he did, he discovered that he enjoyed his new work very much. In the old days, as head of the entire terraforming project, it had been impossible not to get bogged down in administration or diffused across the whole range of topics, trying to do enough of everything to be able to make informed policy decisions. Naturally, this had led to a lack of depth in any one discipline, with a resulting loss of understanding. Now, however, his whole attention was focused on creating new plants to add to the simple ecosystem that had been propagated in the glacial regions. For several weeks he worked on a new lichen designed to extend the borders of the new bioregions based on a chasmoendolith from the Wright Valleys in Antarctica. The base lichen had lived in the cracks in the Antarctic rock, and here Sachs wanted it to do the same, but he was trying to replace the algal part of the lichen with a faster algae, so that the resulting new symbiote would grow more quickly than its template organism, which was notoriously slow. At the same time, he was trying to introduce into the lichen's fungus some phreatophytic genes from salt-tolerant plants like tamarisk and pickleweed. These could live in salt levels 3 times as salty as seawater, and the mechanisms, which had to do with the permeability of cell walls, were somewhat transferable. If he managed it, then the result would be a very hardy and fast-growing new salt lichen. Very encouraging to see the progress that had been made in this area since their first crude attempts to make an organism that would survive on the surface back in Underhill. Of course, the surface had been more difficult then, but their knowledge of genetics and their range of methods were also greatly advanced. One problem that was proving very obdurate was adjusting the plants to the paucity of nitrogen on Mars. Most large concentrations of nitrites were being mined upon discovery and released as nitrogen into the atmosphere, a process Sachs had initiated in the 2040s and thoroughly approved of, as the atmosphere was desperately in need of nitrogen. But so was the soil, and with so much of it being put into the air, the plant life was coming up short. This was a problem that no Terran plant had ever faced, at least not to this degree, so there were no obvious adaptive traits to clip into the genes of their areoflora. The nitrogen problem was a recurrent topic of conversation in their after-work sessions at the Café Lowen up on the Mesa Plateau's edge. Nitrogen is so valuable that it's the medium of exchange among the members of the underground, Burkina told Sachs, who nodded uncomfortably at this misinformation. Their cafe group made its own homage to the importance of nitrogen by inhaling N2O from little canisters passed from person to person around the table. It was claimed, with marginal accuracy but very high spirits, that their exhalation of this gas would help the terraforming effort. When the canister came around to Sachs for the first time, he regarded it dubiously. He had noticed that one could purchase the canisters in restrooms. There was an entire pharmacology inside every men's room now, wall units that dispensed canisters of nitrous oxide, Omegandorf, Pandorf, and other drug-laced gases. Apparently respiration was the current method of choice for drug ingestion. It was not something that interested him, but now he took the canister from Jessica, who was leaning against his shoulder. This was an area in which Stevens and Sachs's behaviors diverged, apparently. So he breathed out and then put the little face mask over his mouth and nose, feeling Stevens' slim face under the plastic. He breathed in a cold rush of gas, held it briefly, exhaled, and felt all the weight go out of him. That was the subjective impression. It was fairly humorous to see how responsive mood was to chemical manipulation, despite what it implied about the precarious balance of one's emotional equanimity, even sanity itself. Not on the face of it a pleasant realization, but at the moment not a problem. In fact, it made him grin. He looked over the rail at the rooftops of boroughs and noticed for the first time that the new neighborhoods to the west and north were shifting to blue tile roofs and white walls, so that they were taking on a Greek look, while the old parts of town were more Spanish. Jessica was definitely making an effort to keep their upper arms in contact. It was possible her balance was impaired by mirth. "But it's time to get beyond the alpine zone," Claire was saying. "I'm sick of lichen, and I'm sick of mosses and grasses. Our equatorial fell fields are becoming meadows. We've even got crumholts, and they're all getting lots of sunlight year-round, and the atmospheric pressure at the foot of the escarpment is as high as in the Himalayas." "Top of the Himalayas," Sachs pointed out, then checked himself mentally. That had been a Sachs-like qualification. He could feel it. As Lindholm, he said, "But there are high Himalayan forests." "Exactly. Stephen, you've done wonders since you arrived on that lichen. Why don't you and Burkina and Jessica and CJ start working on subalpine plants? See if we can't make some little forests." They toasted the idea with another hit of nitrous oxide, and the idea of the briny frozen borders of the aquifer outbreaks becoming meadows and forests suddenly struck them all as extremely funny. "We need moles," Sachs said, trying to wipe the grin from his face. "Moles and voles are crucial in changing fell fields to meadow. I wonder if we can make some kind of CO2-tolerant Arctic moles." His companions thought this was hilarious, but he was lost in thought for a while and didn't notice. "Listen, Claire, do you think we could go out and have a look at one of the glaciers? Do some of the work on-site?" Claire stopped giggling and nodded. "Sure. In fact, that reminds me. We've got a permanent experimental station out at Arena Glacier with a good lab. And we've been contacted by a biotech group from Armscore, one with a lot of clout with the Transitional Authority. They want to be taken out to see the station in the ice. I guess they're planning to build a similar station in Marineris. We can go out with that group and show them around and do some field work and kill two birds with one stone. Plans to make this trip actually made it from the Lowen into the lab and then the front office. Approval came swiftly, as was usual in Biotique. So Sachs worked hard for a couple of weeks, preparing for the fieldwork, and at the end of that intensive period he packed his bag and one morning took the subway out to Westgate. There in the Swiss garage, he spotted some people from the office, gathered with several strangers. Introductions were still being made. Sachs approached, and Claire saw him and drew him into the crowd, looking excited. "Here, Stephen, I want to introduce you to our guest for the trip." A woman wearing some kind of prisming fabric turned around, and Claire said, "Stephen, I'd like you to meet Phyllis Boyle. Phyllis, this is Stephen Lindholm." "How do you do?" Phyllis said, extending a hand. Sachs took her hand and shook. "I do fine," he said. Vlad had nicked his vocal cords to give him a different vocal print if he was ever tested, but everyone in Gamete had agreed that he sounded just the same. And now Phyllis cocked her head curiously at him, alerted by something. "I'm looking forward to the trip," he said, and glanced at Claire. "I hope I haven't held you up." No, we're still waiting for the drivers." "Ah," Sachs backed away. "Good to meet you," he said to Phyllis politely. She nodded, and with a final curious glance turned back to the people she had been talking to. Sachs tried to concentrate on what Claire was saying about the drivers. Apparently, driving a rover across open terrain was a specialized occupation now. That was fairly cool, he thought. Of course, coolness was a Sachs trait. Probably he ought to have gushed all over her, said he knew her from the old vids and had admired her for years, etc., although how someone could admire Phyllis, he had no idea. Surely she had come out of the war fairly compromised, on the winning side, but the only one of the first 100 to have chosen it. A quisling, did they call that? Something like that. Well, she hadn't been the only one of the first 100. Vasily had stayed in burrows throughout, and George and Edvard had been on Clark with Phyllis when it detached from the cable and catapulted out of the plane of the ecliptic. A neat bit of work to survive that, actually. He wouldn't have thought it possible, but there she was, chattering with her host of admirers. Luckily, he had heard of her survival a few years before, otherwise it would have been a shock to see her. She still looked about 60 years old, although she had been born the same year as Sachs, and so was now 115. Silver-haired, blue-eyed, her jewelry made of gold and bloodstone, her blouse made of a material that shone through all the colors of the spectrum. Right now her back was a vibrant blue, but as she turned to glance over her shoulder at him, it went emerald green. He pretended not to notice the look. Then the drivers came, and they were into the rovers and off, and for a blessing Phyllis was in one of the other cars. The rovers were big hydrazine-powered things, and they followed a concrete road north so that Sachs couldn't see the necessity for specialist drivers unless it was to handle the rover's speed. They were rolling along at about 160 kilometers an hour, and to Sachs, who was used to rover speeds about a quarter that, it felt fast and smooth. The other passengers complained at how bumpy and slow the ride was. Apparently, express trains now floated over the pistes at about 600 kilometers per hour. The Arena Glacier was some 800 kilometers northwest of Burrows, spilling from the highlands of Syrtis Major north onto Utopia Planitia. It ran in one of the Arena Fossae for a distance of some 350 kilometers. Claire and Burkina and the others in the car told Sachs the glacier's history, and he did his best to indicate absorbed interest. Indeed, it was interesting, for they were aware that Nadia had rerouted the outbreak of the Arena aquifer. Some of the people who had been with Nadia when she did it had ended up in South Fossa after the war, and the story had been told there and had spread into the public domain. In fact, these people seemed to think they knew a lot about Nadia. "She was against the war," Claire told him confidently, "and she did everything she could to stop it and then to repair the damage, even while it was happening. People who saw her on Elysium say she never slept at all, just took stimulants to keep going. They say she saved 10,000 lives in the week she was active around South Fossa. What happened to her? Sachs asked. No one knows. She disappeared from South Fossa. She was headed for Low Point, Burkina said. If she got there in time for that flood, she was probably killed. Ah, Sachs nodded solemnly. That was a bad time. Very bad, Claire said vehemently. So destructive. It set the terraforming back decades, I'm sure. Although the aquifer outbreaks have been useful, Sachs murmured. Yes, but those could have been done anyway in a controlled manner. True. Sachs shrugged and let the conversation go on without him. After the encounter with Phyllis, it was a bit much to get into a discussion of 61. He still couldn't quite believe she hadn't recognized him. The passenger compartment they were in had shiny magnesium panels over the windows, and there, among the faces of his new colleagues, was the little face of Stephen Lindholm. A bald old man with a slightly hooked nose, which made the eyes somewhat hawkish rather than just bird-like. Visible lips, strong jaw, a chin. No, it didn't look like him at all. No reason why she should have recognized him. But looks weren't everything. He tried not to think about that as they hummed north over the road. He concentrated on the view. The passenger compartment had a domed skylight as well as windows on all four sides, so he could see a lot. They were driving up the slope of West Isidis, a section of the great escarpment that was like a great shaved berm. The jagged dark hills of Syrtis Major rose over the northwest horizon sharp as the edge of a saw. The air was clearer than it had been in the old days, even though it was 15 times thicker. But there was less dust in it, as snowstorms were knocking the fines down and then fixing them on the surface in a crust. Of course, this crust was often broken by strong winds, and the trapped fines reintroduced to the air. But these breaks were localized, and the sky-cleaning storms were slowly getting the upper hand. And so the sky was changing color. Overhead it was a rich violet, and above the western hills it was whitish, shading up into lavender, and some color between lavender and violet that Sachs didn't have a name for. The eye could distinguish differences in light frequency of only a few wavelengths, so the few names for the colors between red and blue were totally inadequate to describe the phenomena. But whatever you called them, or didn't, they were sky colors very unlike the tans and pinks of the early years. Of course, a dust storm would always temporarily return the sky to that primeval ochre tone, but when the atmosphere washed out, its color would be a function of its thickness and chemical composition. Curious as to what they could expect to see in the future, Sachs took his lectern from his pocket to try some calculations. He stared at the little box, suddenly realizing that it was Sachs Russell's lectern, that if checked, it would give him away. It was like carrying around a genuine passport. He dismissed the thought as there was nothing to be done about it now. He concentrated on the color of the sky. In clean air, sky color was caused by preferential light scattering into the air molecules themselves. Thus, the thickness of the atmosphere was critical. Air pressure, when they had arrived, had been about 10 millibars, and now it averaged about 160. But since air pressure was created by the weight of the air, creating 160 millibars on Mars had taken about 3 times as much air over any given spot than would have created such a pressure on Earth. So the 160 millibars here ought to scatter light about as much as 480 millibars on Earth, meaning the sky overhead ought to have something like the dark blue color seen in photos taken in mountains about 4,000 meters high. But the actual color filling the windows and skylight of their rover was much more reddish than that, and even on clear mornings after heavy storms, Sachs had never seen it look anywhere near as blue as a Terran sky. He thought about it more. Another effect of Mars's light gravity was that the air column lofted taller than Earth's. It was possible that the smallest fines were effectively in suspension and had been blown above the altitude of most clouds where they escaped being scrubbed out by storms. He recalled that haze layers had been photographed that were as much as 50 kilometers high, well above the clouds. Another factor might be the composition of the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide molecules were more efficient light scatterers than oxygen and nitrogen, and Mars, despite Sachs's best efforts, still had much more CO2 in its atmosphere than Earth did. The effects of that difference would be calculable. He typed up the equation for Rayleigh's law of scattering, which states that the light energy scattered per unit volume of air is inversely proportional to the fourth power of the wavelength of the illuminating radiation. Then he scribbled away on his lectern screen, altering the variables, checking handbooks, or filling in quantities by memory or guesswork. He concluded that if the atmosphere was thickened to 1 bar, then the sky would probably turn milk white. He also confirmed that in theory, the present-day Martian sky ought to be a lot bluer than it was, with its scattered blue light about 16 times the intensity of the red. This suggested that fines very high in the atmosphere were probably reddening the sky. If that was the correct explanation, one could infer that the color and opacity of the Martian sky would for many years be subject to very wide variation, depending on weather and other influences on the cleanness of the air. And so he worked on, trying to incorporate into the calculation skylight radiance intensities, Chandrasekhar's radiative transfer equation, chromaticity scales, aerosol chemical compositions, Legendre polynomials to evaluate the angular scattering intensities, Riccati-Bessel functions to evaluate the scattering cross-sections, and so on, occupying the better part of the drive to Arena Glacier, concentrating hard and steadfastly ignoring the world around him and the situation in which he now found himself. Early that afternoon, they came to a small town called Bradbury, which under its Nicosia-class tent looked like something out of Illinois. Tree-lined blacktop streets, screened-in porches fronting 2-story brick houses with shingle roofs, a main street with shops and parking meters, a central park with a white gazebo under giant maples. They headed west on a smaller road, across the top of Syrtis Major. The road was made of black sand that had been cleared of rocks and sprayed with a fixative. This whole region was very dark. Syrtis Major had been the first Martian surface feature spotted through Earth telescopes by Christian Huygens on November 28, 1659, and it was this dark rock that had allowed him to see it. The ground was almost black, sometimes a kind of eggplant purple. The hills and grabens and escarpments that the road twisted through were black. The fretted mesas were black. The tholea, or little ribs, were black, ridge after ridge after ridge of them. The giant ejecta erratics, on the other hand, were often rust-colored, reminding them forcibly of the color from which they had temporarily escaped. Then they drove over a black bedrock rib, and the glacier lay before them, crossing the world from left to right like a lightning bolt inlaid into the landscape. A bedrock rib on the far side of the glacier paralleled the one they were on, and the 2 ribs together looked like old lateral moraines, although really they were just parallel ridges that had channelized the outbreak flood. The glacier was about 2 kilometers across. It appeared to be no more than 5 or 6 meters thick, but apparently it had run down a canyon, so there were hidden depths. Parts of its surface were like ordinary regolith, just as rocky and dusty, with a kind of gravel surface that revealed no sign of the ice below. Other parts looked like chaotic terrain, except clearly made of ice, with knots of white seracs sticking up out of what looked like boulders. Some of the seracs were broken plates, bunched like the back of a stegosaurus, translucent yellow with the setting sun behind them. All was motionless to every horizon, not a movement to be seen anywhere. Of course not. Arena Glacier had been here for 40 years. But Sachs couldn't help remembering the last time he had seen such a sight, and he glanced involuntarily to the south as if a new flood might burst out at any moment. The Beatique station was located a few kilometers upstream on the rim and apron of a small crater so that it had an excellent view over the glacier. In the last part of sunset, as some of the regulars got the station activated, Sachs went with Claire and the visitors from Arms Corps, including Phyllis, up to a big observation room on the top floor of the station to look at the broken mass of ice in the waning moments of the day. Even on a relatively clear afternoon like this one, the horizontal rays of the sun turned the air a burnished dark red, and the surface of the glacier sparked in 1,000 places, the recently broken ice reflecting the light like mirrors. The majority of these scarlet gleams lay in a rough line between them and the sun, but there were a few elsewhere on the ice where the reflecting surfaces stood at odd angles. Phyllis pointed out how much larger the sun looked now that the Soletta was in position. "Isn't it wonderful? You can almost see the mirrors, can't you? It looks like blood. It looks positively Jurassic." To Sachs, it looked like a G-type star about 1 astronomical unit away. Of course, this was significant, as they were 1.5 astronomical units away. As for the talk of rubies or dinosaurs' eyes... The sun slipped over the horizon, and all the points of red light disappeared at once. A great fan of crepuscular rays stretched across the sky, the pinkish beams cutting a dark purple sky. Phyllis exclaimed over the colors, which were indeed very clear and pure. She said, "I wonder what makes those magnificent rays." And automatically Sachs opened his mouth to explain about the shadows of hills or clouds over the horizon, when it occurred to him that A, it was a rhetorical question, perhaps, and B, to give a technical answer would be a very Sachs-Russell thing to do. So he shut his mouth and considered what Stephen Lindholm would say in such a situation. This kind of self-consciousness was new to him and distinctly uncomfortable, but he was going to have to say things at least some of the time, because long silences were also fairly Sachs-Russellish and not at all like Lindholm as he had been playing him so far. So he tried his best. "Just think how close those photons came to hitting Mars," he said, "and now they're going to run all the way across the universe instead." People squinted at this odd observation, but it drew him into the group nonetheless, and so served its purpose. After a while, they went down to the dining room to eat pasta and tomato sauce and bread just out of the ovens. Sachs stayed at the main table and ate and talked as much as the rest, striving for the norm, doing his best to follow the elusive rules of conversation and of social discourse. These he had never understood well, and less so the more he thought about them. He knew that he had always been considered eccentric. He had heard the story of the 100 transgenic lab rats taking over his brain. A strange moment that, standing outside the lab door in the dark, hearing the tale being promulgated with much hilarity from one generation of postdocs to the next, experiencing the rare discomfort of seeing himself as if he were someone else, someone strikingly peculiar. But Lindholm, now, he was a congenial fellow. He knew how to get along. Someone who could partake of a bottle of Utopian Zinfandel, someone who could do his part to make a dinner party festive, someone who understood intuitively the hidden algorithms of good fellowship so that he would be able to operate the system without even thinking about it. So Sachs ran a forefinger up and down the bridge of his new nose and drank the wine, which did indeed suppress his parasympathetic nervous system to the point of making him less inhibited and more voluble, and he chattered away very successfully, he thought, although several times he was alarmed by the way he was drawn into conversation by Phyllis, sitting across the table from him, and by the way she looked at him, and by the way he looked back. There were protocols for this kind of thing, too, but he had never understood them in the slightest. Now he recalled the way Jessica had leaned on him at the Lowen and drank another half-glass and smiled and nodded, thinking uneasily about sexual attraction and its causes. Someone asked Phyllis the inevitable question about the escape from Clark, and as she launched into the tale she glanced frequently at Sachs, seeming to assure him that she was telling the story principally to him. He attended politely, resisting a certain tendency to go cross-eyed, which might indicate his dismay. "There was no warning of any kind," Phyllis said to the questioner. "One minute we were orbiting Mars at the top of the elevator, just sick at what was happening down on the surface, and doing our best to figure out some way to stop the unrest, and then the next minute there was a jerk like an earthquake, and we were on our way out of the solar system." She smiled and paused for the laugh that followed, and Sachs saw that she had told the story many times before in just this way. "You must have been terrified," someone said. "Well," Phyllis said, "it's strange how in an emergency there isn't really time for any of that. As soon as we understood what had happened, we knew that every second we stayed on Clark diminished our chances of surviving by hundreds of kilometers. So we convened in the command center and counted heads and talked it over and took stock of what we had available. It was hectic but not panicked, if you see what I mean. Anyway, there turned out to be about the usual number of Earth-to-Mars freighters in the hangars, and the AI calculations indicated we would need the thrust of almost all of them to get ourselves back down into the plane of the ecliptic in time to intersect the Jovian system. We were on our way out as well as up, and in the general direction of Jupiter, which was a blessing. Anyway, that was when it got crazy. We had to get all the freighters outside the hangars and flying beside Clark, and then link them together and stock them with everything they could hold of Clark's air and fuel and so on. And we were off in that jury-rigged lifeboat only 30 hours after launching, which, now that I look back on it, is almost unbelievable. Those 30 hours. She shook her head, and Sachs thought he saw a real memory suddenly invade her tale, shaking her slightly. 30 hours was a remarkably fast evacuation, and no doubt the time had flashed by in a dreamlike rush of action, in a state of mind so different from ordinary time that it might pass for transcendence. After that, it was just a matter of cramming into a couple of crew quarters, 286 of us there were, and going out on EVAs to cut away inessential parts of the freighters, and hoping there would be enough fuel to get us on course down to Jupiter. It was more than 2 months before we could be positive we would intercept the Jovian system, and 10 weeks before we actually did. We used Jupiter itself as a gravity handle and swung around toward Earth, which at that time was closer than Mars. And we swung so hard around Jupiter that we needed Earth's atmosphere and Luna's gravity to slow us down, because we were almost out of fuel at the very same time that we were the fastest humans in history by a factor of 2. 80,000 kilometers an hour, I think it was when we hit the stratosphere the first time. A useful speed, really, because we were running out of food and air. We got really hungry near the end, but we made it, and we saw Jupiter from about this close, holding thumb and forefinger apart a couple of centimeters. People laughed, and the gleam of triumph in Phyllis's eye had nothing to do with Jupiter, but there was a tightening at the corner of her mouth. Something at the end of her tail had darkened the triumph somehow. "And you were the leader, right?" someone asked. Phyllis held up a hand to say she couldn't deny it, though she wanted to. "It was a cooperative effort," she said, "but sometimes someone has to decide when there's an impasse or simply a need for speed, and I had been head of Clark before the catastrophe." She flashed her big smile, confident that they had enjoyed the account. Sachs smiled with the rest and nodded when she looked his way. She was an attractive woman, but not, he thought, very bright. Or maybe it was just that he didn't like her very much. For certainly she was very intelligent in some ways, a good biologist when she had done biology, and certain to score high on an IQ test. But there were different types of intelligence, and not all of them were subject to analytic testing. Sachs had noticed this fact in his student years, that there were people who would score high on any intelligence test and were very good at their work, but who at the same time could walk into a room of people and within an hour have many of the occupants of that room laughing at them or even despising them, which was not very smart. Indeed, the most giddy of high school cheerleaders, say, managing to be friendly with everyone and therefore universally popular, seemed to Sachs to be exercising an intelligence at least as powerful as any awkward, brilliant mathematicians, the calculus of human interaction being so much more subtle and variable than any physics, somewhat like the emerging field of math called cascading recombinant chaos, only less simple. So that there were at least 2 kinds of intelligence, and probably many more. Spatial, aesthetic, moral or ethical, interactional, analytic, synthetic, and so forth. And it was those people who were intelligent in a number of different ways, who were truly exceptional, who stood out as something special. Phyllis, however, basking in the attention of her listeners, most of them much younger than her, and, at least on the surface, in awe of her historicity, Phyllis was not one of those polymaths. On the contrary, she seemed rather dim when it came to judging what people thought of her. Sachs, who knew he shared the deficiency, watched her with the best Lindholm smile he could muster, but it seemed to him a fairly obviously vain performance on her part, even a bit arrogant, and arrogance was always stupid, or else a mask for some kind of insecurity. Hard to guess what that insecurity might be in such a successful and attractive person, and she certainly was attractive. After supper, they went back up to the observation room on the top floor, and there, under a glittering bowl of stars, the crowd from Biotique turned on some music. It was the kind called Nuevo Calypso, the current rage in Burroughs, and several members of the group brought out instruments and played along, while others moved to the middle of the room and began to dance. The music was paced at about 100 beats a minute, Sachs calculated, perfect physiological timing for stimulating the heart just a bit. The secret to most dance music, he supposed. And then Phyllis was there by his side, grabbing for his hand and pulling him out among the dancers. Sachs only just restrained himself from jerking his hand away from her, and he was sure that his response to her smiling invitation was sickly at best. He had never danced in his life, as far as he could recall. But that was Sax Russell's life. Surely Stephen Lindholm had danced a lot. So Sax began to hop gently up and down in time with the bass steel drum, wiggling his arms uncertainly at his sides, smiling at Phyllis in a desperate simulation of debonair pleasure. Later that evening, the younger Biotique crew were still dancing, and Sax took the elevator down to bring some tubs of ice milk back up from the kitchens. When he got back into the elevator, Phyllis was already inside, coming back up from the dorm floor. "Here, let me help with those," she said, and took 2 of the 4 plastic bags hanging from his fingers. Then, when she had them, she leaned down, she was a few centimeters taller than him, and kissed him full in the mouth. He kissed back, but it was such a shock that he didn't really start to feel it until she pulled away. Then the memory of her tongue between his lips was like another kiss. He tried to look less than befuddled, but by the way she laughed, he knew he had failed. "I see you're not as much of a lady killer as you look," she said, which, given the situation, only made him more alarmed. In point of fact, no one had ever done that to him before. He tried to rally, but the elevator slowed and the doors hissed open. Through dessert and the rest of the party, Phyllis didn't approach him again. But when the time slip began, he went to the elevators to go back to his room, and as the doors began to close, Phyllis slipped through them and in, and as soon as the elevator began to drop, she was kissing him again. He put his arms around her and kissed back, trying to figure out what Lindholm would do in this situation, and if there was any way out of it that wouldn't lead to trouble. When the elevator slowed, Phyllis leaned back with a dreamy, unfocused gaze and said, "Come walk me to my room." Reeling a bit, Sachs held her upper arm like a bit of delicate lab equipment and was led to her room, a tiny chamber like all the rest of the bedrooms. Standing in the doorway, they kissed again, despite Sachs's strong feeling that this was his last chance to escape, gracefully or not. But he was kissing her back pretty passionately, he noticed, and when she pulled back to murmur, "You might as well come inside," he followed without protest. Indeed, his penis was snagged halfway up in its blind grope toward the stars, all his chromosomes humming loudly, the silly fools, at this chance at immortality. It had been a long time since he had made love to anyone except Hiroko, and those encounters, though friendly and pleasant, were not passionate, more an extension of their bathing, whereas Phyllis, fumbling at their clothes as they fell onto her bed kissing, was clearly excited, and this excitement was transferring to Sachs by a kind of immediate conduction. His erection sprang free eagerly from his pants as Phyllis got the pants down his legs, as if in illustration of the selfish gene theory, and he could only laugh and tug at the long ventral zipper of her jumpsuit. Lindholm, free of any worries, would certainly be aroused by the encounter. That was clear. And so he had to be, too. And besides, although he didn't especially like Phyllis, he did know her. There was that old First 100 bond, the memories of those years together in Underhill. There was something provocative in the notion of making love to a woman he had known so long. And everyone else in the First 100 had been polygamous, it seemed, everyone but Phyllis and him. So now they were making up for it, and she was very attractive. And it was something, actually, just to be wanted. All these rationalizations were easy in the moment itself, and indeed forgotten entirely in the rush of sexual sensation. But immediately upon completion of the act, Sachs began to worry again. Should he go back to his room? Should he stay? Phyllis had fallen asleep with her hand on his flank, as if to assure herself that he would stay. In sleep, everyone looked like a child. He surveyed the length of her body, shocked slightly once again by the various manifestations of sexual dimorphism. breathing so calmly, just to be wanted, her fingers still tensed across his ribs. And so he stayed, but he did not sleep much. Sax threw himself into the work on the glacier and the surrounding terrain. Phyllis went out in the field sometimes, but she was always discreet in her behavior with him. Sax doubted if Claire or Jessica or anyone else realized what had happened, or realized that every few days it was happening again. This was another complication. How would Lindholm react to Phyllis's apparent desire for secrecy? But in the end, it was not an issue. Lindholm was more or less forced, as a matter of chivalry or compliance or something like that, to act as Sax would have, and so they kept their affair to themselves, much as they would have in Underhill or on the Ares or in Antarctica. Old habits die hard. With the distraction of the glacier, it was easy enough to keep the affair secret. The ice and the ribbed land around it were fascinating environments, and there was a lot to study and try to understand out there. The surface of the glacier proved to be extremely broken, as the literature had suggested, mixed with regolith during the flooding and shot through with trapped carbonation bubbles. Rocks and boulders caught on the surface had melted the ice underneath them, and then it had refrozen around them, in a daily cycle that had left them all about 2/3 submerged. All the seracs standing above the jumbled surface of the glacier like titanic dolmens were on close inspection found to be deeply pitted. The ice was brittle because of the extreme cold and slow to flow downhill because of the reduced gravity. Nevertheless, it was moving downstream like a river in slow motion, and because its source was emptied, the whole mass would eventually end up on Vastitas Borealis. And signs of this movement could be found in the newly broken ice seen every day: new crevasses, fallen seracs, cracked bergs. These fresh surfaces were quickly covered by crystalline ice flowers whose saltiness only added to the speed of crystallization. Fascinated by this environment, Sax got in the habit of going out by himself every day at dawn, following flagged trails the station crew had set out. In the first hour of the day, all the ice glowed in vibrant pink and rose tones, reflecting tints of the sky. As direct sunlight struck the glacier's smashed surfaces, steam would begin to rise out of the cracks and iced-over pools, and the ice flowers glittered like gaudy jewelry. On windless mornings, a small inversion layer trapped the mist some 20 meters overhead, forming a thin orange cloud. Clearly, the glacier's water was diffusing fairly quickly out into the world. As he hiked through the frigid air, he spotted many different species of snow algae and lichen. The glacier-facing slopes of the two lateral ridges were especially well populated, flecked by small patches of green, gold, olive, black, rust, and many other colors, perhaps 30 or 40 all told. Sax strolled over these pseudo-moraines carefully, as unwilling to step on the plant life as he would be to step on any experiment in the lab, although truthfully it looked as though most of the lichens wouldn't notice. They were tough. Bare rock and water were all they required, plus light. Though not much of that appeared necessary. They grew under ice, and even inside porous chunks of translucent rock. In something as hospitable as a crack in the moraine, they positively flourished. Every crack Sax looked in sported knobs of Iceland lichen, yellow and bronze, which under the glass revealed tiny forking stalks, fringed by spines. On flat rocks he found the crustose lichens: button lichen, stud lichen, shield lichen, candelaria, apple green map lichen, and the red-orange jewel lichen that indicated a concentration of sodium nitrate in the regolith. Clumped under the ice flowers were growths of pale gray-green snow lichen, which under magnification proved to have stalks like the Iceland lichen, great masses of them looking delicate as lace. Worm lichen was dark gray, and under magnification revealed weathered antlers that appeared extremely delicate. And yet if pieces broke off, the algal cells enclosed in their fungal threads would simply keep growing and develop into more lichen, attaching wherever they came to rest. Reproduction by fragmentation. Useful indeed in such an environment. So the lichen were prospering, and along with the species that Sax could identify, with the help of photos on his wristpad's little display screen, were many more that seemed not to correspond to any listed species. He was curious enough about these nondescripts to pluck a few samples to take back and show to Claire and Jessica. But lichen was only the beginning. On Earth, regions of broken rock newly exposed by retreating ice or by the growth of young mountains were called boulder fields or talus. On Mars, the equivalent zone was the regolith, thus effectively the greater part of the surface of the planet. Talus world. On Earth, these regions were first colonized by microbacteria and lichen, which, along with chemical weathering, began to break the rock down into a thin, immature soil, slowly filling the cracks between rocks. In time, there was enough organic material in this matrix to support other kinds of flora, and areas at this stage were called fell fields, fell being Gaelic for stone. It was an accurate name, for stone fields they were, the ground surface studded with rocks, the soil between and under them less than 3 centimeters thick, supporting a community of small, ground-hugging plants. And now there were fell fields on Mars. Claire and Jessica suggested to Sax that he cross the glacier and hike downstream along the lateral moraine, and so one morning, slipping away from Phyllis, he did so, and after half an hour's hiking, stopped on a knee-high boulder. Below him, sloping into the rocky trough next to the glacier, was a wet patch of flat ground twinkling in the late morning light. Clearly meltwater ran over it most days. Already in the utter stillness of the morning he could hear the drips of little streams under the glacier's edge, sounding like a choir of tiny wooden chimes. And on this miniature watershed, among the threads of running water, were spots of color everywhere, leaping out at the eye. Flowers. A patch of fellfield, then, with its characteristic mille-fleur effect, the gray waste peppered with dots of red, blue, yellow, pink, white. The flowers were mounted on little mossy cushions or florets, or tucked among hairy leaves. All the plants hugged the dark ground, which would be markedly warmer than the air above it. Nothing but grass blades stuck higher than a few centimeters off the soil. He tiptoed carefully from rock to rock, unwilling to step on even a single plant. He knelt on the gravel to inspect some of the little growths, the magnifying lenses on his faceplate at their highest power. Glowing vividly in the morning light were the classic fellfield organisms. Moss campion, with its rings of tiny pink flowers on dark green pads, a phlox cushion, 5-centimeter sprigs of bluegrass, like glass in the light, using the phlox taproot to anchor its own delicate roots. There was a magenta alpine primrose, with its yellow eye and its deep green leaves, which form narrow troughs to channel water down into the rosette. Many of the leaves of these plants were hairy. There was an intensely blue forget-me-not, the petals so suffused with warming anthocyanins that they were nearly purple, the color that the Martian sky would achieve at around 230 millibars, according to Sax's calculations on the drive to Arena. It was surprising there was no name for that color. It was so distinctive. Perhaps that was cyanic blue. The morning passed as he moved very slowly from plant to plant, using his wristpad's field guide to identify sandwort, buckwheat, pussypaws, dwarf lupines, dwarf clovers, and his namesake, saxifrage. Rockbreaker. He had never seen one in the wild before, and he spent a long time looking at the first one he found. Arctic saxifrage. Saxifraga herculis. Tiny branches covered with long leaves, ending in small pale blue flowers. As with the lichens, there were many plants that he couldn't identify. They exhibited features from different species, even genuses, or else they were completely nondescript, their features an odd melange of features from exotic biospheres, some looking like underwater growths or new kinds of cacti. Engineered species, presumably, although it was surprising these weren't listed in the guide. Mutants, perhaps. Ah, but there, where a wide crack had collected a deeper layer of humus and a tiny rivulet, was a clump of cabresia. Cabresia and the other sedges grew where it was wet, and their extremely absorbent turf chemically altered the soil under it quite rapidly, performing important work in the slow transition from fell field to alpine meadow. Now that he had spotted it, he could see minuscule watercourses marked by their population of sedges running down through the rocks. Kneeling on a thinsulate pad, Sachs clicked off his magnifying glasses and looked around, and as low as he was, he could suddenly see a whole series of little fell fields scattered on the slope of the moraine like patches of Persian carpet shredded by the passing ice. Back at the station, Sachs spent a lot of time sequestered in the labs, looking at plant specimens through microscopes, running a variety of tests, and talking about the results to Burkina and Claire and Jessica. "They're mostly polyploids?" Sachs asked. "Yes," Burkina said. Polyploidy was fairly frequent at high altitudes on Earth, so it wasn't surprising. It was an odd phenomenon. A doubling or tripling or even quadrupling of the original chromosome number in a plant. Diploid plants with 10 chromosomes would be succeeded by polyploids with 20 or 30 or even 40 chromosomes. Hybridizers had used the phenomenon for years to develop fancy garden plants because polyploids were usually larger leaves, flowers, fruits, cell sizes, and they often had a wider range than their parents. That kind of adaptability made them better at occupying new areas, like the spaces in and under a glacier. There were islands in the Terran Arctic where 80% of the plants were polyploid. Sachs supposed that it was a strategy to avoid the destructive effects of excessive mutation rates, which would explain why it occurred in high UV areas. Intense UV irradiation would break a number of genes, but if they were replicated in the other sets of chromosomes, then there was likely to be no genotypic damage and no impediment to reproduction. We find that even when we haven't started with polyploids, which we usually do, they change within a few generations. Have you identified the triggering mechanism that causes it? No. Another mystery. Sachs stared into the microscope, vexed by this rather astonishing gap in the bizarrely rent fabric of biological science. But there was nothing to be done about it. He had looked into the matter himself in his Eckes Overlook labs in the 2050s, and it had appeared that polyploidy was indeed stimulated by more UV radiation than the organism was used to, but how cells read this difference, and then actually doubled or tripled or quadrupled their chromosome count— "I must say, I'm surprised at how much everything is flourishing." Claire smiled happily. "I was afraid that after Earth you might think this was pretty barren." "Well, no." He cleared his throat. "I guess I expected nothing, or just algae and lichen, but those fell fields seem to be thriving. I thought it would take longer." "It would on Earth, but you have to remember we're not just throwing seeds out there and waiting to see what happens. Every single species has been augmented to increase hardiness and speed of growth." "And we've been reseeding every spring," Burkina said, "and fertilizing with nitrogen-fixing bacteria." "I thought it was denitrifying bacteria that were all the rage." "Those are distributed specifically in thick deposits of sodium nitrate to transpire the nitrogen into the atmosphere. But where we're gardening, we need more nitrogen in the soil, so we spread nitrogen fixers." It still seems to be going very fast to me, and all of this must have happened before the Soletta. "The thing is," Jessica said from her desk across the room, "there isn't any competition at this point. Conditions are harsh, but these are very hardy plants, and when we put them out there, there isn't any competition to slow them down." "It's an empty niche," Claire said. "And conditions here are better than most places on Mars," Burkina added. "In the south, you've got the aphelion winter and the high altitude. The stations down there report that the winter kill is just devastating. But here, the perihelion winter is a lot milder, and we're only a kilometer high. It's pretty benign, really. Better than Antarctica in many ways." "Especially in the CO2 level," Burkina said. "I wonder if that doesn't account for some of that speed you're talking about. It's like the plants are being supercharged." "Ah," Sachs said, nodding. So the fell fields were gardens. Aided growth rather than natural growth. He had known that, of course. It was a given everywhere on Mars. But the fell fields, so rocky and diffuse, had looked spontaneous and wild enough to momentarily confuse him. And even remembering they were gardens, he was still surprised that they were so vigorous. "Well, and now with this Soletta pouring sunlight onto the surface," Jessica exclaimed. She shook her head as if disapproving. Natural insolation averaged 45% of Earth's, and with the Soletta it's supposed to be up to 54. Tell me more about the Soletta, Sachs said carefully. They told him in a kind of round. A group of transnationals, led by Subarashi, had built a circular slatted array of solar sail mirrors placed between the Sun and Mars and aligned to focus inward sunlight that would have just missed the planet. An annular support mirror, rotating in a polar orbit, reflected light back to the Soletta to counterbalance the pressure of the sunlight, and that light was bounced back onto Mars as well. Both these mirror systems were truly huge compared to the early freighter sails Sachs had enlisted to reflect light onto the surface, and the reflected light they were adding to the system was really significant. "It must have cost a fortune to build them," Sachs murmured. "Oh, it did. The big transnats are investing like you can't believe." "And they're not done yet," Burkina said. "They're planning to fly an aerial lens just a few hundred kilometers above the surface, and this lens will focus some of the incoming light from the Soletta until it heats the surface up to fantastic temperatures, like 5,000 degrees. 5,000? Yes, I think that's what I heard. They plan to melt the sand and the regolith underneath, which will release all the volatiles into the atmosphere. But what about the surface? They plan to do it in remote areas." "In lines," Claire said, "so that they end up with ditches." "Canals," Sachs said. "Yes, that's right." They laughed. "Glass-sided canals," Sachs said, troubled by the thought of all those volatiles. Carbon dioxide would be prominent among them, perhaps chief among them. But he didn't want to show too much interest in the larger terraforming issues. He let it go, and soon enough the talk returned to their work. "Well," Sachs said, "I guess some of the fell fields will turn into alpine meadows pretty soon." "Oh, they're already there," Claire said. "Really?" "Yes, well, they're small. But hike down the western edge about 3 kilometers. Have you done that yet? You'll see. Alpine meadows and crumholts, too. It hasn't been that difficult. We planted trees without even altering them very much because a lot of spruce and pine species turned out to have temperature tolerances much lower than they needed in their terran habitats." "That's peculiar. A holdover from the ice ages, I guess. But now it's coming in handy." "Interesting," Sachs said. And he spent the rest of that day staring into the microscopes without seeing a thing, lost in thought. "Life is so much spirit," Hiroko used to say. It was a very strange business, the vigor of living things, their tendency to proliferate, what Hiroko called their green surge, their viriditas, a striving toward pattern. It made him so curious. When dawn arrived the next day, he woke up in Phyllis's bed, with Phyllis tangled in the sheets beside him. After dinner, the whole group had retired to the observation room, as was becoming habitual, and Sachs had continued the conversation with Claire and Jessica and Burkina, and Jessica had been very friendly to him, as was her wont, and Phyllis had seen this and had followed him to the bathrooms by the elevator and pounced on him with that shocking seductive embrace of hers, and they had ended up going down to the dorm floor and to her room. And although Sachs had felt uncomfortable about disappearing without saying good night to the others, he had made love to her passionately enough. Now, looking at her, he remembered their precipitate departure with distaste. It didn't take any more than the most simple-minded sociobiology to explain such behavior, competition for mates, a very basic animal activity. Of course, Sachs had never been the subject of such competition before, but there was nothing to pride oneself on in this sudden manifestation. Clearly it was happening because of Vlad's cosmetic surgery, which through some chance had rearranged his face into a configuration appealing to women. Although why one arrangement of facial features should be more attractive than another was a total mystery to him. He had heard sociobiological explanations of sexual attractiveness before, and he could see that some of them might have some validity. A man would look for a mate with wide hips to be able safely to give birth to his children, with significant breasts in order to feed his children, etc. A woman would look for a strong man to feed her children and to father strong children, etc., etc. That made a kind of sense. but none of it had anything to do with facial features. For them, sociobiological explanations got pretty tenuous. Wide-set eyes for good eyesight, good teeth to aid health, a significant nose to avoid getting colds. No, it just wasn't as sensible as that. It was a matter of chance configurations somehow appealing to the eye. An aesthetic judgment in which tiny non-functional features could make a great difference, which indicated that practical concerns were not a factor. A case in point was a pair of twin sisters with whom Sachs had gone to high school. They had been identical twins and had looked very much alike, and yet somehow one had been plain while the other had been beautiful. No, it was a matter of millimeters of flesh and bone and cartilage accidentally falling into patterns that pleased or did not. So Vlad had made some alterations to his face, and now women were competing for his attentions, though he was the same person he had always been. A person Phyllis had never shown the slightest interest in before, when he had looked the way nature had made him. It was hard not to be somewhat cynical about it. To be wanted, yes, but wanted for trivialities. He got out of bed and suited up in one of the latest lightweight suits, so much more comfortable than the old stretch fabric walkers. One had to insulate against the sub-freezing temperatures, and wear a helmet and air tank, of course, but there was no longer any need to provide pressure to avoid bruising of the skin. Even 160 millibars was enough for that, and so now it was only a matter of warm clothing and boots, and the helmet. So it only took a few minutes to dress, and then he was out to the glacier again. He crunched over the hoarfrost on the main flag trail across the river of ice, and then wound downstream on the western bank, passing the little millefleur fell fields coated with frost that was already beginning to melt in the light. He came to a place where the glacier dropped down a small escarpment in a short crazed ice fall. It also took a few degrees turn to the left, following its bordering ribs. Suddenly a loud creak filled the air, followed by a low-frequency boom that vibrated in his stomach. The ice was moving. He stopped, listening. He heard the distant bell sound of an under-ice stream. He hiked on, feeling lighter and happier with every step. The morning light was very clear, the steam on the ice like white smoke. And then, in the shelter of some huge boulders, he came upon an amphitheater of fell field, dotted with flowers like flecks of paint. And at the bottom of the field was a little alpine meadow, south-facing and shockingly green, the mats of grass and sedge all cut with ice-coated watercourses. And around the edges of the amphitheater, sheltered in cracks and under rocks, hunched a number of dwarf trees. It was Krumholtz, then, which in the evolution of mountain landscapes was the next stage after alpine meadows. The dwarf trees he had spotted were actually members of ordinary species, mostly white spruce. Piscia glauca, which in these harsh conditions miniaturized on their own, contouring into the protected spaces they sprouted in, or had been planted in, more likely. Sachs saw some lodgepole pine, Pinus contorta, joining the more numerous white spruce. These were the most cold-tolerant trees on Earth, and apparently the biotique team had added salt tolerance from trees like the tamarisks. All kinds of engineering had been done to aid them, and yet still the extreme conditions stunted their growth, until trees that might have grown 30 meters high crouched in little knee-high pockets of protection, sheared off by winds and winter snowpacks, as if by hedge clippers. Thus the name Krumholtz, German for crooked wood, or perhaps elfin wood, the zone where trees first managed to take advantage of the soil-building work of fell fields and alpine meadows. Tree limit. Sachs wandered slowly around the amphitheater, stepping on rocks, inspecting the mosses, the sedges, the grasses, and every single individual tree. The gnarly little things were twisted as if cultivated by deranged bonsai gardeners. "Oh, how nice," he said out loud more than once, inspecting a branch or a trunk or a pattern of laminate bark, peeling away like phyllo dough. "Oh, how nice. Oh, for some moles and voles, and marmots and minxes and foxes." But the CO2 in the atmosphere was still nearly 30% of the air, perhaps 50 millibars all by itself. All mammals would die very quickly in such air. This was why he had always resisted the two-stage terraforming model which called for a massive CO2 buildup to precede anything else. as if warming the planet were the only goal. But warming was not the goal. Animals on the surface was the goal. This was not only a good in itself, but good also for the plants, many of which needed animals. Most of these fell-field plants propagated on their own, of course, and there were some altered insects that Biotique had released, out there bumbling around in stubborn insect survivalist mode, half alive and only just managing their work of pollination. But there were many other symbiotic ecological functions that needed animals, like the soil aeration accomplished by moles and voles, or the spread of seeds by birds, and without them plants could not thrive, and some wouldn't live at all. No, they needed to reduce the CO2 in the air, probably right back to the 10 millibars it had been when they arrived, when it had been the only air there was, which was why the plan his colleagues had mentioned to melt the regolith with an aerial lens was so troubling. It would only increase their problem. Meanwhile, this unexpected beauty. Hours passed as he inspected specimens one by one, admiring in particular the spiraling trunk and branches, the flaking bark and sprays of needles of one little lodgepole pine, like a piece of flamboyant sculpture, really. And he was down on his knees with his face in a sedge and his butt in the air when Phyllis and Claire and a whole group came trooping down into the meadow, laughing at him and trampling carelessly on the living grass. Phyllis stayed with him that afternoon, as she had one or two times before, and they walked back together, Sachs trying at first to play the role of native guide, pointing out plants he had just learned the previous week. But Phyllis asked no questions about them, and didn't appear even to listen when he spoke. It seemed she only wanted him to be an audience to her, a witness to her life. So he gave up on the plants and asked questions, and listened and then asked more. It was a good opportunity to learn more about the current Martian power structure, after all. Even if she exaggerated her own role in it, it was still informative. "I was amazed how fast Subarashi got the new elevator built and into position," she said. "Subarashi?" "They were the principal contractor." "Who awarded the contract, UNOMA?" "Oh, no. UNOMA has been replaced by the UN Transitional Authority." "So when you were president of the Transitional Authority, you were in effect president of Mars." "Well, the presidency just rotates among the members. It doesn't confer much more power than any other members have. It's just for media consumption and to run the meetings. Scut work." "Still." "Oh, I know," she laughed. "It's a position a lot of my old colleagues wanted but never got. Chalmers, Bogdanov, Boone, Toitovna. I wonder what they would have thought if they had seen it. But they backed the wrong horse." Sachs looked away from her. "So why did Subarashi get the new elevator?" "The steering committee of the TA voted that way. Praxis had made a bid for it, and no one likes Praxis." "Now that the elevator is back, do you think things will change again?" "Oh, certainly, certainly. A lot of things have been on hold since the unrest. Emigration, building, terraforming, commerce, they've all been slowed down. We've barely managed to rebuild some of the damaged towns. It's been a kind of martial law, necessary, of course, given what happened." "Of course. But now, all the stockpiled metals from the last 40 years are ready to enter the Terran market, and that's going to stimulate the entire two-world economy unbelievably. We'll see more production out of Earth now, and more investment here, more emigration, too. We're finally ready to get on with things." "Like the Soletta?" "Exactly. That's a perfect example of what I mean. There's all kinds of plans for major investment here." "Glass-sided canals," Sachs said. "It would make the moholes look trivial." Phyllis was saying something about how bright things looked for Earth, and he shook his head to clear it of joules per square centimeter. He said, "But I thought Earth had some serious difficulties." "Oh, Earth always has serious difficulties. We're going to have to get used to that. No, I'm very optimistic. I mean, this recession has hit them hard down there, especially the little tigers and the baby tigers, and of course the less developed countries. But the influx of industrial metals from here will stimulate the economy for everyone, including the environment control industries. And, unfortunately, it looks like the diebacks will solve a lot of their other problems for them." Sachs focused on the section of moraine they were climbing. Here, solifluction, the daily melting of ground ice on a tilt, had caused the loose regolith to slide down in a series of dips and rims, and although it all looked gray and lifeless, a faint pattern like minuscule tiling revealed that it was actually covered with blue-gray flake lichen. In the dips there were clumps of what looked like gray ash, and Sachs stooped to pluck a small sample. "Look," he said brusquely to Phyllis. "Snow liverwort. It looks like dirt." "That's a parasitic fungus that grows on it. The plant is actually green. See those little leaves? That's new growth that the fungus hasn't covered yet." Under magnification, the new leaves looked like green glass, but Phyllis didn't bother to look. "Who designed that one?" she asked, her tone of voice implying that the designer had poor taste. "I don't know. Could be no one. Quite a few of the new species out here weren't designed." "Can evolution be working so fast?" "Well, you know, is polyploidy evolution?" "No." Phyllis moved on, not much interested in the gray little specimen. Snow liverwort. Probably very lightly engineered or even undesigned. Test specimens cast out here among the rest to see how they would do, and thus very interesting in Sachs's opinion. But somewhere along the way, Phyllis had lost interest. She had been a first-rate biologist once, and Sachs found it hard to imagine losing the curiosity which lay at the core of science, that urge to figure things out. But they were getting old. In the course of their now unnatural lives, it was likely they would all change, perhaps profoundly. Sachs didn't like the idea, but there it was. Like all the rest of the new centenarians, he was having more and more trouble remembering specifics from his past, especially the middle years, things that had happened between the ages of around 25 to 90. Thus, the years before 61 and most of his years on Earth were getting dim, and without fully functioning memories, they were certain to change. So when they returned to the station, he went to the lab, disturbed. Perhaps, he thought, they had gone polyploidal, not as individuals, but culturally. An international array arriving here and effectively quadrupling the meme strands, providing the adaptability to survive in this alien terrain despite all the stress-induced mutations. But no, that was analogy rather than homology. What in the humanities they would call a heroic simile, if he understood the term, or a metaphor, or some other kind of literary analogy. And analogies were mostly meaningless. A matter of phenotype rather than genotype, to use another analogy. Most of poetry and literature, really all the humanities, not to mention the social sciences, were phenotypic as far as Sachs could tell. They added up to a huge compendium of meaningless analogies which didn't help to explain things, but only distorted perception of them. A kind of continuous conceptual drunkenness, one might say. Sachs himself much preferred exactitude and explanatory power, and why not? If it was 200 Kelvin outside, why not say so rather than talk about witches' tits and the like, hauling the whole great baggage of the ignorant past along to obscure every encounter with sensory reality? It was absurd. So, okay, there was no such thing as cultural polyploidy. There was just a determinate historical situation, the consequence of all that had come before, the decisions made, the results spreading out over the planet in complete disarray, evolving, or one should say developing, without a plan. Planless. In that regard, there was a similarity between history and evolution in that both of them were matters of contingency and accident, as well as patterns of development. But the differences, particularly in timescales, were so gross as to make that similarity nothing more than analogy again. No, better to concentrate on homologies, those structural similarities that indicated actual physical relationships that really explained something. This, of course, took one back into science. But after an encounter with Phyllis, that was just what he wanted. So he dove back into studying plants. Many of the fell-field organisms he was finding had hairy leaves and very thick leaf surfaces which helped protect the plants from the harsh UV blast of Martian sunlight. These adaptations could very well be examples of homologies in which species with the same ancestors had all kept family traits. Or they could be examples of convergence, in which species from separate phyla had come to the same forms through functional necessity. And these days they could also be simply the result of bioengineering, the breeders adding the same traits to different plants in order to provide the same advantages. Finding out which it was required identifying the plant and then checking the records to see if it had been designed by one of the terraforming teams. There was a biotique lab in Elysium led by a Harry Whitebook, designing many of the most successful surface plants, especially the sedges and grasses, and a check in the Whitebook catalog often showed that his hand had been at work, in which case the similarities were often a matter of artificial convergence, Whitebook inserting traits like hairy leaves into almost every leaved plant he bred. An interesting case of history imitating evolution. And certainly since they wanted to create a biosphere on Mars in a short time, perhaps 10 to the 7th power times quicker than it had taken on Earth, they would have to intervene continuously in the act of evolution itself. So the Martian biosphere wouldn't be a case of phylogeny recapitulating ontogeny, a discredited notion in any case, but of history recapitulating evolution, or rather, imitating it to the extent possible given the Martian environment, or even directing it. History directing evolution. It was a daunting thought. Whitebook was going about the task with a lot of flair. He had bred phreatophytic lichen reefs, for instance, which built the salts they incorporated into a kind of millipore coral structure, so that the resulting plants were olive or dark green masses of semi-crystalline blocks. Walking through a patch of them was like walking through a Lilliputian garden maze which had been crushed, abandoned, and half covered with sand. The individual blocks of the plant were fractured or fissured in a crackle pattern, and they were so lumpish they looked diseased, with a disease that appeared to petrify plants while they were still living, leaving them struggling to exist inside broken sheaths of malachite and jade. Strange-looking, but very successful. Sachs found quite a few of these lichen reefs growing on the crest of the western moraine rib and in the more arid regolith beyond. He spent a few mornings studying them there, and one morning crossing the ridge he looked back over the glacier and saw a sandy whirlwind spinning over the ice, a sparkling rust-colored little tornado that rushed downstream. Immediately afterward he was struck by a high wind with gusts of at least 100 kilometers an hour and then 150. He ended up crouching behind a lichen reef, lifting a hand to try to estimate the wind speed. It was hard to make an accurate guess because the thickening atmosphere had increased the force of winds, making them seem faster than they really were. All estimates based on the instincts from the Underhill days were now badly off. The gusts striking him now might have been as slow as 80 kilometers an hour, but full of sand, ticking against his faceplate and reducing visibility to 100 meters or so. After an hour of waiting for the sandstorm to decrease, he gave up and returned to the station, crossing the glacier by moving very carefully from flag to flag, careful not to lose the trail they made, important if one wanted to stay out of dangerous crevasse zones. Once across the ice, Sachs made his way back to the station quickly, pondering the little tornado that had announced the arrival of the wind. Weather was strange. Inside, he called up the meteorology channel and ran through all its information on the day's weather and then stared at a satellite photo of their region. A cyclonic cell was bearing down on them from Tharsis. With the air thickening, the winds coming off Tharsis were powerful indeed. The bulge would forever remain an anchoring point in Martian climatology, Sachs suspected. Most of the time, the northern hemisphere jet stream would circle up and around its northern end, like Terra's northern jet stream did around the Rockies. But every once in a while, air masses would shove over the Tharsis crest between volcanoes, dropping their moisture on West Tharsis as they rose. Then these dehydrated air masses would roar down the eastern slope, Big Man's Mistral or Sirocco or Fane, with winds so fast and forceful that as the atmosphere thickened they were getting to be a problem. Some tent towns on the open surface were endangered to the point where it looked like they might have to retreat into craters or canyons, or at least greatly strengthen their tenting. As Sachs considered it, The whole issue of weather became so exciting that he wanted to drop his botanical studies and go after it full time. In the old days, he would have done that and dived into climatology for a month or a year until his curiosity was satisfied, and he had managed to think of some contribution to policy regarding any problems that were arising. But that had been a rather undisciplined approach, as he now saw, leading to a kind of scattershot method, even to a certain dilettantism. Now, as Stephen Lindholm, working for Clare and Biotique, he had to abandon climatology with a longing glance at the satellite photos and their suggestively swirling new cloud systems, and merely tell the others about the whirlwind and talk about weather in a recreational way in the lab or over dinner, while his main effort returned to their little ecosystem and its plants and how to help them along. And as he was just beginning to feel he was learning the particularities of Arena, these restrictions imposed by his new identity were not a bad thing. They meant he was forced to concentrate on a single discipline in a way he hadn't since his postdoc work, and the rewards of concentration were becoming more and more evident to him. They could make him a better scientist. The next day, for instance, with the winds merely brisk, he went back out and located the coral lichen patch he had been investigating when the sandstorm had hit. All the structure's fissures were filled with sand, which must have been true most of the time. So he brushed one of the fissures clean and looked inside through the 20-power magnifiers on his faceplate. The walls of the fissures were coated with very fine cilia, somewhat like the tiny versions of the hairs on exposed leaves of alpine cinquefoil. Clearly, there was no need for protection of these already well-hidden surfaces. Perhaps they were there to release excess oxygen from the tissues of the semi-crystalline outside mass, spontaneous or planned. He read through descriptions on his wrist and added a new one of this specimen, which because of the cilia appeared to be nondescript. He took out a little camera from his thigh pocket and took a picture, put a sample of the cilia in a bag, and put both camera and bag in his thigh pocket, and moved on. He went down to look at the glacier, stepping onto it at one of the many junctures where its side came down and met smoothly the rising slope of the moraine rib. It was bright on the glacier at midday, as if bits of broken mirror were reflecting sunlight everywhere on it. Chunks of ice crunched underfoot. Little watersheds gathered to deep-channeled streams, which abruptly disappeared down holes in the ice. These holes, like the crevasses, were various shades of blue. The moraine ribs gleamed like gold and seemed to bounce in the rising heat. Something in the sight reminded Sachs of the Soletta plan, and he whistled through his teeth. He straightened up and stretched his lower back, feeling very alive and curious, absolutely in his element. The scientist at work. He was learning to like the ever-fresh primary effort of natural history, its close observation of things in nature, description, categorization, taxonomy. The primal attempt to explain, or rather its first step, simply to describe. How happy the natural historians had always seemed to him in their writings. Linnaeus and his wild Latin, Lyell and his rocks, Wallace and Darwin and their great step from category to theory, from observation to paradigm. Sachs could feel it right there on Arena Glacier in the year 2101, with all these new species, this flourishing process of speciation that was half human and half Martian, a process that would need its own theories eventually, some kind of evo-history, or historico-evolution, or ecopoiesis, or simply areology. Or Hirocco's Viriditas, perhaps. Theories of the terraforming project, not only in what it intended, but how it was actually working. A natural history precisely. Very little of what was happening could be studied with experimental lab science, so natural history was going to return to its proper place among the sciences as one among equals. Here on Mars, all kinds of hierarchies were destined to fall, and that was no meaningless analogy, but simply a precise observation of what all could see. What all could see. Would he have understood before his time out here? Would Anne understand? Looking down the wild, cracked surface of the glacier, he found himself thinking of her. Every little berg and crevasse stood out as if he still had the 20-power magnification on his faceplate, but with an infinite depth of field. Every tint of ivory and pink in the pocked surfaces, every mirror gleam of meltwater, the bumpy hillocks of the far horizon, everything was, for the moment, surgically clear and focused. And it occurred to him that this vision was not a matter of accident, the lensing of tears over his cornea, for instance, but the result of a new and growing conceptual understanding of the landscape. It was a kind of cognitive vision, and he couldn't help but remember Anne saying angrily to him, "Mars is the place you have never seen." He had taken it as a figure of speech. But now he recalled Kuhn asserting that scientists who used different paradigms existed in literally different worlds, epistemology being such an integral component of reality. Thus, Aristotelians simply did not see the Galilean pendulum, which to them was a body falling with some difficulty, and, in general, scientists debating the relative merits of competing paradigms simply talked right through each other, using the same words to discuss different realities. He had considered that, too, to be a figure of speech. But thinking of it now, absorbing the hallucinatory clarity of the ice, he had to admit that it certainly described what his conversations with Anne had always felt like. It had been a frustration to both of them, and when Anne had cried out that he had never seen Mars, a statement that was obviously false on some levels, she had perhaps meant only to say that he hadn't seen her Mars, the Mars created by her paradigm. And that was no doubt true. Now, however, he was seeing a Mars he had never seen before. But the transformation had come by focusing for a matter of weeks on just those parts of the Martian landscape that Anne despised, the new life forms. So he doubted that the Mars he was seeing, with its snow algae and ice lichen and the enchanting little patches of Persian carpet fringing the glacier, was Anne's Mars. Nor was it the Mars of his colleagues in terraforming. It was a function of what he believed and what he wanted. It was his Mars, evolving right before his very eyes, always in the process of becoming something new. Like a stab to the heart, he felt the wish that he could seize Anne at that very moment and pull her by the arm down the western moraine, crying, "See, see, see!" Instead, he had Phyllis, perhaps the least philosophical person he had ever known. He avoided her when he could do it without appearing to, and passed his days on the ice, in the wind under the vast northern sky, or on the moraines, crawling around studying plants. Back in the station, he talked over dinner with Claire and Bertina and the rest about what they were finding out there and what it meant. After dinner, they retired to the observation room and talked some more, dancing on some nights, especially Fridays and Saturdays. The music they played was always Nuevo Calypso, guitars and steel drums in fast, simultaneous melodies, creating complex rhythms that sax had great difficulty analyzing. They were often measures of 5/4 time alternating or even coexisting with 4/4, a pattern seemingly designed to throw him out of step. Luckily, the current dance style was a kind of free-form movement that had little relation to the beat anyway, so when he failed in his attempts to stay in rhythm, he was pretty sure he was the only one who noticed. In fact, it made a pretty good entertainment just trying to keep time, off on his own, hopping around with a little jig added to the 5/4 measures. When he returned to the tables and Jessica said to him, "You're really a good dancer, Stephen," he burst out laughing, pleased even though he knew all it revealed was Jessica's incompetence to judge dance, or her attempt to please him, although perhaps the daily boulder walking in the field was improving his balance and timing. Any physical action, properly studied and practiced, could no doubt be accomplished with a reasonable amount of skill, if not flair. He and Phyllis talked or danced together only as much as they did with everyone else, and only in the secrecy of their rooms did they embrace, kiss, make love. It was the old pattern of the hidden affair, and one morning, around 4 a.m., returning to his room from hers, a flash of fear shook him. It seemed to him suddenly that his immediate undiscussed complicity in this behavior must tag him to Phyllis as suspiciously like one of the first 100. Who else would fall into such a bizarre pattern so readily, as if it were the natural thing to do? But on consideration, it didn't seem that Phyllis was attentive to nuances of that kind. Sachs had almost given up trying to understand her thinking and her motivations, as the data were contradictory and, despite the fact that they were spending nights together on a fairly regular basis, rather sparse. She seemed interested mostly in the intertransnational maneuvering that was going on in Sheffield and back on Earth, shifts in executive personnel and subsidiaries and stock prices that were clearly ephemeral and meaningless, but to her, utterly absorbing. As Stephen, he remained brightly interested in all this and asked her questions about it to show his interest when she brought it up. But when he asked about what the daily changes meant in any larger strategic sense, she was either unable or unwilling to give him good answers. Apparently it was interesting to her more for the personal fortunes of those she knew than for the system that their careers revealed. An ex-Consolidated executive, now with Subarashi, had been made head of elevator operations. A Praxis executive had disappeared in the outback. Armscore was going to explode scores of hydrogen bombs in the mega-regolith under the North Polar Cap to stimulate growth and warming of the Northern Sea, and this last fact was no more interesting to her than the two previous ones. And perhaps it made sense to pay attention to the individual careers of the people running the biggest transnationals and the micro-politics of the jockeying for power among them. These were the current rulers of the world, after all. So Sachs lay next to Phyllis, listening to her and making Stephen's comments, trying to sort out all the names, wondering if the founder of Praxis really was a senile surfer, wondering if Shalalco would be taken over by Amex, wondering why the Transnat executive teams were so fiercely competitive, given that they already ruled the world and had everything they could conceivably want in their personal lives. Perhaps sociobiology indeed had the answer, and it was all primate dominance dynamics, a matter of increasing one's reproductive success in the corporate realm, which might not be a mere analogy if one considered one's company as one's kin. And then again, in a world where one might live indefinitely, it could be simple self-protection. Survival of the fittest, which Sachs had always considered a useless tautology. But if social Darwinists were taking over, then maybe the concept gained importance as a religious dogma of the ruling order. And then Phyllis would roll over onto him and kiss him, and he would enter the realm of sex, where different rules seemed to obtain. For instance, though he liked Phyllis less and less as he got to know her better, his attraction to her did not correlate to this, but fluctuated according to mysterious principles of its own, no doubt pheromone-driven and hormonally based, so that sometimes he had to steel himself to accept her touches, while other times he felt alive with a lust that seemed all the stronger because it was so unmixed with affection. Or, more senseless still, a lust actually heightened by dislike. This last reaction was rare, however, and as the stay at Arena went on, and the novelty of their affair wore off, Sachs more and more frequently found himself distanced from their lovemaking and inclined to fantasize during it and fall very deeply into Stephen Lindholm, who appeared to be thinking about caressing women Sachs didn't know or had scarcely heard of, like Ingrid Bergman or Marilyn Monroe. One dawn after a disturbing night of that sort, Sachs got up to go out on the ice, and Phyllis stirred and woke and decided to come along. They suited up and went out into a pure purple dawn and hiked in silence down the near moraine to the side of the glacier, ascending it by a trail of steps cut into the ice. Sachs took the southernmost flag trail across the glacier, intending to climb the west lateral moraine as far upstream as he could go in a morning. They made their way between knee-high crenellations of ice, all holed like Swiss cheese and stained pink with snow algae. Phyllis was charmed as always by the fantastic jumble and commented on the more unusual seracs, comparing those they passed this morning to a giraffe, the Eiffel Tower, the surface of Europa, etc. Sachs stopped often to inspect chunks of jade ice that were shot through with an ice bacteria. In one or two places, the jade ice sat exposed in sun cups turned pink with snow algae. The effect was strange, something like a vast field of pistachio ice cream. So their progress was slow, and they were still on the glacier when a sequence of small, tight whirlwinds popped into existence one after the next, like something out of a magic trick, brown dust devils, glittering with ice particulates in a rough line that bore down the glacier toward them. Then the whirlwinds collapsed in some fluctuation, and with a clattery bang, a gust struck them hard, whistling downslope with a surge so powerful they had to crouch into it to keep their balance. "What a gale!" Phyllis exclaimed in his ear. "Katabatic wind," Sax said, watching a knot of seracs disappear in the dust. "Falling off Tharsis." Visibility was dropping. "We should try to get back to the station." So they set off back along the flagged trail, moving from one emerald dot to the next, but visibility continued to decrease until they couldn't see from one marker to the next. Phyllis said, "Here, let's get into the shelter of those icebergs." She struck off toward the dim shape of an ice prominence, and Sax hurried after her, saying, "Be careful, a lot of seracs have crevasses at their base," and reaching forward to take her hand when she dropped as if falling through a trap door. He caught an upflung wrist and was jerked down hard, hitting his knees painfully on the ice. Phyllis was still falling, sliding down a chute at the end of a shallow crevasse. He should have let go of her, but instinctively held on and was dragged over the edge head first. Both of them slid down into the packed snow at the bottom of the crevasse, and the snow gave under them so that they dropped again, crashing onto frosty sand after a brief but terrifying freefall. Sax, having landed mostly on Phyllis, sat up unhurt. Alarming sucking sounds came over the intercom from Phyllis, but it soon became clear that she had only had the wind knocked out of her. When she controlled her gasping, she tested her limbs gingerly and declared she was okay. Sax admired her toughness. There was a rip in the fabric over his right knee, but otherwise he was fine. He took some suit tape from his thigh pocket and taped the rip. The knee still bent without pain, so he forgot about it and stood. The hole that they had punched through the snow above them was about 2 meters over his outstretched hand. They were in an elongated bubble, the lower half of a crevasse that had a kind of hourglass shape. The downstream wall of their little bubble was ice, the upstream wall ice-coated rock. The rough circle of visible sky overhead was an opaque peach color, and the bluish ice wall of the crevasse gleamed with reflections of the dusty sunlight, so that the net effect was somewhat opalescent and quite picturesque. But they were stuck. "Our beeper signal will be cut off, and then they'll come looking," Sax said to Phyllis as she stood up beside him. "Yes," Phyllis said, "but will they find us?" Sax shrugged. "The beeper leaves a directional record. But the wind. Visibility may go right down to nothing." "We'll have to hope they can deal with it." The crevasse extended to the east like a narrow, low hallway. Sax ducked under a low point and shone his headlamp down the space between ice and rock. It extended for as far as he could see in the direction of the east side of the glacier. It seemed possible that it might reach all the way to one of the many small caves on the glacier's lateral edge, so after sharing the thought with Phyllis, he set off to explore the crevasse, leaving her in position to be sure that any searchers who found the hole would also find someone at the bottom of it. Outside the glary cone of his headlamp's beam, the ice was an intense cobalt blue, an effect caused by the same Rayleigh scattering that blued the color of the sky. There was a fair amount of light even with his headlamp off, which suggested that the ice overhead was not very thick. Probably the same approximate thickness as the height of their fall, now that he thought of it. Phyllis's voice in his ear asked if he was all right. "I'm fine," he said. "I think this space might have been caused by the glacier running over a transverse escarpment, so it very well might run all the way out." But it didn't. 100 meters farther on, the ice on the left closed in and met the ice over the rock face to the right, and that was it. Dead end. On the way back, he walked more slowly, stopping to inspect cracks in the ice and bits of rock underfoot that had perhaps been plucked from the escarpment. In one fissure, the cobalt of the ice turned blue-green, and reaching into it with a gloved finger, he pulled out a long, dark green mass, frozen on the surface, but soft underneath. It was a long, dendritic mass of blue-green algae. "Wow!" he said, and plucked a few frozen strands away, then shoved the rest back into their home crack. He had read that algae were burrowing down into the rock and ice of the planet, and bacteria were going even deeper. But actually to find some buried down here so far from the sun was enough to make one marvel. He turned off his headlamp again, and the luminous cobalt blue of the glacial light glowed around him, dim and rich. So dark, so cold. How did any living thing do it? "Stephen? I'm coming. Look," he said to Phyllis when he returned to her side. "It's blue-green algae all the way down here." He held it out for her to look at, but she only gave it the briefest glance. He sat down and got out a sample bag from his thigh pocket and put a small strand of algae inside, then stared at it through his 20-power magnifying lenses. The lenses were not powerful enough to show him all he wanted to see, but they did reveal the long strands of dendritic green, looking slimy as they thawed out. His lectern had catalogs with photos at similar magnifications, but he couldn't find the species that resembled this one in every detail. "It could be nondescript," he said. "Wouldn't that be something? It really makes you wonder if the mutation rate out here is higher than the standard rates. We should work up experiments to determine that." Phyllis did not reply. Sachs kept his thoughts to himself as he continued to search through the catalogs. He was still at it when they heard scratchy squeals and hisses over their radio, and Phyllis began calling out over the common band. Soon they could hear voices on the intercom, and not long after that, a round helmet filled the hole overhead. "We're here!" Phyllis cried. "Wait a second," Burkina said. "We've got a rope ladder for you." And after an awkward swinging climb, they were back on the surface of the glacier, blinking in the dusty, fluctuating daylight and crouching over to meet the gusts of wind which were still powerful. Phyllis was laughing, explaining what had happened in her usual manner. "We were holding hands so we didn't lose each other, and boom, down we went." And their rescuers were describing the brute force of the strongest gusts. All seemed back to normal. But when they got inside the station and took off their helmets, Phyllis gave him a brief, searching glance, a very curious look indeed, as if he had revealed something to her out there which had made her wary. As if he had somehow reminded her of something down in that crevasse. As if he had behaved down there in a manner which gave him away, without hope of contradiction, as her old comrade, Saxifrage Russell. Through the northern fall they worked around the glacier and saw the days grow shorter and the winds colder. Big, intricate ice flowers grew on the glacier every night and only melted at the edges briefly in the mid-afternoons, after which they hardened and served as the base for even more complex petals that appeared the next morning, the small, sharp crystalline flakes bursting away in every direction from the larger fins and tines beneath. They couldn't help crushing entire fractal worlds with every step as they crunched over the ice, looking for the plants now covered in frost to see how they were coping with the coming cold. Looking across the bumpy white waste, feeling the wind cut through one of the thicker insulated walkers, it seemed to Sachs that a very severe winter kill was inevitable. But looks were deceptive. Oh, there would be winter kill, of course, but the plants were hardening, as the overwintering gardeners called it, acclimatizing to the onset of winter. It was a 3-stage process, Sachs learned, digging in the thin, hard-packed snow to find the signs. First, phytochrome clocks in the leaves sensed the shorter days, and now they were getting shorter fast, with dark fronts coming through every week or so, dumping dirty white snow out of black, low-bellied cumulonimbus clouds. In the second stage, growth ceased. Carbohydrates translocated to the roots, and amounts of abscisic acid grew in some leaves until they fell off. Sachs found lots of these leaves, yellowed or brown, and still hanging from their stems, hugging the ground and providing the yet-living plant with some more insulation. During this stage, water was moving out of cells into intercellular ice crystals, and the cell membranes were toughening while sugar molecules replaced water molecules in some proteins. Then, in the third and coldest stage, a smooth ice formed around the cells without rupturing them in a process called vitrification. At this point, the plants could tolerate temperatures down to 220 degrees Kelvin, which had been approximately the average temperature of Mars before their arrival, but was now about as cold as it got. And the snow which fell in the ever more frequent storms actually served as insulation for the plants, keeping the ground that it covered warmer than the windy surface. As he dug around in the snow with numbed fingers, the subnivean environment looked to Sachs to be a fascinating place, especially the adaptations to the spectrally selected blue light that was transmitted through as much as 3 meters of snow, another example of Rayleigh scattering. He would have liked to study this winter world in person for the entire 6 months of the season. He found he liked it out under the low, dark waves of cloud, on the white surface of the snowy glacier, leaning into the wind and stomping through drifts. But Claire wanted him to return to Burroughs to work with the labs there on a tundra tamarisk they were close to succeeding with in the Mars jars. And Phyllis and the rest of the crew from Arms Corps and the Transitional Authority were going back as well. So one day they left the station to a little crew of research gardeners and got in a caravan of cars and drove back south together. Sachs had groaned when he heard that Phyllis and her group would be going back with them. He had hoped that mere physical separation would end the relationship with Phyllis and get him away from that probing eye. But as they were going back together, it looked like some sort of action would have to be taken. He would have to break it off if he wanted it to end, which he did. The whole idea of getting involved with her had been a bad one to begin with. Talk about the surge of the unexplainable. But the surge was over, and he was left in the company of a person who was at best irritating and at worst dangerous. And of course it was no comfort to think that he had been acting in bad faith the entire time. No step along the way had seemed more than a little thing, but altogether it came to something rather monstrous. So the first night back in Burroughs, when his wrist beeped and Phyllis appeared to ask him out to dinner, he agreed and ended the call and muttered to himself uneasily. It was going to be awkward. They went out to a patio restaurant that Phyllis knew of on Ellis Butte, west of Hunt Mesa. Because of Phyllis, they were seated at a corner table with a view over the high district between Ellis and Table Mountain, where the woods of Princess Park were ringed by new mansions. Across the park, Table Mountain was so glass-walled that it looked like a giant hotel, and the more distant mesas were not much less gaudy. Waiters and waitresses brought by a carafe of wine, and then dinner, interrupting Phyllis's chatter, which was mostly about the new construction on Tharsis. But she seemed very willing to talk with the waiters and waitresses, signing napkins for them and asking where they were from, how long they had been on Mars, and so forth. Sachs ate steadily and watched Phyllis and Burroughs waiting for the meal to come to an end. It seemed to go on for hours. But finally they were done and taking the elevator ride to the valley floor. The elevator brought back memories of their first night together, which made Sachs acutely uncomfortable. Perhaps Phyllis felt the same way, for she moved to the other side of the car and the long descent passed in silence. And then on the street grass of the boulevard she pecked him on the cheek with a swift, hard hug and said, "It's been a lovely evening, Stephen, and a lovely time out at Arena as well. I'll never forget our little adventure under the glacier. But now I have to get back up to Sheffield and deal with everything that's been piling up, you know. I hope you'll come visit me if you're ever up there." Sachs struggled to control his face, trying to figure out how Stephen would feel and what he would say. Phyllis was a vain woman, and it was possible she would forget the entire affair faster if she was avoiding thought about the hurt she had caused someone by dropping him, rather than brooding over why he had seemed so relieved. So he tried to locate the minority voice inside him that was offended to be treated in such a manner. He tightened the corners of his mouth and looked down to the side. "Ah," he said. Phyllis laughed like a girl and caught him up in an affectionate hug. "Come on," she admonished him. "It's been fun, hasn't it? And we'll see each other again when I visit Burroughs, or if you ever come up to Sheffield. Meanwhile, what else can we do? Don't be sad." Sachs shrugged. This made such sense that it was hard to imagine any but the most lovelorn suitor objecting, and he had never pretended to be that. They were both over 100 after all. "I know," he said, and gave her a nervous, rueful smile. "I'm just sorry the time has come." "I know," she kissed him again. "Me too. But we'll meet again, and then we'll see." He nodded, looking down again, feeling a new appreciation for the difficulties actors faced. What to do? But with a brisk goodbye, she was off. Sachs said his own goodbye to a look over the shoulder, a quick wave. He walked across Great Escarpment Boulevard toward Hunt Mesa. So that was that. Easier than he had thought it would be, certainly. In fact, extremely convenient. But a part of him was still irritated. He looked at his reflection in the shop windows he passed on the lower floors of Hunt. A raffish old geezer. Handsome? Well, whatever that meant. Handsome for some women sometimes. Picked up by one and used as a bed partner for a few weeks, then tossed aside when it was time to move on. Presumably it had happened to many another through the years, more often to women than to men, no doubt, given the inequalities of culture and reproduction. But now, with reproduction out of the picture and the culture in pieces, she really was rather awful. But then again, he had no right to complain. He had agreed to it without conditions and had lied to her from the very start, not only about who he was, but about how he felt toward her. And now he was free of it and all that it implied, and all that it threatened. Feeling a kind of nitrous oxide lift, he walked up Hunt's huge atrium staircase to his floor and down the hall to his little apartment. Late that winter, for a couple of weeks in the 2nd February, the annual conference on the terraforming project took place in Burroughs. It was the 10th such conference, titled by the organizers M38, New Results and New Directions, and it would be attended by scientists from all over Mars, nearly 3,000 of them all told. The meetings were held in the big conference center in Table Mountain, while the visiting scientists stayed in hotels all over the city. Everyone at Biotique Burroughs went over to attend the meetings, running back to Hunt Mesa if they had experiments running that they wanted to check in on. Sachs was intensely interested in every aspect of the conference, naturally enough, and on its first morning he went down early to Canal Park and grabbed a coffee and pastry and walked up to the conference center and was nearly the first in line at the check-in table. He took his packet of program information, pinned his name tag to his coat, and wandered through the halls outside the meeting room, sipping his coffee, reading the program for the morning, and glancing at the poster displays set in designated parts of the halls. Here, and for the first time in more years than he could remember, Sachs felt supremely in his element. Scientific conferences were all the same, at all times and in all places, even down to the way people dressed. The men in conservative, slightly shabby professorial jackets, all tans and browns and dark rust colors, the women, perhaps 30% of the total population, in unusually drab and severe business dress. Many people still wearing spectacles, even though it was a rare vision problem that was not correctable by surgery. Most of them carrying around their program packets, everyone with their name tag on their left lapel. Inside the darkened meeting room, Sachs passed talks that were beginning, and there, too, all was the same as ever. Speakers standing before video screens that displayed their graphs and tables and molecular structures and so on, talking in stilted cadences timed to the rhythm of their images, using a pointer to indicate the parts of overcrowded diagrams that were relevant. The audiences, composed of the 30 or 40 colleagues most interested in the work being described, sat in rows of chairs next to their friends, listening closely and readying questions that they would ask at the end of the presentation. For those fond of this world, it was a very pleasant sight. Sachs poked his head into several of the rooms, but none of the talks intrigued him enough to draw him in, and soon he found himself in a hall full of poster displays, so he kept on browsing. Solubilization of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in monomeric and micellar surfactant solutions. Post-pumping subsidence in southern Vastitas borealis. Epithelial resistance to third-stage gerontological treatment. Incidence of radial fracture aquifers in impact basin rims. Low-voltage electroporation of long-vector plasmids. Katabatic winds in Echis chasma. Base genome for a new cactus genera. Resurfacing of the Martian highlands in the Amentes and Turina region. Deposition of the Nilocertus sodium nitrate strata. A method for assessing occupational exposure to chlorophenates through analysis of contaminated work clothing. As always, the posters were a deliciously mixed bag. They were posters rather than talks for a variety of reasons, often the work of graduate students at the university in Cebiche or concerned with topics peripheral to the conference, but anything might be there, and it was always very interesting to browse. At this conference, there had been no strong attempt to organize the posters into hallways by subject, so that distribution of Rhizocarpum geographicum in the East Caridim Montes, detailing the high-altitude fortunes of a crustose lichen that could live up to 4,000 years, was facing origins of graupel snow and saline particulates found in cirrus, altostratus, and altocumulus clouds in cyclonic vortexes in North Tharsis, a meteorological study of some importance. Sachs was interested in everything, but the posters that held him the longest were those that described aspects of the terraforming that he had initiated or once had a hand in. One of these, Estimate of the Cumulative Heat Released by the Underhill Windmills, stopped him in his tracks. He read it through twice, feeling a slight dampening of his spirits as he did. The mean temperature of the Martian surface before their arrival had been around 220 degrees Kelvin, and one of the universally agreed-upon goals of terraforming was to raise that mean temperature to something above the freezing point of water, which was 273 degrees Kelvin. Raising the average surface temperature of an entire planet by more than 53 degrees Kelvin was a very intimidating challenge, requiring, Sachs had figured, the application over time of no less than 3.5 times 10 to the 6th power joules to every square centimeter of the Martian surface. Sachs, in his own modeling, had always aimed to reach a mean of about 274 degrees Kelvin, figuring that with this as the average, the planet would be warm enough for much of the year to create an active hydrosphere and thus a biosphere. Many people advocated even more warming than that, but Sachs did not see the need. In any case, all methods for adding heat to the system were judged by how much they had raised the global mean temperature, and this poster examining the effect of Sachs's little windmill heaters estimated that over 7 decades they had added no more than 0.05 degrees Kelvin. And he could find nothing wrong with the various assumptions and calculations in the model outlined in the poster. Of course, heating was not the only reason he had distributed the windmills. He had also wanted to provide warmth and shelter for an early engineered cryptoendolith he had wanted to test on the surface. But all those organisms had in fact died immediately upon exposure or shortly thereafter. So on the whole, the project could not be said to be one of his better efforts. He moved on. Application of process-level chemical data in hydrochemical modeling, Dow Vallis Watershed, Hallis. Increasing CO2 tolerance in bees. Epilimnetic scavenging of Compton fallout radionuclides in the Marineris glacial lakes. Clearing fines from pieced reaction rails. Global warming as a result of released halocarbons. This last one stopped him again. The poster was the work of the atmospheric chemist S. Simon and some of his students, and reading it made Sachs feel considerably better. When Sachs had been made head of the terraforming project in 2042, he had immediately initiated the construction of factories to produce and release into the atmosphere a special greenhouse gas mix composed mostly of carbon tetrafluoride, hexafluorothane, and sulfur hexafluoride, along with some methane and nitrous oxide. The poster referred to this mix as the Russell cocktail, which was what his Eckes overlooked